Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When I returned to the inn with Syrian, Isha was curled up asleep in the corner. Judging by her appearance, it seemed she had been anxious the whole time we were gone and finally collapsed from exhaustion. Well, from her perspective, it was understandable. If someone had suddenly opened that door and walked in, her life would have been in immediate danger. Even though Requida's Inn was known for its strict confidentiality regarding its guests, there was no guarantee that it would remain so under these circumstances. Of course, we had the confidence to rescue her immediately if the worst happened. We had reassured her that everything would be fine before leaving, but it seemed she hadn't fully believed us. Syrian gently tapped Isha to wake her up. Isha, we're back. I wasn't sleeping. It's obvious you were. Such an awkward sight. Syrian looked at Isha with a blank expression, while Isha averted her eyes, embarrassed by the scrutiny. Come on. Let's get you changed. Isha followed Syrian more easily than she did me. It wasn't that she ignored or disrespected me after all, I was the one who had directly rescued her, and she clearly felt gratitude and tried to be polite. But there was a subtle fear in her demeanor, as if she found me difficult to approach. She tried hard not to show it, which made it hard for me to ask about it. Still, it was fine for now, as Syrian was taking good care of her. Even back at the castle, Syrian had always been good at looking after her younger siblings. Despite pretending otherwise, she had a caring nature. Isha soon returned in fresh clothes, and we laid the food we had brought onto the table. Isha nibbled on her sandwich, while Syrian and I, having already eaten on the way back, sipped tea with light snacks. Syrian had brewed the tea herself. She still wouldn't allow me to make it. Honestly, I didn't think there was that big of a difference. The only difference was that my tea lacked a bit of aroma and had a slightly bitter taste. But Syrian had the nerve to call it sewage water. Maybe next time, I should brew it and trick her into thinking it's from somewhere else. Even she wouldn't be able to tell the difference. After all, tea is tea, how different could it be? Even though Isha must have been hungry, she was only picking at her food. It looked like she had something on her mind. I waited patiently, and eventually, she opened her mouth to speak. I have something to confess. See, confess? Out of nowhere. Syrian jumped in surprise. Isha looked even more startled. No, don't do it? Absolutely not. Despite Syrian's outburst, Isha gathered herself and decided to continue. She hesitated, glancing nervously at Syrian, who was now avoiding my gaze, her face flushed. With a small nod from me, Isha found her courage again. I know a way to contact my father. Didn't you say all contact methods were cut off? I wasn't lying. All the usual methods we used within the guild were blocked. We don't even know how they were discovered, and most of the people who managed those communications are dead. Just 1 to 2 weeks before we arrived at Requida's, Crescent Moon was hit by a large-scale attack from the sewer rats. Isha's father, the guild leader, Russell, barely escaped with his life after suffering a severe injury from Milan. The guild itself had been decimated. Although some of the survivors might have gone into hiding, just as Isha said, all of the guild's communication methods had become useless. It was now uncertain whether the remaining guild members would even respond to a summons. Frankly speaking, the situation seemed hopeless. Syrian assessed the situation coldly. I don't know what methods you were using, but you'd better give up on them. Anyone who's been caught has probably spilled everything by now. I know. The captured guild members must have been tortured, and I'm sure someone has already talked. Yet you're still telling us this. That must mean there's another way, right? Yes. This method isn't one we used within the guild. While Crescent Moon was known as a guild that dealt in information, they also dabbled in assassinations. The difference was that Crescent Moon's approach was far more sophisticated than other organizations. They employed assassins with skills so refined that they were difficult to find anywhere else. This was all thanks to Russell, the guild leader. He had always kept his past tightly sealed, so even Isha didn't know what he had done or where he came from. But one thing was clear: he was a true assassin. In hindsight, it was only natural. In the novel, Isha had definitely been active as an assassin, and someone had to have taught her the craft. It definitely wasn't me or Syrian. It's embarrassing, but this is something I used when I fought with my dad as a kid. It's really personal, so no one else would know about it. I'm not even sure if my dad would still remember. As a child, Isha hated her training. From the simplest things like walking and breathing, to finding blind spots in human vision, and swinging a sword silently, every bit of training seemed to reshape her actions, making it grueling and utterly boring. At first, it wasn't too bad. She liked the praise she received from her uncles in the guild. They said she had talent, which motivated her. But motivation alone couldn't erase the pain. For some reason, Russell wanted his daughter to become the best assassin, but that was never Isha's dream. The reason she participated in the training despite hating it was that she had come to terms with the environment she was born into. In Requida's, weakness meant death. Especially for someone like Isha, whose weakness could also lead to the death of those around her. The stronger Isha became, the more brutal the training became. Her initial enthusiasm had long since died out. The only comfort she had left was one childhood friend. The exhausting days repeated endlessly, like they would never end until the moment of death. Eventually, one day, Isha's patience snapped. She decided she'd rather leave for some unknown place than live like this. And so, she ran away. She headed to a hill outside of Requitas, a place her mother, who had died of illness when Isha was young, had once told her about. It was her first time running away, so of course, she had no plan. When night fell, she was cold and hungry. Even so, she didn't want to return, so she sat crying in front of a snow-covered camellia tree. I've been looking for you for a while. You're too old to be throwing tantrums like this, you know. Why did you come? To scold me. I should scold you, but I'll put that off for now. Russell draped a thick coat over Isha's small body. Then, he wrapped his arms around her. For once, his tone wasn't harsh. His voice was soft and gentle. I think I've pushed you too hard. Has it been difficult for you? Yes. I don't want to train anymore. I don't want to fight and get hurt, and I don't like how the uncles look at me like I'm some kind of monster. They talked a lot that day. Isha had expected to be scolded, but instead, Russell shared a meal with her and spent time together. For the first time in a long while, Isha truly felt happy. The next day, training resumed as usual, but Isha could endure it, because of one promise. If the day ever came when she couldn't take it anymore, she would leave a message on the rock on that hill. And her father promised he would listen earnestly. The place Isha led us to was an untended field. There were a few small hills and the occasional flash of red camellia flowers. Camellias were Syrian's favorite. A flower that blooms even in winter. When they bloomed in the snow-covered garden, people in the castle would whisper that the flowers resembled the lady of the house. The Duchess used to watch the scene with satisfaction, and Syrian never shied away from the affection she received. In Raheim, there was never a winter garden without camellia trees. Remembering that, I picked a flower and handed it to Syrian. At first, she looked surprised, but soon enough, she broke into a wide grin. There's truth to the saying that women appreciate flowers as gifts. Raisin, do you know what the camellia flower symbolizes? No idea. Other than the famous ones like roses, I don't know any. Why, is it something strange? No, it's not strange. But I'm not telling you. If you're curious, find out yourself. Syrian was in an unusually good mood. She tucked the flower into her hair and wore a bright smile all the while. I'm going to keep this flower when we return. I'll press it and use it as a bookmark. I didn't realize you liked flowers so much. I thought you preferred trees when we were kids. Huh? Why would you think that? Well, you rarely went into the flower-filled parts of the garden. You always walked toward the trees. Even when we stayed in the cabin, Syrian had said she liked the scent of pine trees. That's why I always assumed she liked trees more than flowers, but her response to the camellia was surprisingly positive. Our garden was always filled with a strong floral scent. That's why I preferred walking along the edges where the trees were. You remember that? It wasn't that long ago. Hehe. True. Still, you deserve a reward for remembering. Come here. What I received was another camellia, just like the one she tucked in her own hair. She gently placed it in my hair, mimicking her own gesture, and for some reason, I felt embarrassed. With Syrian's soft laughter and smile, I didn't have the heart to take it out. As we walked a little further, the end of the hill came into view. There was also the camellia tree that Isha cried under as a child, and at the end of the path, a large rock stood. Though it was a massive rock, it was hidden between the trees, making it difficult to spot. Despite no markings to guide us, Isha found the rock with ease. It seemed her memories of this place were so vivid that she navigated it like it was her home. Even after all these years, nothing here has changed. With a fond touch, she removed the vines clinging to the rock. As the green stems fell away, the backside of the rock was revealed. There are a lot more plants now though. They've grown so much in the meantime. Plants grow endlessly unless you take care of them. Ah, is this it? Yes. It was our promise to write on the back. The rock is softer than it looks, so it's easy to carve. Just as Isha said, there were several inscriptions on the back of the rock, as though carved with a blade. The older carvings were near the bottom, while the newer ones were higher up. Could they have been carved as Isha grew taller? It felt like glimpsing pieces of her past. Isha's writing was crooked, complaining about how hard her training was, while Russell comforted her. Her handwriting was uneven, while Russell's was written in stiff, formal letters. When she wrote that she was lonely, he responded with, "Let's meet tomorrow." And when she mentioned her friend's birthday, he promised to prepare a gift. Russell must have been a stern father, just like mine. At the very top, the latest inscription caught all of our eyes. It had been carved recently. "I'm sorry. You must leave Requitas. I'll take care of everything. Dig beneath the rock." There had been a premonition. It seemed that Russell had thought of Isha's childhood memories first. We followed Russell's instructions and dug beneath the rock. There, we found an old wooden box buried underneath. It didn't seem like it had been placed there recently. It had been buried for at least 5 years, if not more. It seems this was planned long ago. Dad was always a prepared man. He must have anticipated something like this. Do you want to open it? If you're not ready, we can do it later, or you can open it when you're alone. No pressure. No, it's fine. I can open it now with you. With Isha's permission, the box was opened. Inside, there was a thick leather pouch, a map, a letter, and a worn necklace. The leather pouch was filled with the finest gold coins. It was enough money to settle anywhere, to live comfortably without working for the rest of her life. If she was frugal, it would last a lifetime. The map depicted the area surrounding Requitas, with a spot marked in red. It was far enough away that checking it out immediately wasn't possible. I wondered if it was the location where some important information was stored, but I had no desire to claim it. If she survived, she would one day rise to the rank of Swordmaster, and she was someone who would never betray until the very end. If we left on good terms, it would one day benefit us both. This necklace was my mother's. I remember seeing it when I was younger, but I haven't seen it since then. I guess he placed it here. You must have been close. More than with Dad. I cried a lot when she passed away. I was so angry at Dad because he didn't cry, just drank. Looking back, I was too harsh. It seemed that fathers everywhere were the same. They despised showing any weakness in front of their children. My father had been the same. My mother passed when I was young, yet he never once spoke of her. I'd heard he had loved her dearly. That old man had been just as obsessive about teaching me the sword. Looking back, it seemed like he believed the only thing he had to give me was the sword. Since the sword was his entire world, he wanted to give me everything he had. Russell's letter contained only a short message. Considering it had been placed in the box so long ago, there wasn't much else to say. I hoped you'd never have to receive this box. But if you've found it, leave far away. Don't look back. Even if you hate me, know that I love you. Dad. Isha bit her lip slightly. Her curled-up body seemed like it was either holding back anger or suppressing sadness. Only Isha knew which. What will you do? Sirian asked. He says you should leave Requitas. Are you going to do that? Can I even leave if I want to? If we help you, yes. It's not like they're maintaining the city walls properly. If we search, we can probably find a gap or two. The walls of Requitas were, in reality, practically useless. Though they may have been sealed up to prevent the sewer rats from finding Isha, Sirian, and I could easily help her escape. Even if anyone got in our way, I was confident we could eliminate them quietly. Helping Isha escape would be the last favor we could offer her. It wasn't that I had any affection left, but I just didn't want to see her captured by the sewer rats. That's all there was to it. If I'm being honest, Isha wasn't really necessary to us anymore. Given the message left behind, it was clear that Russell didn't plan to have any further contact with Isha. The meaning of "I'll clean up everything" was all too obvious. There were only two ways for the crescent moon to be cleaned up. Either the sewer rats all die, or Russell does. There was no need to guess which was more realistic. For now, we decided to return to the inn. Since the situation had changed, we started considering the option of tracking down Russell ourselves. But first, we had some business to take care of. Behind a small tree at the edge of the hill, where the moonlight barely reached, a faint shadow loomed. From the outside, the forest looked calm, with not even the wind blowing through, but I glanced over, sensing something different. From deep within, I could hear faint breathing. It had been following us since we left the inn. At first, I thought I would kill it after it reported back, but since it continued trailing us, I had ignored it. Now, as we were returning to the city, it seemed like a good time to get rid of it. Sirian, should we clean this up now? Let's. Killing it here means we won't even need to deal with the body. With her approval, I made a simple hand sign. The holy arts and abilities I possessed were far simpler compared to Sirian's. Maybe it was because my role as the protector was less complex than hers. She had to lead, while I only needed to protect her. Unlike Edwin, I couldn't teleport anywhere at will. That was a power only granted within the sanctuary. So, the abilities I received were mostly combat-related. For example, the most basic of them allowed me to temporarily create a weapon. A small amount of divine energy flowed out from my body. The divine energy gathered and solidified into a dark-colored spear in my hand. I wasted no time, throwing it without hesitation. The spear flew through the night and pierced straight through a tree. Thwack! A muffled scream was swallowed by the impact. There were two followers. The other figure, moving swiftly on the opposite side, opted to flee. Sirian took care of the other one. After years of working together, we didn't need to exchange a single word to coordinate. Her massive axe embedded itself perfectly in the back of the fleeing target's head. It was always impressive to see her accuracy. How do you throw it so well? I just throw it. TCH geniuses. Sirian's natural talent, discovered in the wilderness, was being put to excellent use. After she had more leisure time, she experimented with a variety of weapons: daggers, spears, throwing knives, but she always favored the axe. Apparently, it suited her best. Since she said so, who was I to argue? The axe Sirian used now came from a blacksmith in the barony of Isquint, where the border conflict first began. It had absorbed so much divine energy over time that it was practically a holy relic by now. The axe pulled itself free from the corpse and flew right back into Sirian's hand with a thud. The blood that had stained it was absorbed into the axe. I flinched at the sight. What the? Why is it drinking the blood? When we bought it, it had been just an ordinary axe. It was made of steel and wood, with no strange enchantments or magical properties. The only thing that had changed since then was the immense amount of divine energy it had absorbed. Watching the axe drink blood, though, was something I could not comprehend. This way, it even repairs any nicks or dullness in the blade. Pretty convenient, right? Well, yeah, but it's still kind of unsettling. Why? I think it's cute. Of course, it didn't look cute. It looked like a regular axe, a short-handled hatchet with a large, heavy blade. I was starting to worry about Syrian's taste. Maybe she had spent too much time on the battlefield. Perhaps I should try steering her toward a more girlish preference? I should start gifting her things like flowers or dolls from time to time. We checked the bodies of the spies but, as expected, found nothing of interest. They had been following us since shortly after we met Milan. Still, I had a pretty good idea of how things were going to play out on their end. We encountered two, and we killed two. Since no one made it back, they wouldn't know if we had Isha with us or not. Even if they did find out, it didn't matter. Whether or not Milan brought more of Kyrox's men, we would just track them down ourselves. I just wanted to make my job a little easier. It was about time we cleaned up this city and moved on. With that thought, Syrian and I returned to the inn, just the two of us. News came from that guy, Milan, first. The successor to Kyrox. He said he found our old comrades and told us to meet at the appointed time. And on the day of the meeting, as the sun began to set, I decided to help Raisin put on his armor. I told you I can do it myself. I saw what happened last time when you tried alone. Your shoulder guard came off. It's better if I help you than seeing you fumble with it. That was just a mistake. Who's to say it won't happen again? Raisin, you really need to be more careful. Armor wasn't designed to be put on alone. The armor we had wasn't any different, and Raisin didn't have a squire to help him. On the battlefield, there was always someone to assist him, but now it was just me. So, I had to do it. How can I ask you to do what a squire should be doing? What are you talking about? You're my knight, so it's my job to make sure you don't get hurt. Stop complaining and sit down already. Ugh, I'm sorry. I'll treat you to something later to make up for it. You better? I won't forget, you know. Yeah. It's funny how a few words like that can make you feel so motivated. I couldn't keep the grin off my face. I quickly averted my gaze, afraid Raisin might notice me smiling. But the excitement didn't last long. As I started dressing him in his armor, one piece at a time, the scars he bore began to surface in my mind. Here, give me your left foot first. Can't I at least do my feet myself? Left foot. Fine. There were burn scars on both of Raisin's feet. Once his socks came off, the reddish-brown marks would be clearly visible. I thought back to that battlefield where the enemy's magic rained down like a storm. The ground had melted and flowed like molten lava, and even just breathing felt like it would set our lungs on fire. In that searing battleground, we had to retreat. Raisin carried me on his back and ran across the inferno. By the time we successfully retreated, his boots, made from the hide of a magical beast, had melted. Of course, Raisin's feet didn't come out unscathed either. I had poured all the divine power I had into him until I collapsed from exhaustion, but the scars stubbornly remained. All those injuries should have been mine. Every wound Raisin bore should have been mine. They were either the injuries I should have sustained, or ones he wouldn't have suffered if it weren't for me. If he had left me behind and flown off, Raisin's life would have been much more peaceful, more comfortable. Maybe then those hard muscles would have relaxed a bit. Although, that would be a bit of a shame. He has such an impressive body. Raisin, relaxed and living quietly in the countryside. I can't really picture it. If he gained a little more weight on his face. That might be cute in its own way. It'd be fun to stretch out his cheeks. No matter what he looked like, to me, Raisin would always just be Raisin. Pfft. Did I get something on my calf? No, it's nothing. Pfft, haha. I couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. This isn't good. I need to focus. Each piece of armor for his legs was secured with leather straps and fastened with pins. I made sure to check every part, ensuring nothing was loose before I felt at ease. Raisin moved with such intensity that I had to be meticulous in dressing him. How is it? It's not too tight, right? Let me know if it's uncomfortable. No, it feels just right. Raisin moved his feet a few times to test it out. I was relieved. Though I'd only observed from the sidelines, I had worried whether I'd done it right. You're more skilled at this than I expected. Did you learn how to do it somewhere? It's not the first time I've seen you put on armor. I figured one day I might need to help. That's unlike you. Why are you stuttering all of a sudden? Shut up. A swordmaster's body isn't invincible. No matter how skilled Raisin was, there was always a chance that a stray sword or arrow could hit him. That's why we had this armor made to protect him from such mishaps. The metal plates of the armor were infused with divine silver, a rare metal that best absorbed divine energy. It wasn't as pure or solid as what other orders might use, but it was the best we could get at the time. I guess squeezing Baron Escant dry had its rewards. I never regret spending money on you. If it can reduce even one of your scars, I'll pay any amount of gold. I infused the armor with my divine energy, but because of Hubra's black-colored divinity, the armor had turned a deep black. Raisin didn't know it, but I had even inscribed blood symbols with my own blood on the inside of the armor. I truly poured everything I could into it. Most of the divine inscriptions on the armor were meant to support Raisin's abilities, but the symbol I carved was purely for protection. I didn't expect it to have miraculous effects, but I hoped it would offer some small help. How about your arms? Does it feel alright? The spot you're tying now, just a bit tighter. Like this. Yeah, that's perfect. I had been bedridden for a day after inscribing the blood symbols. The power I had drawn from my very life force left me weak, and I had to live off thin porridge for a while. Raisin thought I had caught a cold that day. It's fine. I can endure something like that. If you're hurt, I hurt too. If your body bleeds, I feel like tears of blood would stream from my eyes. Suffering for a day like that is far better than seeing you in pain. Now all that's left is the breastplate and the helmet. I'll put the helmet on myself. Okay, stand up, and I'll fasten everything. Raisin's body, his chest and back was covered with scars. They were from the times when I was at my weakest, the injuries he had received before we even reached the sanctuary. There was nothing I could do about the scars that had already formed. The only thing I could do now was to replace those painful memories with better ones. I promise you, I'll make sure you never regret choosing me. And, you better start catching on soon. You fool. Syrian. After fastening his armor, I gently kissed the back of Raisin's neck. My face felt warm from embarrassment, but it didn't feel bad. In fact, the slight burning sensation was rather pleasant. There was a lingering feeling of regret, but sensing Raisin's flustered reaction made me smile. I quickly grabbed onto his head, holding him in place, so he couldn't turn around. When a knight departs, the lady is supposed to send him off with a kiss. I read it in a fairy tale. Usually, it's done on the knight's hand. We already did that during your knighting ceremony. I wouldn't mind doing it again. Alright, I'll send you off that way next time. I liked how Raisin always played along, no matter how mischievous I was. Now fully dressed in his armor, Raisin looked even more imposing than the knights I'd seen in Reheim. With his helmet on, I couldn't see his face anymore. I wondered, if I kissed his helmet now, would he finally understand? The meeting place with Milan was in a secluded corner of Requida's red light district. It was a quiet area, far from the bustling crowds. The kind of place where a body could disappear without leaving a trace. We entered what seemed to be a long-abandoned restaurant. The guide glanced at me. I didn't expect you to show up in full armor. I thought I might need it. Inside the restaurant, a large table stood prominently in the center. There was no sign of Milan. If he had been here with me, things would have gone much more smoothly. Still, I had to make do and finish the task at hand. Needless to say, I've been told you have a job for me. If things go well here, you'll leave Requida's in one piece. If they don't, well, I'll have to kill you. No choice in the matter. Huh, I see. Well, good luck with that. The man guiding us gave a nod. His demeanor exuded confidence, almost overflowing. If only he could keep that up for long. I sat in the chair I was directed to. Across from me sat 4 men, waiting. No, counting the guide, it was 5. The last seat must have been his. As soon as everyone was seated, the conversation began. Let's skip the pleasantries. Let's hear the details of the job first. It's simple. Kill a few young nobles. They fled after things got complicated. Do you know their exact number? 4. Doesn't matter if you kill them all. No bodyguards, so just hunt them down and finish the job. I'll give you their location once you accept. As soon as I finished speaking, a sly grin spread across the men's faces. It was a look I'd seen many times before. Lust, greed feelings drenched in those base desires. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Yeah, this job must seem easy to them. Killing a few kids would feel like nothing. That's why they didn't hesitate to accept. Any other questions? Since you've asked us to kill unguarded children, the how of it isn't really the issue, is it? It's better we don't know too much, right? So, no questions, no reasons, and no traces, just kill them. There's a reason. We're getting paid, aren't we? Right. I understand how this goes now. I rose from my seat. The only reason I bothered with this tiresome act was to get to the bottom of one thing. How exactly did they plan to kill us? Maybe, just maybe, something had changed? No, it was pointless to dwell on it. Syrian. The weapon, please. Instead of a verbal reply, a massive sword dropped at my side. It was mine. Syrian usually held onto it for me. Syrian vanished in a cloud of dark mist, and I gripped the sword tightly. The men in front of me sighed, each one drawing their own weapon. Well, I figured it'd come to this. I may as well ask, what grudge do you have against us? Revenge. Huh. There are so many ways to die, huh? You didn't think we'd come here unprepared, did you? Blades surged toward me from all directions. Just as we had no intention of sparing anyone from the beginning, Milan didn't trust us either. I didn't know exactly how their conversation went, but one thing was clear, they were ready to kill us at any moment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden so many people in such a cramped building. It seemed like the entire building was designed as a trap. There were people hiding not just beneath the floor where I stood, but even in the ceiling. Old furniture and walls were rigged with various setups, designed for an ambush or to launch arrows at us. It was a clever plan. If you couldn't win in a head-on fight, setting traps like this was the right move. Yeah, everyone's got a solid plan until they get punched in the face. I kicked the table and scattered the 5 men in front of me for a moment. I kicked it too hard, shattering the table, but the impact was enough to send the 5 men tumbling away. I'd bought myself some time. First things first, let's deal with the ones hiding behind me. I glanced back and drew my greatsword. I readied myself for a wide slash. One guy hiding behind a pillar lunged at me with a short sword. As I heard before, there were plenty of ways to commit suicide. You idiot! Do you think you can swing that thing in a cramped space like this? I pulled it out because I can. Big weapons usually suffer from spatial constraints. We were in a cramped, complex indoor space, and naturally, pillars and other obstacles stood in the way of my sword's path. For a normal swordsman, the moment their blade hit a pillar, it'd stop with a hard thunk, halting the attack. And once that happened, it was over. With both attack and defense stopped, only death awaited. But I wasn't an ordinary swordsman. Kraeok? My blade tore through everything in its path as if grinding them to dust, without a trace of sword energy. I could feel the resistance from the obstacles, but the sword never stopped moving. The eyes of the suicidal fool widened in shock. I granted his wish, and his bisected upper body rolled lifelessly across the floor. I won't use sword energy. There was no need for it. If I used sword energy, I could slice through everything like tofu, but for now, my holy power alone was more than enough. More importantly, it wasn't time to reveal my sword energy in front of others yet. A well-fighting mercenary and a sword master carry vastly different reputations. If word got out that a new sword master had emerged, even the imperial family wouldn't stay idle. That would throw a wrench in our plans. Besides, if they run away scared right from the start, it'll be annoying. These guys seemed like they'd put up a decent fight. Especially the first 5 I encountered. Their movements were solid, and I liked the way they tried to exploit weaknesses. Even for me, slashing through obstacles slowed my sword down. A weapon as heavy as a great sword inevitably had large, sweeping motions. If I missed, the other side would get an opening, which could turn into a vulnerability. Judging by their movements, it seemed like they were trying to guide my attacks toward the walls or pillars. Were they trying to force a two-way choice, relying on their numbers? Their intentions were obvious. Then again, it was the most effective approach they could think of. I admired the effort, so I decided to play along. You're as skilled as they say. Your reputation precedes you. Do you think I'd only live up to my reputation? But do you think you're the first mercenary in Requitas who thought they could rely on their skills and rampage? My greatsword scraped along the wall as it rushed toward them. A high slash aimed at chest level. Most of them dodged out of its trajectory, but one of them ducked underneath. He must have thought it was hard to change direction with such a heavy weapon. A sharp decision. Mana shimmered around his sword. It wasn't sword energy, but it looked like he was enhancing the sharpness and durability of his blade. For any other swordsman, this would have been a perfect chance to exploit, and even for me, that attack could have landed. It was what you'd call a perfect counterattack. But it was a fatal mistake. Once again, I wasn't an ordinary swordsman. I stopped my swinging sword with sheer force and shifted its trajectory. The man let out a short sigh, sensing his impending death. Ha! My sword came crashing down, and his body was gruesomely split apart. The impact of my greatsword cracked the wooden floor beneath it. His body, now beneath the shattered floor, found its grave in the rubble. It seemed I had taken too long to finish him off. My lengthy series of movements had left my right side vulnerable. They weren't going to let this opportunity slip. I had expected that much. I left it open on purpose. Well done. There was no time to retrieve the sword for a counterattack. In that case, I would slowly retrieve the sword with my left hand while defending with my right. I lunged forward, swinging my right arm out forcefully. My hand connected perfectly with the enemy's head. Crunch. His skull caved in, and his already ugly face became even more grotesque. I had to catch the body with my hand before it flew away. What kind of strength is that? Thanks for the weapon. I'll put it to good use. The man, now missing half his face, no longer needed his longsword. Gratefully, I accepted his gift and drove it into the floor beneath me. Blood and unidentifiable chunks of flesh stuck to the blade as it pierced the wooden floor. One more to the side. It took less than 3 seconds to clean up the 2 on the floor. Now that things were cleared below, the ceiling was next. The sword wasn't particularly great, so I just threw it up to handle the enemies above. Still, there was some use left in the corpse, so I grabbed its neck. A gush of blood poured out, seeping into the gaps of my gauntlet, warming my hand. I splashed that blood in the face of the enemy in front of me. For just a brief moment, his vision was obscured. It's hard to maintain an attack when you can't see, and a split second was all I needed. You're such a generous friend. Don't you think? I hurled the body forward, charging in with my full weight. With my height and heavy armor combined, I delivered a substantial mass-based assault. The angle was perfect, as if guided by luck. The man crashed into his companion behind him, and my sword swept through them in a horizontal arc. 2 down. 2 weapons left. 2 enemies still on the ceiling. The numbers matched up nicely, so I sent them all off to Habraz together. The sword I threw had knocked down part of the ceiling, and 3 bodies came crashing down. Your words are slowing down. But is it just a coincidence that you're the only one left alive? The last one standing was the guide. The one who had been running his mouth the entire time. There were a few others behind the wall and in the next room, but I didn't need to worry about them. I don't understand. What do you gain from this? I already told you. Revenge. And I've already gained plenty. But what for? No matter how much I think about it, we've never had any dealings with you before. Kyrix was involved. He looked confused, as if this wasn't his problem. He probably thought that since it was Kyrix who took the job, it didn't concern him. But he had it all wrong. He wasn't the unlucky one. In fact, he was lucky. He should have been dead long ago, but he was still alive for now. I know 2 people who wouldn't rest peacefully as long as scum like you are alive. I'm just cleaning up so nothing like this ever happens again. Cleaning up? What right do you have to do this? You've sure gotten talkative now that you're about to die. Since when did this lawless zone care about rights? There are some things you can never forget. For example, the sight of Tyrion with blood spurting from his neck. It must have been around here. His neck had been sliced about halfway, and blood was gushing out in torrents. I couldn't be bothered to draw a dagger. I tore into the man's neck with my fingers, ripping it open, just as Tyrion had been injured. No more, no less exactly as far as Tyrion's wound had been. It was a meaningless act of revenge, but it made me feel a bit better. I heard a familiar sound from the adjacent room. Footsteps I recognized. Looks like you're done here. Syrian glanced at the dying man. She didn't linger. Just like one wouldn't stare at trash on the street for too long. It's all clear on my side. I also killed one who was trying to escape. Did I miss someone? Well, not really. He was outside from the start. I didn't think that far ahead. That's why I say you lack attention to detail. Had we cleaned up all traces of Kyrex? I wasn't certain. Millen didn't trust us, so he might have set us up using whoever he thought was expendable. We'd figure it out as we went along. If there were more, we'd just clean them up too. Why don't you check those bodies? There's probably some money on them. How do you know? They didn't come after us for no reason. Millen must have paid them off to take this risk. Then we should spend that money on something nice. Just as Syrian had suggested, I searched the bodies and found a pouch of gold coins. It wasn't as hefty as the one Isha had received, but when it came to gold, the more the better. I pocketed the pouch, and when I looked up, Syrian was already approaching me. Hold still for a moment. Where she had gotten it from, I didn't know. Her small hand wiped the blood off my armor with a cloth. It was going to get bloody again soon anyway, but I kept quiet, knowing she wouldn't appreciate being interrupted at a time like this. Do you think Russell will make a move? We can only hope. If he doesn't act while we're shaking things up, then when will he? I'd like to keep Russell alive if possible. Are you still against it? Not sure. He's not exactly indispensable. Honestly, it'd be easier to deal with if Isha were the only one left standing. Once we cleaned out the sewer rats, naturally, wolves would gather to fill the power vacuum. We weren't planning to leave Requitas unattended. We had no intention of letting go of this money stream. The idea was to establish an organization and use it as a straw to siphon Requitas dry. Syrian intended to put Isha at the head of that organization. With Isha indebted to us, she'd serve as a figurehead while we absorbed the remnants of the crescent moon. We'd send in our people to seize control behind the scenes. That was the plan. For Syrian, Russell was unnecessary. Russell was already a skilled leader. He could rebuild the crescent moon without our help. If that happened, our cut of the gold would be significantly smaller. But if you really want to save Russell, go ahead. You're much more important to me than he is. Trust me just this once. I've got a good feeling about this. When have I ever not trusted you? Up until now, I haven't been able to fully utilize the information from the original story. As someone who was reincarnated into this world, it was like I had failed in my role, but there wasn't much I could do. The events in the original novel were still years away from happening. The heroine, Elise Asterisk, hadn't even crossed over into this world yet. Right now, she was probably living somewhere in modern-day Korea, supporting her younger siblings. It was impossible to meet the characters connected to her at this point, and the path ahead of us remained uncharted. All I could do was look far into the future and make rough guesses. During that time, Syrian and I had certainly done our best. Looking back, there wasn't much more we could have done to get better results. But despite all our efforts, we seemed to be following the exact plot of the original. If we had made even a small mistake, we wouldn't have been able to keep up with the original's pace. Now, to change the flow, giving our best wasn't enough. Something had to change. Russell's name had never been mentioned in the original. There was a high probability that he died this time too, just like Tyrion and Hina had. But what about Isha? It was something I found out later, but Isha had become one of our closest confidants, both to me and Syrian. There was no doubt that this bond was formed during our time in Requitas. Even so, I couldn't throw away our plans just to save Isha. No matter how we felt, the cleanup of the sewer rats had to be completed. We needed to have at least a rough idea of the location of their base. In the process, it was inevitable that we drew some attention from Millen. On the day we parted ways with Isha on the camellia-covered hill, Russell had told Isha to leave, but Isha chose to stay in Requitas. We couldn't help her any further. By then, Millen's eyes were already on us. Even if we had shaken off the tail, it was impossible to continue looking after Isha. The danger was one thing, but we also had the goal of eliminating the remnants of Kyrex. Kindness had its limits, and it had to end there. But is this really enough? There were only a few years left until the story of the original began. If things didn't change soon, all that awaited us was tragedy. That was something I absolutely could not allow. I didn't want to die. And, of course, I didn't want to see Syrian die either. At this point, Syrian was more precious to me than my own life. Even the smallest change in the flow could bring about a better outcome. Hadn't we suffered enough? There was no need to endure another tragedy like the one at the cabin. Then, my eyes fell on the sword hanging at my waist. It wasn't anything special, but it had been used for so long that my divine power had soaked deep into its blade. Syrian could track her own divine power. I couldn't intentionally leave traces of mine like Syrian could. But if it was power that was already imbued into the blade, couldn't I track it as well? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Russell had a gut feeling. To be more precise, he couldn't help but sense it. I see this as an opportunity. What do you think? I agree. The officer nodded. He had served Russell for a long time. They usually saw eye to eye, and today was no different. Tonight seemed especially chaotic. It wasn't unusual for the nights in Requitas to be noisy. In fact, a quiet night was more out of place in this lawless zone. A city of luxury and indulgence. Just as bright lights cast deep shadows, Requitas had a dazzling night alongside its darker side. But tonight's disturbance was different. Instead of desires and pleasures, blood and death swept over the city. There were no flirtatious moans from women, only horrific screams echoing through the streets. Are you going to make a move? I must. If we miss this chance, there might not be another. You're still not fully healed, though. Even at my best, I couldn't compete with that knight. A soft chuckle followed. It was the officer's laugh. That much is clear. Isn't it time to retire? I'm not that old yet. I can already see gray hairs. Quite a lot of them, too. An unknown knight was ruthlessly destroying the sewer rat's base. It was an extremely violent and crude method, one that Russell could have never imagined using in his entire life. Yet, he couldn't deny that the method was effective. The knight, clad in black armor, charged into the building's outer wall. Aside from the entertainment district, most of Requitas' buildings weren't particularly sturdy. And the place the knight attacked was a den where the sewer rats gathered to smoke drugs, a shoddy hideout, to say the least. The wall crumbled pathetically, granting the knight easy access. Strange, unreadable symbols glowed blood red on the knight's armor. Wielding a massive sword surrounded by a crimson aura, the knight unleashed unstoppable violence, turning the interior of the building into the same blood-drenched hue. It took only a few minutes for one of the sewer rat's strongholds to be reduced to ruins. At this point, Russell wondered if calling this creature a knight was even accurate. It fought less like a human and more like a beast. Its overwhelming strength and destructive force took the lives of anything that stood in its way. Death, or perhaps murderous intent, had taken physical form and wielded a sword. That's what it looked like. And that blood-red glow. Russell felt an ominous dread from the color. Yet, somehow, it also seemed divine, though he couldn't understand why. Could such terrifying power truly be holy? It was hard to believe. Has the world ever seen such a foreboding form of divinity? I'm not even sure if that's divine at all. Honestly, I feel the same. All the knowledge I've accumulated now feels as fragile as a sand castle. Still, none of that mattered. The identity of the knight or the nature of his power wasn't important. Russell was someone willing to sell his soul to the devil if necessary. They say the enemy of your enemy is your ally. And if that ally is this powerful, Russell was more than ready to welcome him with open arms. Russell raised a red flag atop a rundown building, and the officer lit it on fire beside him. It was the signal to launch the counterattack. He didn't know how many members of the Crescent Moon Guild were still alive. The odds were likely grim. And even if they survived, there was no guarantee they'd answer this call to arms. In the worst-case scenario, Russell might be the only one charging into battle. His officer had no talent for fighting, after all. I'll be off, then. Yes. Please return safely. Even so, Russell strapped two swords to his waist. He no longer placed much value on his own life. There was no hesitation in his quick steps. One of us, either me or Millen, has to die. This was the last thing he had to do as a father. If Russell died, Millen would stop pursuing Isha. The person who held the dangerous information would be gone, and Millen would have no reason to waste money and time searching for Isha. On the other hand, if Russell killed Millen, Isha would no longer be hunted. He wasn't sure how far that knight would go in tearing apart the sewer rats. Maybe the knight's goal was only to destroy a few bases, or maybe he intended to kill Millen as well. However, Millen was a cunning man. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would likely hide in a safe place to wait out the storm, just as Russell had done before. That might buy some time, but time was just that, temporary. Unless Millen left the Empire entirely, his claws would eventually reach out again. There was no real peace in that. I couldn't even love my daughter properly after all the effort of bringing her into this world. It was all because he was lacking, because he was foolish. In Russell's mind, he was a broken man, capable only of killing people and gathering bits of profitable information. Anything else seemed beyond him. He shouldn't have trusted himself. They say that a truly foolish man doesn't even know he's foolish. That fit him perfectly. Looking back, it had been a simple, misguided thought process. Even to him, Requitas was a dangerous place. Weakness meant death, and so he had been harsh with Isha. He feared that if he showed her too much affection, his daughter's heart would grow soft. How could he have been so foolish? It was, of course, utter nonsense. All are just excuses. The truth was, he simply didn't know how to love. When his wife was alive, he thought everything would be fine. He assumed she would be the one to be a good parent. But eventually, Russell had to face the harsh truth that he had been too incompetent to even protect his own wife. After her death, it had been easier to be a strict father than a good one. It was a pathetic and cowardly escape from reality. He had sworn never to make the same mistakes again, yet here he was, repeating them. If there was one thing Russell had done right in his life, it was not turning away from his daughter's desperation. When Isha ran away, he searched for her like a madman. And when he finally saw her, crying under the camellia tree, his heart nearly stopped. He should have realized it then. He should have taken one more step toward her. Instead of waiting until she was at her breaking point, he should have told her he loved her every now and then, whenever it crossed his mind. Maybe that alone could have made a difference. Russell regretted his past deeply. I'm renaming Ellis to Elise as I think that Elise would be more correct spelling. Any other suggestions are also welcome. Do share them in the comments. The dust I had swallowed made my throat itch. Even after opening my helmet and spitting, I still felt something stuck inside. This was one of the side effects of tearing down buildings. I'd been roaming around in areas thick with drug smoke, with dust swirling all over the place. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked Syrian for some water before she left. By now, our dear Saintess is probably cleaning up the ruins I left behind. I should also ask her about those red symbols on the armor. When the sudden red light flared up on my armor, I was more than a little startled. I thought it might be an attack I wasn't aware of, so I hastily gathered my divine energy. Luckily, these red letters were protecting me. It was probably something Syrian had prepared. I saw her startled expression when we briefly crossed paths. Even she hadn't expected it to glow like that. Now, to everyone else, I must look more like a villain. But, who cares? As long as the armor is sturdy and moves well, that's all that matters. Run. Run for your life. No. As time passed, more people ran as soon as they saw me. Since our goal mine and Syrians wasn't just senseless slaughter, I didn't chase them down relentlessly. But if they were too deeply intoxicated, reeking of filth, or dared to come at me, I showed no mercy. Mullet flowers are a poisonous herb by nature. If poisoned, you experience mild delirium and hallucinations. The drug the sewer rats refined from it is just as addictive as modern drugs. A swamp you can never escape from. The addicts here weren't even trying to climb out, they were sinking deeper without a care. That made them easy to distinguish. No matter how brave a warrior is, they'll retreat when the odds are clearly stacked against them. But those high on drugs? They charge in without thinking. My greatsword sliced through the swamp. Bodies bloomed like flowers across the filthy ground. How many have I killed? Quite some time had passed. I had already destroyed the hideout Syrian found. I'd even tracked down those who fled, but now, there was nowhere else to go. After causing this much chaos, it was strange that Millen hadn't shown himself. Could he really be hiding, planning to stay out of sight? Just when my nerves were about to get the best of me, I faintly sensed my divine energy from afar. The sword I had passed on to Isha had been drawn. The location wasn't too far, nor too close. Found you? Those sewer rats really lived up to their name. The place where my divine energy surged was near the sewage where the waters of Requitas converged. The closer I got to the sewers, the more competent enemies appeared. Those who knew how to handle a sword, or the beast mercenaries Millen had hired, showed up. Among them was a bear beastman who recognized me Vester. Apparently, I had earned his grudge. From my blind spot, a wolf hidden around the corner lunged with its claws out. At last, we meet, you filthy human. Have we met? I don't remember you. The gate of Arctania. You dare pretend not to know my brother. Sorry. Honestly, I don't remember. I've killed my fair share of beastmen, after all. Still, I respected his right to revenge. At the very least, I was willing to give him a proper fight. Besides, even if I walked away, he'd probably chase me down to the end. I blocked the incoming claws with the blade of my sword. There wasn't an opportunity to cut through completely. Great swords, for all their power, are fairly useless in close combat. The movements are too large, leaving plenty of openings. I pushed him back with the blade I had used as a shield to create some distance. Could my armor withstand the beastman's claws? I estimated the odds, but they didn't seem favorable. His claws were too sharp to test without risking too much. The sharpened aura surged toward me again. It seemed this beastman was more skilled than the brother I had apparently killed. No matter how hard I racked my brain, I couldn't recall any wolf beastman that stood out. Gra, I am from the forest Clawtry. I don't need your full introduction. The only tricky part had been his first attack. Now that I knew his position and had adjusted my distance and stance, there was no reason to hold back. With a mighty swing, my greatsword cleaved the wolf beastman in two. Despite its many drawbacks, there's a reason people use heavy weapons. Most can't defend themselves against my greatsword. I stepped over the wolf's corpse and kept moving forward. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I cut through the enemies as I advanced, but I had arrived too late. As soon as I spotted Millen, I thrust my greatsword at him, but his reaction was quick. A powerful shock rippled through the flat of my blade as if he was trying to knock it away. I retrieved the sword and stepped back. Millen glared at me coldly. Ha, you've finally crawled your way here. Don't say it like that. I've always intended to take your head from the start. Go ahead, try it. In fact, I welcome it. Once I kill you all here, I won't have any more headaches in the future. You've got a lot of nerve for someone who's been hiding in fear. I scanned my surroundings. Isha was unconscious, lying sprawled on the ground, and a man with ashen hair stood guarding her. That must be Russell. With the same hair as Isha, he was easy to identify, but Russell was in terrible shape. It seemed like he should have been knocked out of the fight a long time ago, but he was forcing himself to keep going. His body was covered in blood, and his arm was twisted grotesquely, nearly torn off. Even if things went well, it seemed unlikely that his arm could be saved. His breathing was labored, and every exhale was mixed with pain. He'd clearly coughed up blood several times already. There were still droplets falling from his mouth. Russell looked at me, his lips moving as if to speak, but no sound came out. I stepped between Millen and Russell. Take your daughter and leave the way I came. When you come across a silver-haired woman, politely ask for help. Isha will know what to do. I didn't look back. I vaguely saw Russell gather up Isha, but that was it. Millen was not the kind of opponent I could afford to lose focus on. I see you're not asking if I'll let them escape. I'll just kill you and chase after them. Millen's weapon was a pair of knuckles. Blood-stained metal glinted from his clenched fists. The power from his strong physique was evident, as the force of his punch earlier had been no joke. Without a weapon, his offense and defense were more fluid, and he was faster than he looked. His abilities didn't seem to be as flashy as fire or ice. If they were, I would have seen the evidence in Russell's wounds. There had been no reason for him to hold back until now. Something definitely felt off. The more we exchanged blows, the more I sensed something strange. Is he moving a beat faster? Reacting to my attacks was perfectly plausible. When humans move, there are always signs, and I'm no exception to that rule. Especially with a weapon like a great sword, which doesn't allow for much finesse. The problem was that it didn't seem like Milan was reacting to me. It felt like he already knew what I was going to do. Instead of reacting, it was like he was countering, as if he had the answer sheet right in front of him. Because he could read my intent so clearly, I missed several chances to strike first. Had I lost the psychological battle? No, that wasn't quite it. Milan thrust his fist toward me but then quickly withdrew. Had he followed through, I could have grabbed his arm. Yet, even though I hadn't made a move, he already knew what I was planning. The only result was that it delayed the timing of my next sword strike. I had to lower my left arm slightly to block Milan's punch. The impact left a stinging sensation. Still, my defense wasn't too bad. Milan had come in too deep. No matter how well he could read my moves, it wouldn't matter if he couldn't avoid my strikes. At this rate, I could cut him in half with my greatsword. As my blade rushed toward Milan, a powerful shock struck the blade without it hitting anything. The trajectory twisted, and the sword missed its mark. That left my defense wide open. In an instant, I felt another blow hit my left arm, and Milan's fist was suddenly right in front of me. Guh. A clean hit. His punch landed squarely in my solar plexus. The impact wasn't something I could ignore, even through my armor. So that's why Russell had been so thoroughly beaten. I could taste a bit of blood in my mouth. My insides had taken some damage. I can't understand you, Milan sneered. Do you really think you can run rampant in Requitas and get away with it? You think I jumped into this massive business without any powerful backers? And you think I came to this stinking city just to kill a few people for fun? You're a real joke. Milan clearly thought he had the upper hand. Thinking he was winning, his tongue got looser. All he'd done was land one decent hit, and he was already running his mouth. He didn't realize he'd just revealed his hand. That last attack had shown me exactly what his ability was. I wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Let him keep talking. As someone descended from the people of Islandia, I wasn't one to lose in a battle of words. Pointing my greatsword at Milan once more, I shouted. This is a request from Baron Eskent, 3rd Commander of the Northern Front. He asked me to clean up the trash-selling drugs behind the front lines. Looks like you're first on the list. It all began with a trivial incident. A minor incident where a mercenary in the conflict zone caused a ruckus within the camp. It wasn't uncommon for mercenaries to be unruly. They were people who lived with death on the line. It would have been strange if they weren't rough. Fights often broke out as they tried to establish their own pecking order. So, when Baron Eskent first received the report, he simply laughed it off, thinking it was no big deal. But when that ruckus led to murder, he could no longer laugh. When Baron Eskent found out the cause of the incident was withdrawal symptoms from drugs, he deemed it a serious matter. His efforts soon bore fruit. He uncovered the culprits secretly supplying drugs within the camp. That day, the 3rd Commander of the Northern Front executed no less than 27 men. There was no mercy. All 27 heads were put on display as a warning. You idiot. You should have known your limits. Did you really think the commanders would sit idle while drugs spread all the way to the front lines? Milan glared at me as I spoke. That's how it was. Just like Crescent Moon had become a thorn in the noble side due to its excessive growth, the sewer rats had crossed a line at some point as well. It was only natural that the drugs they dealt had made their way to the front lines. Greed always leads to ruin. Just as Crescent Moon fell, the sewer rats met a similar end. It's fine for mercenaries to indulge in alcohol and women. Those two were practically considered virtues among mercenaries. Alcohol, if used well, could boost morale, and women didn't distract them during battles. But drugs were a different story. A mercenary high on drugs was useless in battle. And the mullet flower was known for its severe withdrawal symptoms. A drug addict was nothing more than a ticking time bomb, liable to cause problems at any moment. Fortunately, the situation at the time was manageable. We had a long-standing grudge against the sewer rats, and we had the strength to deal with them. No matter how long the internal feuds of Requitas had been going on, there was no way even a master-level knight and a saintess combined couldn't resolve this. In a way, it was almost inevitable that this issue would fall into our laps. Milan took a few steps back. He must have known by now that Syrian and I had already destroyed their base. With their foundation ruined, they wouldn't be able to operate in this city any longer. It doesn't matter. Even if I fail this time, I'll just come back and start over again. I've always done better the next time. You think there'll be a next time? You're going to die here. Milan seemed hopeful, but I had no intention of letting him walk away. I had to kill him here and now. Letting someone with powers like his sharpen a blade of revenge against me was not a pleasant thought. It was an incomprehensibly precise and swift prediction. A blow dealt without any forewarning. Even Edwin, the seasoned sword master, couldn't pull off something like that. How could the mere leader of a gang in Requitas manage what even a guardian in the sanctuary couldn't? I could say for certain it was impossible. Milan wasn't someone to be underestimated, but he was nowhere near Edwin's level. If he had such skill, he would have been living as a master-ranked fighter in the Empire by now. He can see it. He's seeing my future moves. If Milan's ability was tied to time, and he could see the future, then his movements made sense. Looking back, the attacks I couldn't avoid were all ones where his fist had touched me once before. It was likely a form of replicating the same attack. He probably couldn't use it too many times. If he could, he'd have just repeated the same blow indefinitely earlier. It was a meaningful ability when I didn't know about it. But a mere trick is still just a trick. The path I've walked wasn't so easy that it could be destroyed by such shallow tactics. Even if he sees it, if I make it impossible to dodge, if I make it so he can't react, it'll be over. A sudden thought crossed my mind. There are no witnesses here. Should I use my sword aura? If I struck with power that couldn't be countered, this fight would end easily. Whether I used an overwhelming force or my sword aura, the result wouldn't be much different. But I decided against it. Even experiences like this would help me grow. I needed to become stronger than the original story. As a miracle-born sword master, every bit of combat experience was valuable to me. And an opponent who could read my moves and respond? That made Milan an excellent sparring partner. Kook. As expected, you're not much of a fighter, huh? You arrogant bastard. I thrust my great sword, imbued with divine power, straight toward Milan. Of course, he dodged to the side, but I let go of the sword, using the same forward momentum to throw it. The heavy sword crashed to the ground with a loud clang. Right now, something faster and lighter than a greatsword would suit me better. Two longswords lay on the ground where Russell had dropped them earlier. With his arm in that condition, he must have left them behind to carry Isha. I spread divine power to retrieve the two swords, then began slashing at Milan alternately with them. I'll show you that dual-wielding wins sometimes too. What are you talking about? There's something like that, you idiot. If the enemy could read my intentions, then all I had to do was change my intentions. A strategy that anticipated the opponent's response from the start. A feint that could target a vital spot at any moment, a well-honed strike that would suddenly transform into a trick and vanish. Illusions of real and false moves shattered like glass. Read me all you want. There's no way you can react to every possible move, out of the tens, hundreds, or even thousands of possibilities. The skills I've accumulated won't betray me. Even in the smallest movement of my feet, or the way I grip my sword, there was intention behind every action. Until now, I've focused on destructive power because it matched well with my sword aura. It wasn't because I lacked confidence in technique or strategy. I gave up on landing the first strike. Instead, if Milan dodged, I chased him down relentlessly. If he tried to counter, I twisted my sword in reverse grip to parry and launch a counterattack. The swords in my hands whirled with endless variation. This is fun. You crazy bastard. Are you enjoying this? Of course. Why wouldn't I? An enemy who could read all my moves? How could I not be thrilled? Defeating him would mean my swordsmanship had reached a level where even someone who could foresee the future couldn't handle it. Yes, a sword master should naturally be capable of that. Milan's fist grazed the side of my helmet. I could hear the sound of the wind as it passed by, that's how close it was. As I narrowly dodged, my blade surged toward his arm. I twisted the reverse grip back to normal and aimed for his forearm. Even though the swords weren't mine, they felt like they'd been with me for decades. At this point, it felt like any sword I picked up would feel the same. It was as if the sword had been part of my body from the beginning. From the slightly off-center balance that had been present since its creation, to the grip of the hilt and the shape of the blade. Everything, down to the trajectory cutting through the air, flowed into my mind. Gah! It hit. Finally, Milan bled for the first time. The sword had only grazed his arm, but now that I had landed a hit, I could do it again. Faster. Sharper. So fast he wouldn't have time to think of countering. At some point, the battle between Milan and me ceased to be a contest. I was attacking endlessly, and Milan was just desperately dodging and blocking. His face began to show signs of panic, anger, and even a little fear. My sword left another wound on Milan's body. This time, it was his thigh, and the cut was deeper than before. I feel like I can do it now. I could sense the sword moving the wind. It was something Edwin could do, but I never could. It was the most frustrating part during our training. I always used a bigger sword, but Edwin had the advantage of distance by sending blades of wind. How do you do it? You just feel the path of the sword. Once you sense it, you'll naturally figure out how. It's like pushing force into empty space. You'll understand once you try it. Back then, I thought he was spouting nonsense. But now, I think I finally understand. I slightly twisted the path of the sword, tearing the air roughly. The sword's sharp aura pushed force into the empty space. Following the clean stroke, a blade of wind rushed forward sharply. So this is how it feels. What was that just now? Just be grateful. You've helped me quite a bit. Milan lost his right arm. The wind I sent had severed Milan's arm and continued on, carving a long scar into the wall. That was the end. With a fatal injury, Milan's movements slowed. In an instant, my sword stabbed and slashed all over his body. Once I had completely neutralized him, only the finishing blow remained. My sword, without the slightest hesitation, sliced through Milan's neck. Naturally, the dead don't utter last words. Now that this is settled, I should go back to Syrian. Russell. Was it because of my age, as the officer suggested? My legs felt heavy. I hadn't walked much, yet I was already drained. I had allowed Milan too many hits. There wasn't a single part of my body that wasn't battered. I staggered as if I might collapse at any moment, and my head throbbed. It felt like the vibrations from my footsteps were rattling my brain. My vision had already passed the point of being blurry, it was darkening. Even so, I couldn't afford to fall, because my young daughter was on my back. Look, Isolate. Our daughter resembles you so much. She won't listen, no matter what I say. Once again, she's causing me endless worry. I had no idea how far I had come. It felt like only a few minutes had passed, or perhaps it had been drifting for countless hours. When I regained my senses, I saw a girl dressed in black sacred robes. Beneath the veil covering her head, vivid silver hair caught my eye, along with blood-stained gloves and an axe in her hand. Take your daughter and leave the way I came. When you come across a silver-haired woman, politely ask for help. Isha will know what to do. She was a strikingly beautiful girl at a glance. Her long silver hair exuded nobility, and her crimson eyes radiated an otherworldly aura. The axe in her hand was a bit unsettling, but not as much as her emotionless gaze. There wasn't a trace of emotion in the way the girl looked at me, like she was staring at a pebble by the roadside. The girl, who had been mechanically raising her axe, flinched when she saw me and lowered her arm. That night had mentioned Isha's name. Could they have met before? Whether it was coincidence or not, my body had reached its limit. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to my knees in front of the girl. Luckily, I didn't drop Isha from my back. Please, help me. You must be Russell. Yes. Don't worry about me. Please help Isha first. I should promise her a reward. My words were stuck in my throat. What could I even offer right now? Nothing came to mind. At that moment, a wave of eerie killing intent washed over me, then vanished. Startled, I looked up at the girl, but the aura I had felt was gone, and she had already stowed the axe at her waist. The same divine aura I sensed from the night now enveloped the area. It was unsettling, yet somehow comforting. Perhaps noticing my unease, her cold voice echoed again. I know you're nervous, but lay Isha down on the ground. It's natural for you to feel uneasy. That's just how this divinity works. I'd like an explanation, just a little. This divinity isn't for the living. It's only natural for life to fear death. Unless you're that curious to hear more right now. No, I'm not. As soon as I laid Isha down, the girl placed her hand on my daughter's forehead and radiated her divinity. It was far more overwhelming than anything I'd felt from other priests. Only then did I feel relieved. I silently watched Isha's face. As the divine power flowed into her, her breathing became calmer. Even the occasional pained moans seemed to ease. Seeing her like this always tore at my heart, but now I felt a bit of peace. You were like that too. You never listened to me. Not even at the end. You have no idea how much you broke my heart. I couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment towards my late wife. Yet I was still the same lacking and foolish. Even now, I was so glad to see my daughter's face. Though my heart ached, I was secretly happy. I was as spineless as a child. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd seen her sleep so peacefully. Even though we lived so close, I realized I hadn't even cared this much. I should have stroked that forehead one more time. At the very least, I should have made sure she didn't feel lonely. As a father, I've done absolutely nothing. What was I clinging to all this time? I wanted to brush away the hair stuck to her cheek, but I was afraid could I even dare to touch her now? A few minutes later, the priestess girl stood in front of me. Her gloved hand once again held the axe. I had managed to sort through things in my mind to some degree. The murderous intent she had briefly shown me, the axe, and the situation we were about to face in required as everything became a little clearer. It seems I'm of no use to you after all. That's right. I didn't really have any reason to keep you alive. Plus, I don't like using divine power meant for my night on someone else. It's fine. You've saved my daughter. You can take this worthless life of mine as many times as you need. I don't need it. I don't want to lie to my knight just because of you. Her voice was cold. Except when she mentioned my knight. The sweetness practically dripped from her words when she said it, even though she had just casually let it slip from her lips. It made sense. This young lady must be quite caught up in her romantic affairs. Then it happened. The girl grabbed one of my arms and lifted it. It was the arm that had been mangled by Milan. I'm going to cut it off. What did you just say? I said, I'm cutting it off. If you keep this attached, you won't survive. Her axe moved without hesitation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As I retraced my steps, I soon encountered Syrian's divine aura. The thick darkness that had been looming vanished as soon as I stepped into it, like a light dissipating. All that remained were crimson lanterns. I followed the flickering lights ahead of me. There were many bodies along the way. Some were killed by me, but a few had taken their own lives by stabbing themselves in the neck. I thought I'd cleaned things up thoroughly, but it seems I missed a few. Maybe that's why Syrian always scolds me for being careless. Syrian, over here. Her voice came from a bit of a distance. It seemed she had hidden away as soon as she ran into Russell. Isha was sound asleep, and Russell lay on the ground, having received only the simplest of first aid. One of Russell's arms was lying on the ground nearby. It must have been beyond recovery, so they'd cut it off. That makes sense. If they had left it attached, it would have drained his divine power and endangered his life. How are they? Neither of them is in any mortal danger. They'll just have a rough time recovering. If they're alive, that's good enough. Russell had survived. I had saved someone who was supposed to die in the original story. It might seem like a small difference, but I was quite pleased with how things had turned out. For the first time, I had caused a distortion in the original plot. Who knows what effect Russell's survival will have on the future? It won't necessarily be a positive one. Now that Isha has some peace of mind, she might not become a sword master like in the original. As Sirian mentioned, we didn't really need Russell. I had already accepted the small cost of keeping him alive. But living humans are unpredictable. And there's no rule that says things always have to turn out for the worse. We had become Russell and Isha's benefactors, and while others might, Isha wouldn't betray us. I was already looking forward to what kind of change this small distortion would bring. Sirian patted the spot next to her with her palm. It seemed like she wanted me to sit, so I did as she indicated. Let's rest a bit before we go. There's no rush anymore. Okay. No sooner had I sat down than Sirian stood back up. She glanced beside my helmet and furrowed her delicate brow. What's wrong? Did you get hurt? No. Not really. Not really. It looks like you did. Take off your helmet. Despite telling me to take it off, Sirian reached over and removed the helmet herself. Her eyes, filled with suspicion, stared at me intently. Then she brought her finger to the corner of my lips. Come to think of it, Milan had landed a hit on me during the fight. I tasted blood in my mouth, so it must have dripped outside. How did she notice something even I'd forgotten about? Her worried expression suddenly crumpled. I knew it. Sirian's hands came down to punish me. She pinched both of my cheeks between her fingers and shook them back and forth. Ow, ow, that hurts? Hurts so much? Ayak. You come back all cocky, but you're injured again. And to top it off, you lied about it. If I just eat well and get a good night's sleep. Ugh. Ayak. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Sirian, now thoroughly angry, violently shook my head. My pinched cheeks stung. Somehow, this hurt even more than when Milan had landed a blow on me. Lately, Sirian's hands seemed to be getting harsher and harsher. Where had the delicate young lady who used to throw soft punches in the cabin gone? I really missed that version of Sirian. Only after tormenting me for a good while did Sirian finally let go. I felt divine energy flowing from her fingertips, so my body was probably healed, but oddly enough, I hurt even more now than before the healing. My cheeks were burning. Let's rest a little longer, then head back. We need to see Baron Escant. Weren't we originally planning to rest for a few more days until someone came to clean things up? That was the plan, but I think we need to meet him as soon as possible. Did something change? You were right about saving Russell. I thought at most he'd have a few dirty secrets about the central nobles, but it turns out to be far more than that. I thought it was just a small twist in the story, but it seemed a much bigger crack had formed already. Count Ilorin is colluding with demons, and Russell has the proof. Northern Front, 3rd Commander, Neola Escant. A young man in his mid-20s with striking looks and a perpetual, charming smile. Known more commonly as Baron Escant than by his name or title, he liked to call himself a small-minded person. He never explained why, but people speculated that it was due to his lack of ambition. Outwardly, he seemed entirely unburdened by any grand dreams or goals. A man who believed in protecting what he already possessed rather than coveting more. Though not lacking in ability, he was easily content and quick to settle. His actions were casual, and his words carried little weight. You really went through a lot. Both of you? It's worth entrusting things to people you can rely on. Thanks to you, the whole region around Requitas is in an uproar. The rumors are flying thick and fast. Rumors. They say the gods sent a demon to purify Requitas? People swear they saw a monster from hell ripping throats out with a crunch, breaking bones as it fed. Did you really do that? Should I demonstrate right here? Haha, let's hold off for now. Surely there are tastier things to devour than a scruffy guy like me, don't you think? In your honor, a meal is ready for you. I even hired a new chef this time, so I'm sure the Lady Saintess will be pleased. However, his true worth only became apparent when it came to protecting what he cherished. Because he valued what he had, he cared deeply for those under him. Light in words and action, he was sharp and flexible, ready to adapt at any moment. The Baron of Iron and Gold. The true face of Baron Escant was a monster curled up in the paradise he'd built. With a beaming face, the Baron led us to his mansion. Though a commander on the front line, or more accurately, a nobleman, he was light-hearted and approachable in manner. Hey, Jackson. How's business today? What did you think? As you can see, just a bunch of flies buzzing around. That won't do. Hand me an apple, would you? Here you go. The fruit seller tossed an apple, which the Baron caught smoothly with both hands, flipping a coin from his pocket. Would you like an apple? I buy from him all the time. He's got a real eye for picking fruit. Sure, just cut me half. Here you go. I'll have the other half myself. Sirian bit into the apple. The crunch echoed, and her pretty eyes widened. This is delicious. It's so sweet, isn't it? Make sure to drop by before you leave. It's too good to waste. Raisin, try it. It's really good. Fruit is best enjoyed as dessert. Hurry. Seems you're not listening to me, but that must mean it's that tasty. I'm glad. Eventually, I ended up accepting the apple Sirian offered. It was as sweet and flavorful as the Baron had promised. As the three of us finished our apples, we arrived at the Baron's mansion. It had no sense of strict formality but retained a lively atmosphere. The expressions of his staff were far more relaxed than in most noble households. When the Baron passed by, rather than giving him a formal bow, the gardener simply nodded with a smile. Welcome back, my lord. The chef is waiting for you. We'll head there now. Good to see you both again. Please take care of our lord. Even as we walked down the hall, the Baron didn't stop chatting. Before we even sat down, we'd already heard his latest news. You will be shocked by the chef's skill this time. I found him on a recent trip to the capital. His cooking was so memorable, I kept going back the whole time I was there. You were in the capital. Yes, I only returned a few days ago. I left the day after entrusting you with the task. The capital was as impressive as ever. Every time I go, the view seems to change, but of course, my territory is still the best. You usually look like you're about to die when you leave the estate. Did you actually enjoy yourself this time? Oh, don't get me started. It was exhausting, as usual. The capital's packed with old men who raise hundreds of vipers in their stomachs. I thought I'd suffocate. The Baron waved his hand dismissively but continued to shower endless praise on his territory, saying how the water outside tastes different or how it lacks the scent of life. Even if exaggerated, he never told outright lies. The meal he had meticulously prepared was so luxurious that even Syrian was left wide-eyed. An array of delicacies from mountain and sea was spread across the table. Now, please have a seat. Anything's easier to deal with over a good meal, wouldn't you say? It had been a while since I'd seen it. Syrian, smiling happily while eating. Amazing? This fish has no odor at all. It must have been a long journey to get it here. How did you manage? As expected, the Lady Saintess notices such things. That's what makes our chef remarkable. He brings out the natural flavors of every dish while removing any flaws. The roasted turkey is good, too. All I taste is butter and herbs, and the aroma is perfectly balanced. The texture is tender. Haha, that's our chef's signature. I was so taken by his cooking that I pleaded to hire him exclusively. To think someone of his talent had been hidden away until now is absurd. The two of them were fervently assessing the food. As for me, I wasn't exactly a gourmet, so I simply enjoyed it as a particularly delicious meal. It was great simply to eat as much meat as I wanted. The drink was also well balanced, with a perfect mix of sweetness and tartness. Honestly, it might have been even better than the juice I drank in modern times. It seemed like it was made from a blend of cranberry and something else, though I couldn't be sure. I'm hardly a refined palate. After thoroughly enjoying a long and happy meal, the servants cleared away the remaining dishes, and we waited for dessert. Now that we had a moment, it was time to discuss business. Syrian spoke up first. How's the front line these days? Feels like we've been away from the gate for quite a while. It's calm. The newly appointed second commander has been working tirelessly, so things have been quiet. Thanks to him, it's been nothing but peace on our end. That's a relief. The Baron might not be able to return to the front for a while. What? That sounds unsettling. What do you mean by that? Didn't we just clean up the mess in the rear? Here, take a look at this. Syrian handed over a document written by Russell himself. It was something like a report, detailing the dealings with the Count Aloran and the activities of the Crescent Moon Group. The main focus was on the point at which they discovered the Count was colluding with demons. As soon as he read the first page, Baron Eskin's expression darkened. His ever-smiling face turned pale, and his hands holding the document began to tremble. Where did this information come from? Who's the source? How reliable is it? If you keep reading, you will see it's quite convincing. The source is coming in person, so you'll meet them soon enough. As for reliability, well, I don't think they have any reason to lie to us. If the Lady Saintess says so, then it must be almost certain. As the Baron continued reading, the life seemed to drain from him. He looked pitiful, unable to even touch the dessert prepared by the chef he'd praised so highly. In the end, Baron Eskin tried to escape reality. Proof? We need proof? No matter how trustworthy the Lady Saintess may be, for something this serious, we need solid evidence. We're already securing that proof. We parted ways north of Requitas, so it should arrive in 3 or 4 days at most. It'll come under the name Russell, so inform the guards in advance. The Baron was utterly defeated. He stared blankly at the ceiling, as though his soul might drift away if Syrian waved her hand just right. The statement the Count Aloran is colluding with demons wasn't just a matter of an internal betrayal. The Northern Front's army was simple in structure. Commanders like Baron Eskin managed the defense on a regular basis, and if things got too intense for them, the Count Aloran would step in. Structurally, the Count was effectively the Baron's superior, and this superior had taken a strong disliking to Baron Eskin. In fact, it seemed he'd held a grudge for quite some time, but now he was actively colluding with the enemy to have him killed. If Baron Eskin wanted to survive, he'd have to alert the central government to this fact and remove Count Aloran from power. One of them was bound to die. It had become, quite literally, a duel to the death. Evidence. What am I supposed to do if the evidence arrives? What do you mean? You'll have to figure that out. How can you say something so heartless? Lady Saintess, aren't we seated at the same table here? Are you really going to turn a blind eye to my crisis and hardship? Who said I'd ignore it? Syrian replied casually. Just confront him head-on. Aik? I'm trying to avoid that? Count Aloran is a grand noble someone leagues above the likes of me. The last dessert served was a pudding filled with fruit. Syrian's face lit up as she took bite after bite of the pudding. Do you want to have mine, too? Is that okay? I'm not really craving sweets right now. Then, yes, thanks. She wore a bright smile. Seeing her that happy made it worth giving up the pudding. Meanwhile, I gnawed on a bit more meat to fill up, while Syrian was lost in bliss, savoring her pudding. The Baron, on the other hand, was still swimming in a sea of despair. Should I first recruit some of the more amicable nobles? But then, How many nobles would actually oppose Count Ilorin? Baron Escant was often considered a maverick in noble society. Up in the northern front lines, commoners who achieved great feats in battle sometimes became nobles, and some of the more established aristocrats didn't take kindly to this new class of nobles. Count Ilorin, it seemed, felt these newcomers were a threat to his position. Well, it wasn't entirely baseless. If the northern commanders gained more influence, Count Ilorin's voice would indeed diminish. The former Count Ilorin, my grandfather, didn't seem to care much for these power struggles, but it seemed this generation was different. After a long silence, Baron Escant suddenly let out a wail. Oh, heavens! Why have you burdened me with such trials? I can't see anything. My future is pitch dark, not a glimmer of hope. I'm doomed, I'm bound to die like this. If you're not eating, I'll take yours, too. Absolutely not, Saintess. I'll eat it right away. Tisk. Syrienne clicked her tongue. She must have been eyeing the new dessert all along. It had been a while since I'd seen her indulge her gluttony. I suppose I'll give it some more thought. Eventually, a good idea should come to me. How much does Count Ilorin know about this? Hard to say. It's pretty clear he knows about the leak. So, the rest is uncertain. Still, thinking that we might have been blindsided sends chills down my spine. That's quite an unexpected gain. If you're that grateful, then perhaps. No, I told you, I'm eating it now. But I did secure that book you asked me for last time. Consider that my thanks this time. Baron Escant rejected firmly, quickly devouring his pudding, as if worried it might actually get taken. Though, I doubt Syrienne would go that far. The Saintess pursed her lips and popped a grape into her mouth. Too much greed will get you punished. I'd rather not hear that from you, Saintess. Sir Raisin, are you heading straight to the training ground? Unless something comes up. Is Sir Malin there? Yes, he was there before I came to greet you. Now that we've finished the meal, shall we meet shortly? Saintess, please follow me. I'll be back soon. I waved goodbye to Syrienne and headed toward the manor's backyard. Syrienne Islandsia. After sending Raisin off, I followed Baron Escant to the study. He often went out of his way to obtain books I needed. There was a history book I'd requested earlier, and he managed to get it sooner than expected. He mentioned it might take a few more weeks due to its rarity, but Baron Escant could always find a way if you pressured him enough. As we walked down the long corridor, I noticed it was unusually quiet. Then, his chatty mouth opened again. Saintess, I'm curious about something. What is it? How far have things progressed with Sir Raisin? What? Baron Escant looked at me as if he couldn't understand my reaction. I was utterly flabbergasted. Shouldn't I be the one feeling embarrassed here? What nonsense are you spouting all of a sudden? Well, isn't it obvious? Normally, you'd have to mind others, but this time it was just the two of you heading to Requitas. Are you telling me nothing progressed there? Progressed? What are you talking about? Seriously, Saintess? Did nothing happen at all? You went to Requitas with a man, just the two of you, and you're saying you only worked? Aren't you interested in getting closer to Sir Raisin? Get closer? Shut up. I glanced around hurriedly, but luckily, there was no one nearby. If even a single servant overheard this conversation, I'd have to eliminate everyone for the sake of my honor and dignity. How could he say something like that without even batting an eye? I was so embarrassed, I didn't know where to look. Maybe I was wrong to tolerate this guy. I should have just ignored him, no matter what happened to him. Making a deal with Count Ilorin would have been better. Do you seriously have the time to worry about things like this, considering what happened earlier? Oh, come now, that's that, and this is this. There's no point in brooding over something that won't be solved just by worrying. I'll just sit at my office desk and think it over properly when the time comes. Ugh, you're insufferable. So, do you need my help or not? But, Baron Escant was my ally. Since he'd noticed my feelings with that sharp intuition of his, he had subtly been lending me his support. The fact that I liked Raisin was supposed to be an ironclad secret. How in the world did he figure it out? In any case, I was in desperate need of help right now. I'd even borrow a cat's paw if it could help me. Well, it's not like nothing happened. Finally, at last. What if someone hears you? Do you think I'd be that careless? There's no one around here, I assure you. So, care to share what happened? Of course, no need to be too specific. Haha, I'm not that shameless. Shameless? Is there really anything shameless about this conversation? Anyway, I was glad to have a chance to boast a little. I'd been itching to share this. I reached out my wrist toward the Baron. It was almost disappointing that he hadn't noticed this yet. Look at this bracelet. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, yes, it's, quite a lovely bracelet. Not all jewelry needs to be covered in expensive gems to be valuable. It suits you very well, doesn't it? You really have an eye for things. Raisin got it for me as a gift. I think he bought it while I was busy picking out clothes. I see. For some reason, the Baron's energy deflated visibly. But that was none of my business. Raisin's bracelet still sparkled on my wrist, and I loved the way it gleamed. Honestly, it was the perfect bracelet, something that had become my solace whenever I had a moment to myself lately. So, did you and Sir Raisin kiss? Kiss? How improper. So, I guess you didn't. I figured as much. Not surprised at all. Raisin and I are not in that kind of shallow, vulgar relationship. It's much, much more. So, you don't want to. Ugh. And just like that, I ended up imagining it. My face burned, and I rubbed my face with my hands to cool down. I couldn't get any words out. If I said anything wrong now, I might just bite my tongue and look like a fool. Even I understood the basics of relationships between men and women by now. It was impossible not to, having spent so much time among rough mercenaries. I'd even witnessed a kiss or two in real life. So, would I someday kiss Raisin, too? Lips meeting lips, pressing against each other as if to devour each other, glistening with a hint of slickness. And then, maybe I'd even feel his tongue. Eek? No, not yet. Whoa, what on earth were you imagining? Shut up. It's all your fault for saying those useless things. Ouch. Not the shin. That really hurts, you know. Even after hitting the Baron's shin 5 times, my anger didn't subside. Watching him hop around, clutching his leg, only irritated me further. Ow, I'm bleeding here. I was only trying to help out of pure goodwill. This is too harsh. The only thing too harsh here is that mouth of yours. Try saying something out of line one more time, and I won't let it slide. Hiss. Understood. I may have been a bit too hasty. I underestimated the strength of your bond. After giving the Baron a beating, my pounding heart finally started to calm down. Raisin was probably out there swinging his sword without a care in the world, completely oblivious to the trouble I was going through. Just thinking about it made me feel slighted. I'd make sure he gave me a shoulder massage later today. The Baron, who had been clutching his leg for quite a while, finally managed to stand up again. When we arrived at the study, there was a luxurious-looking book placed on the shelf. The Baron handed it to me with a smug smile. By the way, Saintess, it's not like you have much to do for the time being, right? You've got some time to kill until that informant arrives. True, I'll need some time myself. I can't finalize my next moves until I've sorted everything out. He was right. The Baron would need to assess his connections and tally up any funds he could raise from the merchants. All of that would take quite a bit of effort. It wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. As for me, this was probably my most relaxed time. Now that I'd informed the Baron, the matter with Count Ilorin was halfway out of my hands. It's not like I had absolutely nothing to do, but I definitely had some spare time. So, you're asking for help. Of course, I'll need the Saintess' help eventually, but that's a conversation for a few days from now. For now, why not take this opportunity to enjoy the festival here in my territory? A festival? Here. The harvest is over, and the front lines are quiet. If not now, then when? I'd say it'll probably start tomorrow. The Baron leaned in closer. Even though there was no one around, he lowered his voice as if he were about to share something important. Well, about this festival, Sir Malin was a seasoned old knight. His prime had long passed, and it was a time when it was a relief that things hadn't worsened further. He still boomed with a loud voice, claiming he was hale and hearty, but, in truth, he had already stepped back from the front lines. Without his armor, wearing ordinary clothes, Sir Malin looked like just another boisterous old man. Yet, the passage of time hadn't diminished his worth. An old knight who had survived countless battles in his youth. He was a man whose life was an embodiment of experience, beyond just the usual scars. Baron Escant had employed him as the territory's training instructor, and he had much to teach me in swordsmanship as well. Ho ho ho, you've improved since I last saw you. This old man's hands might not be enough now. You flatter me, sir. I still have much to learn from you. Huh? Even just hearing that makes this old heart happy. So, each time I visited Baron Escant's land, I'd request a sparring match with Sir Malin. He was always willing, and sparring with him benefited me in many ways. I could rely on him to respond predictably, a textbook example of technique, so to speak. Especially impressive, the unorthodox moves. Have you found some extraordinary partner recently? I met a good opponent. Ha ha ha. Ah, youth. I envy you. That last move, in particular, was sharp. Hard to counter. Let's go a bit longer. It's been a while, and I'm enjoying this. Alright then, I'll go first this time. How long did we exchange swords? Eventually, we concluded a satisfying session. I could see my improvement and noted a few things to work on. After bidding farewell to Sir Malin, I noticed Syrienne on a bench beside the training grounds, flipping through the pages of a book. As I approached, she glanced up, closed her book, and smiled a crescent moon smile. All done. Yeah, I think that's enough for today. You worked hard. Want some water? I fetched some earlier. Sure, thanks. I'll drink it gladly. Syrienne truly knew me well. Just in time, I was feeling parched, and I gratefully took the drink. Once I finished, my eyes landed on the book she had been reading. On the wine-colored leather cover, the title read A Study on Ancient Religious History and the Paradox of Divinity. It was a title I knew I'd never have any reason to touch. Curious about the content. A little, but I don't really want to read it. It's pretty much what the title says. It's like this: if the light in the world becomes too strong, everyone would go blind, right? Then no one could see the light. That's the paradox, but it's not all that important. Syrienne giggled and pushed the book aside. Her hand naturally pulled me closer, and I followed, sitting beside her. Once seated, I realized we were quite close. Our arms were touching, sharing a bit of warmth. Syrienne's body was still warm. Isn't the training tiring? You never skip a day. It's something I've always done. You need to keep at it if you want to improve. To me, that's impressive. I hated studying in the castle every day. I would have rather played with you than done boring studies. And yet, you worked hard too. There wasn't much else to do. When I was younger, Syrian often visited the training grounds to watch the knights. She never got too close, just silently watched from afar before leaving. I hadn't known it then, but she'd done it because she wanted to spend time with me. I realized now how oblivious I'd been. So, that's why you always lingered near the training grounds. Why yeah, you saw me back then. Of course, how could I not notice you? I just thought you came out of boredom to watch. I see, so you were watching me back then too. Syrian mumbled softly, a small smirk tugging at her lips. She suddenly seemed to be in a much better mood. Her head leaned slightly and rested on my shoulder. Her radiant silver hair brushed against me, tickling lightly, and her soft cheek settled on my arm. Her fingers traced small circles on my knee, brushing back and forth. Hey, did you hear? They're holding a festival here starting tomorrow. I heard a bit from Sir Malin. Really? There'll be lots of delicious treats and interesting sights. The Baron sounded pretty confident about it, said he invited many merchants. I glanced at her, subtly watching her expression. She wasn't looking directly at me, but I knew exactly what she was hoping for. Her flushed cheeks, her gaze averted to the side, her lips opening and closing as if unsure what to say. I wasn't oblivious enough to miss this. She was expecting me to ask. Syrian could be shy at times, so it felt right for me to suggest it. Would you like to go together tomorrow? I'm curious to check it out. Yes, let's go. I heard they have bread with plum jam. That's something I must try. Then we'll each get one. You love plums, after all. I'm already looking forward to it. It seemed I'd given the right answer. I felt her cheek move a little against my arm, twitching as if in joy. She probably thought I couldn't see her expression, but when Syrian let her guard down, she could be utterly endearing. She seemed to know quite a bit about the festival, too. Baron Escant must have been eager to tell her all about it. He was a man overflowing with pride in his land, so he probably couldn't contain himself. Syrian, while pretending to be indifferent, must have listened carefully. Shall we take a walk? I'd like to look around the village. They must be preparing for the festival now. The village was already brimming with the festive atmosphere as soon as we arrived at the outskirts. Though everything wasn't fully set up, the excitement filling the entire village was enough to make it feel as if the festivities could start any moment. Various stalls were being arranged from the village entrance, and I saw numerous merchants, just as the Baron had promised. A large stage was also being set up, probably for some performances. Since we were near the front lines, there were many mercenaries and soldiers roaming around. Among them were followers of Hubras, distinguished by their lantern-shaped pendants. Some recognized Syrian and greeted her. Lady Saint? Thank you so much for last time. Thanks to you, my friend was able to rest peacefully. I was simply doing what was necessary. I'm glad you were able to find peace in your heart as well. Lady Saint, I'm not well versed in prayer or anything, but could someone like me join the faith? Prayer is about your heart. If you carry a sincere heart, the form isn't what matters. If you'd like more guidance, the temple priests would be happy to help. The Hubras doctrine was popular among soldiers near the front lines. For those constantly facing death, having someone who could provide a proper burial was naturally reassuring. The promise of leading souls to peace in the afterlife was also an appealing aspect. For the faith, the battlefield was an opportunity to spread divinity, making it a mutually beneficial relationship. This is why the Escant territory, near the front lines, even had a Hubras temple built here. The Baron of these lands showed respect, as the saintess of this faith was regarded at a noble level in the empire. For now, the Baron didn't know that Syrian was a direct descendant of Ilencia. After exchanging greetings with those who recognized us, we walked through the bustling street preparations until we reached the village center. The center, having completed its preparations, was unexpectedly quieter than before. A large stack of logs arranged like a bonfire drew our attention. It was obvious what those logs would be used for. Look at that. On the last night, they're going to light a huge fire. Do you remember? We used to make bonfires outside the cabin and have fun. Those were such good times. Wasn't it just because we could play outside at night? Well, to me, nighttime was like the end of the day. It was the first time I realized that quiet, empty time could be enjoyable. Yeah, I enjoyed it too. We'd shout in excitement about going home, dancing offbeat, and Tyrion, who only drank orange juice, acted like he was tipsy. Yes, he did. Do you remember the promise the four of us made? How could I forget? Tyrion had made a bold promise. He said that when the four of us Syrian, Tyrion, Hina, and I met again, he would grant a wish for each of us. Caught up in the atmosphere, Syrian added her promise as well, saying she would grant a wish too, though it seems unlikely now. When I think about it, in all my first memories, you, Raisin, were always there. We were childhood friends. And now I'm your knight. Of course. You are my knight. You have to stay by my side, always. Syrian wrapped her arms around mine. The warmth from her body and her soft touch made my heart race. It felt like lately, the physical distance between us had grown closer and closer. Even though the other two aren't here, you're still the most precious person to me. Well, I feel the same way. I'm happy to hear that. Then I'll keep my promise, too. With her gloved hand, she gestured toward the pile of dry logs. Come here with me on the last night, and I'll grant your wish. I couldn't sleep well that night. The face of Syrian, smiling as she promised to grant my wish, lingered in my mind. The more I tried to shake it off, the more it stirred unease within me. That dazzling smile. The sunlight streaming down as she held my hand, guiding me forward. And those eyes, as if waiting for an answer. My thoughts grew so tangled that I found myself running laps around the training ground late into the night. It was only after exhausting myself that I could finally clear my mind of such needless musings. Regardless of my restless night, time marched on, and the day of the festival arrived. The village, brimming with anticipation since the day before, was bustling with cheer. Merchants, their wagons piled high, shouted loudly to promote their goods, and the fragrant aroma of delicious food lured passers-by. The streets were festively decorated, appearing both quaint and vibrant. Just as the Baron had boasted, it felt alive with the spirit of the people, a sight that wasn't unpleasant. Raisin, let's start over there. I want to try that. Syrienne couldn't hide her excitement, her voice filled with joy. It seemed I was the only one still caught up in last night's conversation. Through the crowded streets, Syrienne moved ahead of me, pulling me by the arm. It felt strangely out of place to follow her lead like this. I had always thought of myself as the one standing guard in front, but at times like these, simply keeping up with Syrienne felt overwhelming. I wasn't oblivious. At some point, I had noticed that Syrienne's feelings toward me had grown beyond mere childhood friendship. But I couldn't help hesitating. The girl I had grown up with. Someone I felt responsible for protecting. To share romantic feelings with her felt like a transgression. Moreover, Syrienne hadn't had the chance to experience other relationships. Wasn't it possible that she simply had no one else to project her emotions onto but me? If Syrienne had walked the grand path of a duke's daughter as she was meant to, she and I would never have come to this point. So, if I were to selfishly accept Syrienne's feelings without hesitation now, wouldn't that mean I was taking advantage of her circumstances? I couldn't allow that. I couldn't stain our journey with such selfishness. This must be it. The bread with plum jam. It looks pretty, so round and neat. Shall we try one each? Yes, 2 of these, please. The bread Syrienne had eagerly anticipated was more of a pie than a bread. It was a small tart-like dish baked in the shape of a tiny plate, filled with plum jam. Though its appearance was a bit rustic, it could easily pass as a tart. As soon as we received the plum jam tarts, we each took a bite. The sweetness was almost overpowering, a flavor so intense it was nearly violent. Syrienne, chewing happily, looked at me with sparkling eyes. She pointed at the tart with her finger and spread her hand wide open. She says it's delicious and wants 5 more. Haha, thank you. I handed over the money to the vendor and received a paper bag. As I considered taking out another, I noticed a crumb lingering on Syrienne's cheek. Unaware of it herself, I supposed it fell to me to brush it off. When I brought my hand close, her lovely face turned to me, curious but waiting. As I flicked the crumb away, my finger brushed against her lips. They were soft and slightly damp. For a brief moment, Syrienne blushed and averted her gaze. I, too, felt too flustered to look her way, so I took the lead and walked ahead. It was easier to carve a path through the crowd from the front, or so I told myself. We walked the streets in silence for a few minutes. Raisin, come here for a moment. Try this on. Curious about what she was up to, I turned to find a street vendor selling headbands with animal ears. Syrienne picked out one with cat ears and placed it on my head, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what's this? Why does it suit you so well? Hey, this is embarrassing. What is this? No, don't take it off. It looks great on you. Just keep it on for a bit longer. Fine, but then you have to wear one too. What? Thus, I ended up wandering the streets with cat ears on my head, while Syrienne donned fox ears. Whenever one of us tried to take off the headband, the other would fiercely object, leading to a battle with no winner. Or perhaps, I was the winner all along. After all, animal ears on a guy like me held no particular charm. But Syrienne's fox ears? That was an entirely different story. The large, fluffy white fox ears blended perfectly with her lush silver hair. The tips of the ears drooped slightly, complementing her flushed face in a way that was downright devastating. If it meant seeing her like this, enduring my embarrassment was a small price to pay. Our playful argument continued even through lunch, only coming to an end when we commissioned portraits from a street artist. Hihi, this is amazing. How can they draw it so accurately? For once, I felt grateful to the original author. After all, artists sketching portraits on the spot didn't exist in this era. It was a detail added solely for the date scene between the protagonist and the crown prince. And beta. We were simply reaping the benefits of that added world building. We waited patiently, sitting for about 30 minutes to an hour. Once completed, the artists framed the portraits in wooden frames. Syrienne, brimming with excitement, tipped them generously and hugged the frame tightly to her chest. We decided to exchange the portraits. I received the one of Syrienne, and she took mine. In her portrait, Syrienne wore a bright smile, her gentle eyes crinkling into a soft crescent shape. Look at this. The eyes are just like yours. Especially here, this part is perfect. Really? I've heard people say they look too sharp. Who said that nonsense? They clearly lack taste. Next time someone says something like that, I'll set them straight. We stopped by the Baron's manor to drop off the portraits. After admiring the newly tended garden and napping on a bench together, we returned to the festival, which was still in full swing. As evening approached, the atmosphere seemed to grow even more lively. The scent of alcohol began wafting through the streets. At the heart of it all was a performance that had just begun. Raisin, over there where the crowd's gathering, doesn't it look like the show's starting? Looks like it. Let's go before it gets even more crowded. The stage we'd seen the day before was indeed prepared for performances. By the time we arrived, clowns were already performing tricks atop giant balls. Their antics were surprisingly gripping, teetering on the edge of falling but never quite losing balance. Syrian, especially, clenched her hands tightly whenever it seemed like they might fall. Which meant, at that moment, Syrian was holding my hand as we watched the performance. Her innocent eyes were fixed on the stage. At some point, I found myself watching Syrian more than the show. Her lips parted slightly, then closed again, as exclamations of "oh" and "wow" slipped out repeatedly. Her smile was radiant pure, like the one she used to wear back when we were at the castle, before heading to the cabin. She still had that smile. Somehow, it made my chest feel warm. Raisin. Do I have something on my face? Huh? Oh, just a little dust. Really? I thought you were staring. Well, go ahead and brush it off for me. Hold still. I must have been staring at her without even realizing how much time had passed. Awkwardly, I brushed away some non-existent dust with a flimsy excuse. Syrian blinked a few times before pulling something out of her pocket. It was a piece of candy. Without warning, she popped it into my mouth. A burst of grape flavor spread across my tongue. That candy's really good. I figured you'd regret it if you didn't try it. Thanks. Haha, you can finish it before you talk, you know. After the clown's performance, a band took the stage. Various instruments were set up, and soon the music began. It wasn't the subdued kind of music you'd hear at a high society ball. It was fiery and lively. Some of the songs were ones I'd heard before, tunes meant to encourage listeners to dance. Clearly, this setup had been intentional. There were no chairs near the stage, just a wide open space. Before long, people around us began pairing up and dancing. Syrian had always loved music and dance. Even back at the cabin, she'd often sing to herself, and at the castle, her talents had been the subject of gossip among the maids. I remembered the night we'd lit a bonfire. Syrian had danced joyfully then too. A bonfire. As my thoughts began to wander again, Syrian suddenly leaned into my view. What are you thinking about? Nothing much. Really? Then are you just going to leave me here? It's the gentleman's job to ask for a dance, you know. I'm probably rusty. It's been so long since I last danced. Since when have we cared about things like that? Syrian giggled, brushing it off easily, yet her gaze lingered on me, expectant in a way that felt like silent urging. Ask her to dance? What should I even say? At the cabin, it was simple. We'd just grab each other's hands and move however we wanted. But we weren't children anymore. Syrian had grown into a proper lady, someone who could be addressed as such. I didn't want to treat her carelessly. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't come up with the right words. In the end, I found myself uttering the most cliched, overused, and embarrassingly corny line imaginable. Would you honor me with this dance, my lady? With pleasure, my knight. I never imagined it. That I would feel nervous about moving my body. It wasn't as if this was my first time dancing, nor was it my first time with Syrian as my partner. I, too, was raised in a noble household. Even as the son of a martial family, dancing was considered a basic skill. Whether or not I cared for it, I had always assumed I'd attend social events at least once. And yet, every nerve in my body was on edge, afraid I might misstep, afraid I might make an embarrassing mistake. At least for this moment, I couldn't afford such blunders. I wouldn't let this moment be ruined like that. My eyes followed Syrian's every movement. The gentle rise and fall of her arms, like a bird's wings. The deliberate, easily followed steps. Even the playful flourishes and subtle changes in direction, everything drew my gaze. Each time Syrian moved, the distance between us closed and widened like a tide. Our joined hands clung together, unwilling to part. I found a strange comfort in that unyielding connection. You're doing well for someone who said they were clumsy. You could have a little more confidence. I'm just trying not to mess up. I'm terrified I'll make a mistake. So what if you do? I'll cover for you. Funny, it feels like you're hoping I'll mess up. Maybe just a little? It'd be cute. A turn together, spinning as one. Following Syrian's lead, I turned and reached out, my hand instinctively settling on her waist. Her slender, petite frame fit perfectly in my grasp. A soft scent wafted up, mild and gentle, like milk, with a hint of sweet vanilla. Her deep, laughing eyes met mine before shifting directions again. Perhaps it was the familiarity born of countless shared moments. Without a single word, I could sense what Syrian wanted, how she wanted me to move. Before I even thought about it, my body responded on its own. Her movements caused the edges of her dress to flutter, like the wings of an angel. Ahaha, you almost stepped on my foot just now. Sorry. I thought I was being careful. It's fine, I dodged in time. The purpose of a ball gown's voluminous skirt is to highlight every motion, to draw attention to each movement. From above, it resembles a blooming flower, and the way it flutters with the rhythm is mesmerizingly beautiful. But Syrian didn't need an extravagant dress to stand out. She had an innate radiance. Every finger extended toward the air seemed to exude its own charm. The delicate veil that swayed with her movements, the perfectly sculpted curves of her figure, even the smile on her face, brimming with joy, it all blurred the world around us into abstraction. In this place, there was only the two of us. Everything else dissolved into a swirl of indistinct colors. Hold me steady. If I fall, I'll cry and blame you. Wow, that's a scary kind of threat. I supported her sensuous, arched waist with my arm. Syrian braced herself by holding onto my back, and her face appeared in the space between our arms. A familiar face, yet it felt strangely new. It was as beautiful as ever. perhaps even more so than usual. My heart thudded, sending waves of dizziness to my ears. See, you didn't let me fall. I'd hate to hear your complaints if you had. Idiot. Like I'd ever blame you for something like that. This time, it was Syrian who pulled me closer. The distance between us narrowed. As our arms overlapped, the space between our bodies became no more than the width of a fist. My breath mingled with hers, tangling in the small space we shared. The heat between us seemed to rise all at once. Was this what they meant by fleeting joy? How had so much time passed already? The music was nearing its end. As the crescendo peaked, I lifted Syrian and spun her once before gently setting her down. Her ruby-red eyes widened momentarily before curving into a crescent. And with Syrian's radiant smile as the finale, the music came to an end. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The original novel Saint-S, Reverse Harem is Imperial, was a run-of-the-mill romance fantasy. I couldn't quite recall the author's pen name, but one thing was clear: they certainly wrote to match the title. A vague and overly simplistic reverse harem. The original work of this world revolved around the protagonist, Ellis, the Saintess of Light, basking in the endless love of her many male leads. There was no need for detailed cause and effect when it came to that love. Instead, the author prioritized writing as many romantic advances from the male leads as possible over crafting the plot. Which meant, for the sake of the protagonist's romantic escapades, this world was filled with all kinds of intricate settings and devices. The painters who worked tirelessly during the day to draw portraits were one such device, as was the prop now displayed on stage. After one song concluded, a man in flamboyant attire stepped onto the stage. He was the host of the event. Captivating the crowd with witty jokes, he skillfully guided the festival forward. First, he briefly introduced the orchestra, then transitioned to the main event by announcing a prepared activity. Every event needs prizes, of course, and the host seemed particularly confident in the one he unveiled. What he brought out was something I instantly recognized. A camera. It was a boxy contraption resembling an early prototype of a camera, mounted securely on an ornate tripod. A few individuals, who appeared to be mages, inspected the camera and gave a signal indicating it was in working order. The host scanned the audience from the stage. For a moment, I thought his gaze lingered in our direction, but it was probably just my imagination. That camera had originally been used by the wealthiest man in the empire during the protagonist's encounter with the Golden Duke. It was described as a device that took years to develop, and yet here it was, before my eyes. I hadn't expected to see it here of all places. Its performance was likely decent enough. Magic was nothing if not versatile. The real issue was its maintenance. It was a costly and labor-intensive device. Taking a single photo could cost several gold coins, and without mages to operate it, the machine was practically useless. The Baron must have gone to great lengths to bring this here. The host began shaking a few pre-printed photographs as he explained the camera to the audience. I didn't need to listen, but Syrian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. For those who come up to the stage, you will be given an opportunity, but not everyone will get their picture taken. You will need to pair up in twos, complete a given task, and only those who succeed will have their photo taken. It was no surprise that Syrian immediately started nudging me. Raisin, let's go, please, hurry, that looks so cool. What? Okay, come on, let's get in line. Over there, right. Unable to resist Syrian's enthusiasm, I found myself heading toward the stage. The line had already grown long as soon as the host finished speaking. As we stood in line, I noticed something. Everyone here, aside from us, was a lovey-dovey couple. Even while waiting, some pairs couldn't help but exchange kisses or display their affection openly. This was probably the intent all along. Most people seeking to create a special memory like this were bound to be couples. Given that people had flocked here not only from the barony but from neighboring areas, there were plenty of them. Noticing the atmosphere, Syrian seemed a little deflated. Maybe she felt self-conscious. When I held her hand, her expression softened just a bit. Then, she spoke in a quiet whisper. Raisin. Yeah, thanks for always humoring me, for everything. Since we were kids until now, you're making me blush. The host had promised a total of 5 photographs. Syrian and I were somewhere in the middle of the line, and ahead of us, people were already attempting the missions as per the host's instructions. The nature of the missions ranged from merely diverse to outright whimsical, dictated solely by the host's fancy. However, they weren't exactly easy. Some required collaboration between the two participants, while others demanded one partner perform something akin to a stunt. Even the ones that sounded simple often had a low success rate, which suggested that the host intentionally made the challenges difficult. Still, with so many participants, chances were disappearing one by one. Syrian grew visibly anxious, but fortunately, luck wasn't entirely against us. By the time it was our turn to go on stage, one last photo opportunity remained. The host's eyes lit up the moment he saw Syrian. Her beauty was undeniable, a saintess whose stunning appearance always captivated attention wherever she went. Even from the audience below, I could feel the shift in focus, as if all eyes were on her. This time, we have a lovely young lady joining us. So, how long have the two of you been dating? Dating? We're not yet, we're not. I see. Understood perfectly. That not yet lingered in my mind, sticking like an itch I couldn't scratch. It seemed the host had picked up on it as well, given his playful smirk. His expression, for some reason, reminded me of Baron Escant, and a shiver ran down my spine. Well, it's about time to move on to the next challenge, so let's make this one straightforward. How about a kiss? Right here, on this stage. If you kiss each other, I'll capture the moment for you. My thoughts ground to a halt. What should I do? My mind had short-circuit. A broken train of thought screeched in chaotic disharmony, spiraling out of control. A kiss? Me, with Syrienne? I should refuse. But, am I even allowed to refuse in a situation like this? No, I couldn't do that. Syrienne would undoubtedly be hurt. The thin thread of rationality I clung to spared me from making the worst choice. Then, should I accept it? But is that really okay? Caught between a rock and a hard place, my indecisive heart bound my hands and feet. Before I could do anything, Syrienne moved first. The girl, or rather, the woman I had always known, turned to face me. For a moment, the world seemed to come to a halt. Even the wind stilled, waiting for Syrienne to speak. Her eyes, crimson like jewels, stared up at me with unwavering determination. Her cheeks, which always flushed red with embarrassment, were no different this time. But something had changed. Normally, she would have avoided my gaze. Now, she was looking straight at me. Syrienne. Raisin. Do you not want this? It's not that I don't want it. Not at all. What I mean is, I see. That's a relief. As the sun set, its amber hues danced across Syrienne's silver hair, her delicate face softening into a tender smile. Huff. Ha. I could hear her deep breaths, each inhale and exhale painfully vivid in this noisy festival. Every part of Syrienne etched itself into my mind. She stepped closer. Syrienne took a single step toward me. The meaning behind her action was clear. Her hand gently cupped my chin, and my heart began to race wildly. The pull of her hand left me powerless to resist. That faint strength, fragile as a dream, bound me more tightly than any spell. I must look like an utter fool right now. Perhaps my face is frozen solid. I didn't want this moment immortalized in a photo. Syrienne would tease me about it for years to come. One thing was certain, when Syrienne leaned in, I responded in kind. Huff. And then, our lips met. At first, there was a sweet fragrance. Then came her exhilarated breaths, blending into mine, and her yearning hands pressing firmly against my back. Her lips, small, soft, and moist, explored mine. Syrienne's hands gripped my hair, pulling me closer. I encircled her back and her flowing silver locks in my arms. Her flawless skin brushed against my lips, her gentle, pleasant scent unchanged. Her tongue. No, I can't. Not yet. That would be crossing a line I couldn't bear. Ha, ha, mmh. As our brief kiss ended and we pulled back, I saw something unfamiliar in Syrienne's eyes. Her crimson orbs held an emotion that resembled heartache, glistening like glass beads. She was so beautiful, I couldn't look away. It felt as if everything had changed between us, as though our kiss had redrawn the boundaries of our relationship. Syrienne stared at me with trembling eyes, a face caught between tears and laughter. Raisin. Yes. I can't hold back anymore. Syrienne's lips descended upon mine once more. Syrienne Islandia. It was all part of my plan. For this festival, I've brought something special, a camera. Do you know what that is? It's a device that captures precious moments for eternity. It was no small feat to acquire it, let me tell you. What are you getting at? If you take a picture with Raisin, that moment will be preserved forever on paper, something you can always look back on. And since I'm hosting this festival, I've ensured everything is perfectly set up. After all, a festival should come with a memorable event, don't you agree? Explain yourself clearly. From sharing a stage with Raisin to that kiss, none of it was left to chance. Even yesterday, my detour to the village had been solely to prepare for this moment. So, in summary, here's the plan. If there's an event calling people to the stage, make sure to go up there with Sir Raisin. And if I do, what's in it for me? Hehe. Naturally, a kiss. I'll create the perfect opportunity for you, so don't miss your chance to make your move. What about other arrangements? If this goes well, I'll ensure the Count Aloran issue gets all the support it needs. Of course, Saintess. I'll do everything in my power to assist. I had already scouted the perfect spot. A place where we could naturally watch the stage and dance together. There was no room for coincidence in how I ended up here, next to Raisin, watching the performance unfold. And so, the first step bore fruit. Each time our lips intertwined, an electrifying thrill coursed through my body, carried by my blood. My fingers and toes tingled. I knew I'd never forget the joy of this moment. I once said, didn't I, that I had claimed you as my knight. So taking all of you, completely, wouldn't be that hard. See, even now, I've taken your lips. It won't be long until I claim your heart as well. I can't hold back anymore. Though, truth be told, I hadn't planned for this much. Originally, I was content with just a light kiss. I thought even that would bring me immense happiness, and that I wasn't yet ready for something deeper. But as soon as my lips met Raisin's, a fiery heat surged through me. A blazing sensation roared within my chest, almost unbearable. Preparedness? It turned out I didn't need that at all. When our lips parted, Raisin was looking at me as a woman. His expression mirrored my own, his chest rising and falling with rapid, nervous breaths. How could I stay still after seeing that? So I dove in again, capturing his lips once more. Ha, This time, it was more passionate, far more fervent. I let go of all restraint and followed my heart's desires. The dam of patience I'd built up over years finally collapsed. Everything that had held me back, my pride, my reason, crumbled into nothing. An uncontrollable torrent of emotion drove my body. I couldn't stop myself anymore. I slipped my tongue into Raisin's mouth first. Caught off guard, His stiff tongue hesitated before tangling shyly with mine. It was sweet. So sweet, no dessert I'd ever tasted could compare to this moment. How unfair of you, hiding something this soft inside that firm, muscular body. As our saliva mingled, it became impossible to tell whose was whose. It felt like rain in a drought, and my chest swelled with overwhelming contentment. Syrian MMPH. Just a little longer. This hadn't been a short wait. I had waited for today far longer than Raisin could ever imagine. When did I start waiting for you? Was it when I realized my feelings in the sanctuary of hubris? No, that wasn't it. Was it when I felt possessive of you in the cave? Still no. It wasn't during our aimless wanderings through the forest or the days spent locked in that shabby hut. No, I'd been waiting for this moment far earlier than that. Perhaps it was from the day I first met you, when the adults introduced you as a friend I would one day grow close to. My first friend. My first knight. And my first love. You have no idea, do you? Even at the castle, my eyes were always on you. After boring lessons, I would wait for your training to end. And when I couldn't bear waiting anymore, my feet would instinctively lead me to you. Every moment spent walking through the gardens with you was pure bliss for me. Knowing you were looking at me too filled me with a joy so boundless it felt like flying. How could I not fall in love with you? Everything I have ultimately revolves around you. You were the beginning of all my experiences, and you risked your life for me countless times. I want to give you everything: my life, my past, my future, my heart, and my body. So no, this wasn't just 4 years of waiting. I've waited more than 10 years for this moment. Perhaps, I've been waiting for my entire life. I pressed against Raisin's lips for as long as my heart refused to calm down. Our kiss grew so prolonged that even the people around us seemed to hold their breath, watching. I didn't care. My mind was consumed with satisfaction, and only when I felt truly content did I pull away. A clear, glistening thread of saliva stretched between us before falling to the ground. Wiping the corners of my mouth with my hand, I couldn't help but laugh. Ahaha, haha, ahaha. I did it. In front of so many people, I actually did it. I was so embarrassed I wanted to die, but I couldn't stop laughing. So, how was it? It was my first kiss. Me too. Of course, it was my first. You know that. Good. That makes me so happy. So happy. Get ready, my love. For now, I've only taken your lips, but the rest won't be far behind. I've waited long enough. Hey, Raisin. Don't make me wait any longer. Your wish. If you don't choose carefully, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Because I'm going to become the most valuable woman in the world. And you've just been given an incredibly rare chance to claim me so easily. You're smart, my knight. I trust you'll understand exactly what I mean. After a stormy day, the second day of the festival began. I wasn't sure if I should feel relieved, but I finally had a bit of time to myself. Russell had come to the barony with Isha. He'd mentioned bringing various documents from the Crescent Moon archives, and it seemed like he'd arrived right on time as promised. Thanks to him, Baron Escant was in a state of emergency. Syrian had also volunteered to assist the Baron today, making it a busy day for everyone. In the meantime, I decided to take a moment to collect my scattered thoughts. Syrian, Baron Escant, and Russell, these three entered the meeting room immediately after the meal and didn't come out. First, here's the list of nobles friendly to our side. All mediocre names. I doubt any of them will be of much help. This list is different. What about these people here? Get a grip. Maybe you can't gauge it because you've lived so casually, but our opponent is a count family with a history spanning over 100 years. Gathering minnows like these won't do you any good. That bad. At first, I had been in the meeting room with them. But as expected, politics and such were far from my realm of expertise. Syrian, as if it were second nature, began tossing documents to the floor. Meanwhile, I had nothing I could do to contribute. I thought I could at least serve them tea, but instead, I was scolded and told to call for a maid. Don't expect imperial law to treat you fairly. If the authorities are imbalanced, you don't even need to open the law books. The judge will bow his head in court if the count so much as looks angry. Good grief. Then what should I do? The so-called minnows you dismissed are the only connections I can muster. If you lack connections, then make new ones. Start by investigating the grudges against the Iloran County. There's bound to be something if you look to the eastern region. Oh, and scratch this name off. They're tied up in the ironworks business and will never side with you. I'll handle that part. Eventually, I made my escape. Even listening in, I couldn't keep up with the flow of conversation. Staying there would be useless. I didn't want to embarrass myself by chiming in with some uninformed remark. Syrian would undoubtedly reach a much better conclusion than I could ever devise with my fumbling. I trusted her judgment completely. Not that I left because I felt awkward facing her after yesterday's incident. Luckily, I wasn't the only one who couldn't follow their discussion. Hi-op. Thwack. Isha's attack landed but was deflected. Her wooden sword flew weakly across the training yard, rolling on the sandy ground. That wasn't bad. But you should have hidden your intent a little better. Where did I give it away? Your eyes. Adding a feint was smart, but you were staring right at your target. Seriously? You can notice even that? Let me try again. There's nothing quite like swinging a sword to clear your mind. This time, I was sparring with Isha, my equally useless companion, as she honed her skills. Though my assessment had been a bit harsh just now, I couldn't deny her potential. Her growth was astonishing, not just grasping one concept when taught, but constantly adapting and improving as if rewriting her own approach entirely. It was as if she had a natural fluidity in transforming herself. Especially her silent sword technique, it was a style so unique it felt like a realm of its own. Even I couldn't replicate it. I could mimic the moves to an extent, but I couldn't erase the faint sound of wind entirely. Her current abilities might not be remarkable, but with a little push, her growth could be explosive. Good. You've improved since earlier. You say that, yet you haven't taken a single step back. Well, you'll need more practice before you get to that point. My skills didn't come from slacking, you know. Thwack, thud, thwack. The sound of wooden swords rang clear, stirring my thoughts. I was looking forward to the festival, but it seems my father has no intention of attending. I wanted to go so badly. Sir Raisin, have you been? The festival? Yes, I've been. I had too good a time, to be honest. Tomorrow would be the final day of the festival. When the sun set and the night fell, the bonfires I'd seen before would be lit ablaze. In front of the roaring flames, Syrian would ask me to make a wish. What should I wish for? I already knew. Even someone as dense as me couldn't go through yesterday without understanding. Though my internal struggle hadn't been resolved, it was impossible to keep hesitating when Syrian was waiting so earnestly. I had to make a decision, one way or another. Isha. Did I mess up again? What kind of gift should you prepare when confessing to a girl? What? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was such a relief to have Isha with me. Normally, in situations like this, a younger sister or a friend would help pick out a gift. Of course, I had neither or lacked them both. The three people in the meeting room were, naturally, out of the question. As for the people I knew in this barony, most were stern men, and the few women I was acquainted with were all at the front lines. Syrian had sent a messenger this morning, but even then, it would take at least 2 days for them to reach the barony. No matter how hard I looked, the only person I could ask for help was Isha. Really, is it okay for someone like me to help with this? Don't worry. I won't blame you if it doesn't go well. I'm not that unreasonable. Alright. This is for the saintess, isn't it? Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what kind of gift would be best. Isha still seemed a bit nervous around me, but it felt like she'd relaxed compared to before. Back in Requitas, she was terrified of me, as if I'd done something unspeakable. I wasn't sure if time had eased things or if the sword training I'd given her recently had helped, but either way, the change was noticeable. Isha obediently accompanied me to the village, and we began exploring the festival together. Do you have anything in mind already? At first, I thought about buying some jewelry, but I already got her something like that back in Requitas. It feels a bit too predictable. Oh, I know about that? She showed it off to me. Oh, did she? Apparently, Syrian had boasted about it to Isha too. She'd seemed happy with it at the time, but I hadn't realized it had left such a lasting impression. Was she showing it off to everyone she met? Regardless of tomorrow, I figured it wouldn't hurt to prepare another pretty accessory. If I'd known she'd treasure it enough to brag, I would have chosen something much fancier. The thought left me feeling a bit regretful. I think the saintess would be happy with any gift you gave her. That's not how I want to approach this. What about something she's liked before? Something Syrian likes. The Syrian I knew wasn't drawn to flashy or expensive things. She was a noble among nobles, born into one of the most prestigious bloodlines in the vast empire. Gold or jewels wouldn't move her in the slightest. What she genuinely enjoyed were sweet desserts and simple things, like walking with me or chatting about trivial matters. She also seemed to like books, but I didn't have much confidence in my ability to pick something suitable from that realm. Take your time. This might not be the most helpful advice, but women often appreciate the atmosphere. If a gift shows effort or sincerity, it usually leaves a strong impression. We wandered through the market together, but nothing stood out. It was all stuff Syrian and I had already seen the day before. What had seemed novel then now felt dull and uninspiring. As a token of appreciation for Isha's help, I bought her a snack. I also picked up plenty for the 3 people stuck working hard in the meeting room. While browsing, I came across some pretty bracelets and other accessories. Isha picked out a few, but none of them felt right to me. I should have worn thicker clothes. The wind's getting cold already. Should we head back if you're cold? No, I'm fine. There are so many people around that it's bearable for now. Sincerity. Effort. Isha's words echoed in my mind, sticking in my throat like a stubborn lump. It was such a difficult concept. Not because I didn't understand it but because there hadn't been a single moment with Syrian where I wasn't sincere. The challenges we'd overcome together were the kind that couldn't be faced without absolute trust and genuine feelings. If I hadn't risked my life to protect her, Syrian would have died in that cabin. And if she hadn't risked her life for me, I'd have succumbed to spider venom. Even on the battlefield, it was clear that neither of us would have survived without the other. So being told to express sincerity felt like an impossible task. I'd already been doing that, how could I possibly do more? A memory suddenly flashed through my mind. Did you think of something? Yeah. Sorry, can you hold this and wait here for a bit? I'll be right back. I'll wait. Take your time. I'd been overthinking it all along. I was making it far too complicated. When had Syrian and I ever needed to verify each other's sincerity? For us, sincerity and trust were as natural as breathing. With that thought, I dashed off, cutting through the bustling market. Winter cast its furious chill. Frost settled atop blood that had not yet dried, and white puffs of breath escaped fragile, faltering lungs that seemed on the verge of stopping altogether. The harsh cold pierced to the bone. It was the perfect season for death. Corpses frozen solid do not decay quickly, after all. Until they were tossed into a large pit, they did not emit the unpleasant stench of rot. How convenient. Especially when the one to die was a sinner unlike any the world would ever see again. A villainess who served the evil god and plunged the empire into despair. For Syrian Islandia, such an icy winter was a fitting end. That vile wench. She didn't offer a single apology to the end. My brother died because of that filthy villainess. Thud. Blood splattered as a stone struck her. It was a stone hurled by an enraged crowd. It struck the sinner's brow, rolling across the execution platform smeared with dark blood. No one could tell whether the blood on the stone came from the sinner or was already there on the execution ground. The sinner, Syrian Islandia, did not turn to look at the one who had thrown the stone. She had no eyes to see them. Her eyes had already been gouged out by the hands of an inquisitor. Where once crimson irises should have been, only roughly bound bandages remained. Ellis stood closer than anyone to witness Syrian's final moments. With just a few steps between them, Ellis saw the utterly pitiful state Syrian was in. The once proud and dignified bearing was gone, leaving only a broken body reeking of blood. She had chosen silence, even as she was told the torture would stop if she confessed everything. Her mouth had produced nothing but harrowing screams throughout the merciless torment. No, she had spoken. Just once. On the day the Inquisition declared Syrian Islandia broken, Ellis had been allowed to see her. The Syrian she had known would have coldly dismissed her, but the response she received was unexpected. Syrian Islandia, the date of your execution has been set. Do you have any final words? If there's something you want, I'll grant it, as long as it's within my power. The bracelet. Please give me back my bracelet. The one I was wearing. If it contains any divine or magical power, I cannot return it. It doesn't. It's just an ordinary bracelet. Please, let me have it with me, at least until I die. The bracelet turned out to be just as ordinary as she claimed. It was hard to believe such a plain object had once adorned the Duchess of Islandia. Despite its age, it was well maintained, as though it had been cherished for a long time. When Syrian received the bracelet, she wept with joy. She stroked it a few times, as if confirming it was hers. Thank you. Could you put it on for me? I can't see any more. Of course. Was it precious to you? It's the only treasure I have left. Seated on the cold prison floor, clutching the bracelet tightly, Syrian looked pitiful. Bloody tears seeped through the bandages, staining them a deep red, and trailed down her pale skin. To Ellis, her appearance was both unsettling and strangely poignant. The sinner, Syrian Islandia, is hereby sentenced to execution by beheading. Her head and body shall be displayed. All titles and properties are revoked. The bracelet remained clasped on her wrist, even now, as she knelt before the executioner's block. She showed no resistance, no sign of protest. She simply bowed her head slightly, as though resigned to her fate. As the verdict was read, she occasionally touched the bracelet with her fingertips. Any last words? As expected. Proceed. Ellis couldn't bring herself to watch as the executioner's blade fell. In that final moment of death, Syrian Islandia's voice came, faint as a whisper. Her final words, it's cold. Saint S, HMS are pure. Syrian Islandia. The icy blade grazed the nape of my neck a few times, testing its mark. The executioner seemed to be a young boy, judging by his shaky breaths and uncertain grip. The blade that touched my skin was terribly dull, and the boy had no experience, not even the faintest semblance of it. It seemed unlikely he would sever my head with a single stroke. But it didn't matter. Swish crash. Death found me soon enough. As expected, it wasn't a clean death. Agonizing pain flared from my shredded neck. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. It took 5 attempts to sever my head completely, but I felt nothing after the second. My body grew light, and for a fleeting moment, I noticed the bitter cold of winter. Raisin. I'm so cold. Where are you? I can't see anything. The world is pitch black, and I'm scared. Please, hold my hand. It'd be even better if you hugged me from behind. I'm so cold right now. I miss your warmth. I remember now. I'm sorry. If only I'd done better, I wouldn't have lost you. If I hadn't, maybe it wouldn't be this cold. It's all my fault. But could you forgive me, just this once? I can finally see you again. If you're angry, I don't think I'll be able to bear it. I'll be there soon. Oh, the bracelet. I can't let it get stained with blood. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The last day of the festival. For once, Syrian overslept. Though I was usually the early riser between us, this was rare even for her. She must have stayed up all night, having mentioned a late meeting yesterday. When she didn't wake even past lunchtime, I decided to wait outside her room. I'd never understood why people of the old days liked books so much, but in moments like this, there was nothing better to pass the time than reading. Even an uninteresting book was better than sitting idle. It was only when I had finished one book cover to cover that Syrian finally emerged. Good morning. It's not morning. How tired were you that you ended up taking a nap during the day? Not that bad, really. I just went to bed late. Did you wait long outside? Not really. Take your time. Thanks. Syrian rubbed her eyes, still not fully awake. Her slightly disheveled hair and the sleepy smile on her face were so endearing that I couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, the maid assigned by the Baron arrived, and Syrian returned to her room. When she came out again, all dressed and ready, she looked even more beautiful than yesterday. The cheerful smile on her face was lethal to my heart. Ever since that kiss on stage, I had been painfully aware of every little thing she did, and my heart wouldn't stop racing. You must have been bored waiting. Shall we go? Sure. Our first stop was, of course, the dining hall. No matter what, neither Syrian nor I ever skipped a meal. We'd once been so desperate for food that we had to debate eating monster meat. Throughout the meal, I felt as though I were in the eye of a storm. Eating with Syrian, spending an ordinary moment together, it all felt strangely tense. Her lips, slick with a light sheen of white from the soup, captivated me as she sipped another spoonful or chewed on a small piece of meat. The way her mouth opened slightly and then closed as she chewed was impossible to look away from. Those lips had once been on mine. Not just touching but exploring, intertwined with my own. Even though time had passed, the memory of that heat hadn't faded. In fact, it only seemed to grow stronger. Raisin, you don't seem to have much of an appetite today. You didn't eat much. No, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Are you feeling unwell? Should I feed you next time? Ugh. No, thanks. I'm not a child. After the meal, as we walked toward the village, Syrian continued to toy with my emotions, teasing me in her own way. Why? I think I'd like it if you fed me when I'm sick. That's different. Hee. Her playful laughter. Even such a small joke made my throat feel tight. The entire way to the village, I felt as if my heart were being squeezed. I was scared, of course. But nothing good had ever come from putting off a decision. I had to muster my courage. Syrian, there's a place I want to visit before we go to the festival. Is that okay? Sure. I don't mind. Just a short walk from the village where the festival was held, there was a small forest. It was painted in shades of yellow and red. It was late autumn, and the fallen leaves formed soft mounds underfoot, crunching softly as we stepped. A gust of wind swirled some of the leaves into the air. One landed on my head, and Syrian gently plucked it off. She lightly tapped my cheek with the leaf, smiling all the while. So, what is it you wanted to say, bringing me all the way out here? Well, this seems like the perfect spot. Behind Syrian, the forest trail stretched wide. We'd stumbled upon this place during a walk through the Baron's territory in spring. Back then, the trees had been green, and the wildflowers blooming beneath them were stunning. Now, with the magic of autumn fading and the cold of winter creeping in, the vibrant foliage framed Syrian like a painting. First, take this. I wanted to give it to you myself. At the festival, I didn't purchase anything extravagant. What I hurriedly ran to get was a simple white scarf. Winter was approaching, after all. I wanted to make sure Syrian wouldn't feel cold. While I wrapped the scarf around her, Syrian remained silent. But there was something I needed to say. I've thought about this a lot. I know it's not something you took lightly, and I couldn't respond carelessly either. I'm happily waiting. I still don't know if I even deserve to do this. I think it's far too much for me. You could have had a much better future. Syrian parted her lips slightly, as if to speak, but stopped. She was holding back, probably for my sake. Her kind heart hadn't changed. Even now, that thought hasn't left me. Can I really be so selfish as to want you? I couldn't come up with an answer. In the original story, Syrian's final words before her death were that she was cold. After the execution scene, she was never mentioned again, but her end was undoubtedly tragic. So, this scarf was like a vow to myself. A vow that I would never, under any circumstances, let Syrian meet such a fate. No matter how cruel the malice of this world or the shackles of fate might be, I swore to protect her. If necessary, I'd sell my soul. Even if I were to be cast into the deepest pits of hell, it wouldn't matter as long as Syrian was safe. So, I hoped, just this once, my greed could be forgiven. You once said you would grant my wish. But I don't want to rely on a wish. I'll face this head on, fair and square. I knelt before Syrian on one knee. We didn't need a grand setting, like a coronation ceremony from the past. All we needed was each other. That had always been enough. We didn't need extravagance or grandeur, just time spent together. I had always been honest with Syrian, so now, the only thing I needed was courage. I love you, Syrian Islansia. I'll give you everything I have. Please, officially become my partner. Syrian response came not in words, but in actions. The hands that had hesitated until now suddenly pulled me close. Her small frame nestled into my arms, her flushed cheeks pressing against my chest. I've been longing to hear those words. Why did it take you so long? Her grip tightened, almost suffocating, her trembling body desperately clinging to me. As expected, Syrian voice quivered with a hint of tears. I love you too. I loved you first. More than you love me, I love you so much more. I've dreamed of having you like this more times than I can count. Why are you crying now? Don't. Come on, stop, okay. TCH. I'm not crying. I told myself I wouldn't cry this time. I haven't even shed a tear yet, so it doesn't count. At this point, having to justify herself was as good as admitting she already was. The mischievous thought of teasing her for a moment flitted through my mind, a terribly mean idea. Thankfully, I managed to resist. A sidelong glance revealed the truth. She had indeed cried. The faint shimmer on her eyelashes gave her away, unmistakably the result of wiping away stray tears. I felt compelled to say something, anything, to calm her down. Did you know? They say tears shed out of joy taste sweet. How do you even know something like that? Just something I picked up. They say tears of anger are salty, and tears of sadness are sour. Then, these must be sweet. So sweet they could melt my tongue. Syrian looked up at me with a bashful smile, her tear-streaked face now lit up by a radiant grin. The strange combination of tears and joy made her face profoundly beautiful. Without thinking, I reached out to touch her cheek. A brief meeting of our eyes was all the spark needed. Our faces were already close enough. Without hesitation, our lips met, blending together in a deep, fervent kiss. It was a kiss full of passion. As we parted, wiping away the sticky thread of saliva, Syrian lips curved into a bewitching smile. I love you, Raisin. From now on, you're mine. Syrian arms tightened around me, a possessive embrace that hinted at obsession. Her possessiveness only made my lips curl into a satisfied smile. Since you've given yourself to me, I'll never give you back. Be prepared for that. The path once walked by a knight and a saint was now tread by two lovers. Autumn was leaving, and the sun sought its rest early. The crumpled twilight blanketed the fallen leaves like a quilt, and the dusky orange glow spread like mist. Hand in hand, we walked down the maple-lined path. The festival village bustled with life once again. A crowd had already gathered in the town square, perhaps anticipating the lighting of the bonfire. Among them, merchants were feverishly vying for attention, desperate to sell off their goods. Syrian eyes sparkled as she took in the lively scene around her. It was a bit early to be hungry, so I wondered if she was looking for a snack. My guess was completely wrong. Raisin, let's drink this together. Her choice was alcohol. Given that it was a festival, the streets were lined with stalls selling drinks. Some even sold strong liquors, though it didn't seem like Syrian had chosen anything too fancy. Beer, in particular, was a popular choice, with nearly everyone passing by holding a glass. Surprisingly, the beer here was better than what I'd had in the modern world. Paired with the abundance of festival foods, it was indeed a fine choice for the moment. The problem was the person sitting in front of me was Syrian. No way, that's alcohol. Why not? I'm an adult too. I have every right to drink as much as I want. You promised last time you wouldn't drink. That was an unfair agreement? You took advantage of my embarrassment to force me into an unjust deal, so it's invalid. As expected, she launched a strong protest. But no matter how much she twisted her logic, I couldn't back down. It's not that Syrian couldn't handle alcohol. Unlike the heroine of the original story, she didn't pass out after just a couple of drinks. Her tolerance was slightly below average. A drink or two wouldn't be a problem. The real issue was her drinking habits. Syrian drinking behavior was problematic, to say the least. Really, I'll only drink a little. Think about it, I've only ever slipped up once. Besides, I've been holding back for so long. Well, that's true. Don't you want to celebrate today, Raisin? I want to clink glasses with you and laugh as we drink together. My resolve began to waver. Syrian clung to me, her small, soft frame pressing close. The warmth and tenderness of her touch made my mind go blank. Then there were her hands, gripping my arm. The way she kneaded and pleaded with them broke through my defenses. I couldn't resist any longer. Fine, but only a little, okay, I love you. Humph, you could call this an inevitable outcome. Naturally, the promise wasn't kept. Overjoyed at finally drinking again, Syrian predictably overindulged. At first, everything was fine. We began with fried chicken and beer, the unbeatable pairing across all times and cultures. Now that we were officially a couple, we chatted freely, laughing and sharing trivial stories. The conversation grew more sincere as we opened up about feelings we'd held on to since childhood. I loved it when you came to find me whenever I cried. For some reason, you calming me down always worked like magic. That's why the servants always came to me first whenever you were upset. But I didn't spoil you too much, right? Not at all. You just didn't notice. I held back in front of you because I didn't want to seem spoiled. Ah, so that's why you always cried when I wasn't around. Well, I was a kid back then. I don't even remember what upset me so much. But even when I was sobbing uncontrollably, I'd calm down the moment you patted my back. Isn't that strange? It was a pleasant time. Revisiting our shared memories and piecing them together felt like crafting an entirely new story. At this point, Syrian was still sober, giggling at jokes or occasionally delving into more serious topics. The year's almost over, huh? Yeah, winter will come, and the year will pass before we know it. That's why I think I'll finally be able to do it next year. Do what? Take back everything that's ours. The place we used to be, where we belong. Once this is over, let's go back. The long and perilous journey was finally nearing its end. Syrian spoke of our return home, a place we had both longed for deeply. It was as significant as the bond we had formed today. On the day we cremated those two precious people, Syrian and I made a vow. That vow still held firm. Let's do it. Everything will go just as you said. Everything had been going so well. The problem, as always, started with the sweet-tasting alcohol. At the festival, there were merchants selling fruit wine. The festival would end today, and any unsold wine would inevitably become leftover stock. Their enthusiastic sales pitch ultimately reached Syrian. Just as a cat can't resist a fish market, Syrian couldn't ignore the sweet aroma. She begged me to let her try the fruit wine, insisting it smelled divine. It was stronger than beer, but I figured a few glasses wouldn't hurt and agreed, a decision I would soon regret. Raisin, that one looks tasty too. Can we try it? Didn't you just get one? It's not even finished yet. CA. Sigh. Well, it's a special day. Let's get one bottle, just one. Yay. One bottle quickly became two, and before I knew it, Syrian was sipping exclusively on fruit wine, completely ignoring the beer. As we drank, I started to feel the alcohol creeping in as well. Fortunately, my unusually resilient body seemed to handle alcohol just fine. By the time we added another bottle, I couldn't help but feel concerned. Haven't you had enough? I'm not drunk yet, so I'll just have a little more. Well, you do still look fine, I'll admit. Oh, I know. How about I kiss you after this drink? I'll have fruity breath, and I bet you'll love it. I couldn't resist Syrian temptation. Ever since we officially started dating, she had become unusually cunning. That's when I should have noticed. The fact that she could promise a kiss so easily should have tipped me off. The Syrian I knew wasn't the type to say such bold things without a second thought. If she did, she'd be blushing furiously, trapped in her own embarrassment. But I let my guard down, and the result was bittersweet. I ended up buying every wine Syrian asked for, and together, we drank them all. The aftermath? Syrian was now clinging to me, her cheeks flushed, giggling uncontrollably. Hee. Raisin, squish my cheeks. Syrian, are you drunk? Noopy, not drunk at all, but squish me, hurry, you're mine now, so you have to do it. Her hands grabbed at me insistently. When I gave in and kneaded both of her cheeks as she demanded, she let out a funny hee-ha laugh, like a complete fool. It was adorable, but when Syrian reached this state, the best course of action was to put her to bed as soon as possible. Alright, hop on. We're going back to the manor. Okay, piggyback? Let's go. Syrian, you have to let go of my hands first if you want me to carry you. No, carry me like this. Lift me up like last time. This is driving me crazy. Me too. Let's go crazy together. Unsurprisingly, getting her to bed was no smooth journey. I had to coax and calm her down just to get her on my back, and even then, staying still wasn't in her nature. As we walked, something warm touched my ear, followed by a loud smooching sound. Chup, chup. Goth? What the? Pfft, did you like it? This was definitely not easy. The next day, Syrian was suffering from a hangover. Though not as bad as the day before, she still couldn't avoid sleeping in late. Her temples throbbed as she pressed them with her fingers. It was the most haggard I'd seen Syrian in recent memory. And no wonder she'd gotten drunk out of her mind after drinking heavily for the first time in ages. In a way, she was just paying the appropriate price. Good morning, Raisin. Did you sleep well? Yeah, I slept just fine. Oh, that's good. Ugh, my head hurts. That's what you get for not knowing your limits. But Syrian still had one more consequence left to face. From the morning onward, Syrian kept stealing glances at me. It was obvious why she must have retained some memories from the night before. Even while I carried her on my back, Syrian hadn't stopped her antics. My left ear had spent a good portion of the night inside her mouth, and she even tried slipping her hands inside my clothes. I managed to stop her mischievous hands, but I couldn't save my poor ear. Even as I tried to fall asleep, the phantom sensation of her licking my ear wouldn't leave me. By the way, I kept hearing a rustling sound in my ear while I was sleeping. You, Raisin, you, what? Should I pick you up and carry you like before? Eek. Still, it was fun teasing Syrian. Her face turned bright red, and she looked as if she might kick the blanket in frustration at any moment. I knew the feeling all too well. I was just relieved it wasn't happening to me. I wanted to tease her all day long, but I held back, fearing she might actually burst into tears. Not because holding her hand had made me feel self-conscious. No, that wasn't it. We'd held hands before, so why was this any different? Now that our relationship had officially changed, I thought it would be easier. But instead of growing accustomed to it, I seemed to be losing whatever tolerance I had. Even the smallest actions felt new and strange when I thought of her as my partner. Good morning to you both. On the way to the dining hall, we ran into Baron Escant again. The man's face clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Ever since we arrived, he seemed to be suffering from a lack of sleep, with dark shadows under his eyes. That didn't mean his chatty nature had diminished in the slightest. The Baron stared at Syrian and me, a sly smile curling his lips before his expression morphed into one that begged to be punched. The atmosphere between you two has changed quite a lot in just a few days, hasn't it? And so has your appearance, Baron. That's true. Ha ha ha, it's because I haven't been getting any sleep. Still, I attended the festival on the final day, didn't I? It wouldn't make sense to skip it when I organized it just to have some fun. I lived 3 days worth of life in one. Despite his exhausted face, he grinned like a madman. Should I call him energetic or just insane? Either way, I had to acknowledge the Baron's eccentricity. Clearly, he wasn't entirely normal. By the way, did the Saintess mention anything to you? What about? Had Syrian told me something important? I couldn't think of anything significant. As I replayed our conversations in my mind, nothing particularly noteworthy came to mind. I glanced at Syrian, who had an expression that screamed, oops. It seemed she had forgotten something. Sorry, I completely forgot. It's just, I was so out of it yesterday. It's no big deal. You can tell me when it's convenient. As soon as we're ready, we'll head to the capital of the Adelmar Empire, Edelmarion, a city that had prospered throughout the empire's long history and served as the birthplace of all wealth and power. True to its reputation, Edelmarion was a den of scheming power players. It was also where the main storyline of the original work would begin, just a few years later, with the heroine's reincarnation. The Crown Prince, the main male lead, resides in the capital. By now, the Sword Master and the new talents of the Mage Tower must also have established themselves there. In the original story, both Syrian and I frequently visited the capital, and the Holy Church of Light, the reborn heroine's domain, had its headquarters near Edelmarion. It was truly the main stage of saintess, reverse harems is impure. Raisin? 2 on that side. I'll take care of it right away. However, the journey to the capital was anything but smooth. Of course, the empire wasn't a strong nation from the start, bold enough to declare itself an empire. Back in its early days, there were nations far stronger than the empire, and its capital had come close to falling multiple times. Each time, the northern mountains became its saving grace. The northern mountains served as the dividing line between the central and northern regions of the empire and acted as its second shield. While not as sacred as the forest of Hubris, they were home to ferocious monsters and wild beasts, making it nearly impossible to deploy an army. In truth, it wasn't just armies, the region was dangerous for any human traveler. One's escaping over there. Syrian. On it. A pack of monsters attacked our carriage convoy. They were creatures commonly known as blood wolves. Though they resembled wolves, they weren't true wolves, they were closer to beasts of evil. Unfortunately, they were far from easy opponents. Monsters like these were far stronger and more aggressive than ordinary wild animals. The Knight's Manual instructed trained soldiers to face these creatures in pairs. For a safer confrontation, groups of 3 were recommended. Considering that blood wolves roamed in packs, it was easy to see why they were considered a traveler's nightmare. But they'd picked the wrong group to target. We weren't mere soldiers, we were seasoned warriors, jokers on the front lines against the demonic forces. In fact, we'd pulled some of our strongest members from the northern gates before heading to the capital, making this encounter with mere monsters laughably manageable. Krrrrrk? Kgek? Yipe? A great sword crushed the body of one wolf. Its hide was tough, so it couldn't cut through 2 at once. One died instantly, while the other recalibrated itself before lunging again. I decided to handle the second one carefully. A tough hide meant its pelt would fetch a high price. The first one was beyond salvage, but at least one should be taken down cleanly for profit. I drove my blade under the wolf's body, piercing its heart in one precise strike. The creature struggled briefly before succumbing to its fate. Moments like this make me jealous of Syrian's powers. Syrian's strength worked best on creatures with little to no reason. To be precise, the lower their soul's quality, the more effective her abilities became. She could enforce death itself by channeling her immense divine power. While this didn't work on higher-order beings capable of communication, it was quite effective against mindless beasts and monsters. For humans or demons, there were other ways to handle things, but to an observer, all deaths probably looked the same. Humans consumed by fear behaved no differently from beasts. As for the wolves targeting Syrian, they simply dropped dead as if falling asleep. The one that tried to flee was struck by a thrown axe, which whistled through the air before returning, dripping blood. Watching the axe absorb the blood as it was gripped again was eerie, no matter how many times I saw it. Shall we take a short break here? We need to clean up the corpses and rest after the fight. That sounds good. We'll take care of the blood wolf pelts and ensure they're properly accounted for. You have my word as Nello Escant. You're just saying that because we'll catch you later if you try to cheat us in the records. Come now, Saintess, that makes it sound like I'm out to cheat others? I have my honor to protect. Sure. Our caravan had a 40% share in Escant's trade group. In essence, it was a joint operation, but Syrian was meticulous in her inspections of the accounts. This made Isquint rather wary of her. No, actually, it was fair to say that the Baron was downright afraid of her. After casting a thoughtful glance at Isquint, Syrian walked over to me. Together, we moved to the back of the convoy, inspecting the aftermath of the skirmish. There doesn't seem to be any major damage. No injuries, either. Our convoy consisted of over 30 people, including guards. In addition to Syrian, myself, Russell, Isha, and Baron Escant, there were the Baron's staff, trade employees, and 3 mercenaries we'd recruited from the Arctania Gate. Among them, our people stood out the most. Technically, they weren't just mercenaries, they were all initiates of Hubris. Calling them either mercenaries or devotees wouldn't be wrong. As we reached the rear of the convoy, the scent of charred flesh filled the air. At the center of the burnt corpses stood a woman with fiery red hair. Next to her was a man holding a bow, and nearby, a massive white tiger beastman waved at us with his hammer in hand. The red-haired woman's face lit up as she saw Syrian. Welcome back, sis. It's been a while, Captain. Over the past 4 years, these comrades had shared many battlefields with us. They were our people, nurtured by Syrian and me through blood, sweat, and trust. Excerpt from Saintess, Reverse Harem is Immoral. Volume 9, page 105. Dercian calmly caught his breath. The Swordmaster. His growing skills had even earned him such a grandiose title. It seemed the world truly was vast. He never thought he'd be held back in a place like this. At this rate, it'll be hard to finish before Count Berthus arrives. The roaring flames showed no signs of dying down. The once fertile earth had blackened into lifelessness, and every gust of wind scattered coarse ashes into the air. The flickering embers danced like blossoms blooming at dawn. As a massive force surged forward, Dercian's sword met it with a sharp counter-strike. Within the ashen world, his silver blade gleamed brilliantly. Gah! Thud! The mighty beastman warrior finally fell to his knees. Blood poured in torrents from his grasped neck, a fatal wound, no doubt about it. He wouldn't last long like this. For Dercian, that was a relief. This opponent had delayed him endlessly, standing like an unyielding wall. Truly, he had been a formidable and tenacious foe. Was the beastman's fall a turning point? A woman's voice, more a shriek than proper words, erupted nearby. The high-pitched sound reverberated with fury, accompanied by a storm of flames. It was less like the crack of a whip and more like waves crashing violently upon an open sea. After a brief deliberation, Dercian chose to evade. Not because he couldn't confront it head-on, but because there was no need. The firepower wouldn't last long anyway. If such strength had been available from the beginning, it would have been unleashed earlier. Clearly, the woman had overexerted herself to increase her output. As he moved deftly to avoid the scorching flames, Dercian had a thought. It's shallow. Each wave was undeniably terrifying in its intensity, but it couldn't compare to the sword strikes of Shadow Moon. How could he ever forget? The eerie silence, the almost ethereal quality of that blade. A terror so profound it felt as though 10 lives wouldn't be enough to survive it, and yet, breathtakingly beautiful. That day's memory was etched deep in Dercian's mind, never to be erased. Thus, this was a risk worth taking. Compared to Shadow Moon, this was a danger he could endure. Dercian pushed through the blazing inferno. The searing winds felt as though they would melt his skin. Felt, but ultimately did not. In an instant, he closed the distance. The red-haired woman glared at him, her face contorted with rage. As Dercian moved to strike her down, 3 sharp arrows whistled through the air. Though unharmed, he had missed a golden opportunity. It seems I'll need to deal with the archer first. The arrows weren't particularly powerful, but their precision was disruptive, constantly breaking his momentum. A quick glance revealed the beastman warrior, whom he thought incapacitated, slowly rising to his feet. This is troublesome. From the beastman, Dercian could sense the divine power of the dark god, Hubras. A black, sticky aura, an ominous force cloaked the white tiger beastman's body. Every instinct as a living being screamed of its danger. One of Dercian's lingering doubts was resolved. He had been skeptical when the Church of Hubras had been declared a heretical cult, but faced with such a sinister divinity, it was hard to argue otherwise. The beastman warrior spoke in a voice that seemed on the verge of breaking. I am not done yet. I, Gaelden, will not die. That much seems true, Dercian replied. But it won't be long. My children will never be touched. Those you've killed surely felt the same. Dercian steadied his stance calmly. Ha! He flicked the blood from his sword. With the woman's final death throes, the raging flames vanished as though they had been a lie. They had been far tougher opponents than expected. The beastman warrior, Gaelden, had clung to him relentlessly until the very end, and the archer had disrupted him even at the brink of death. The supernatural flames had, albeit briefly, rivaled the spells of a grand mage. But now, there were only 3 corpses left behind. Was this the strength of those beneath Islandia? Even beyond Count Berthus, there were warriors of such caliber under their banner. To wield such power and devote it solely to war, it was horrific. Perhaps it was their might that had driven them to cry out for war in the first place. The current age is marching toward peace, yet here we are. There was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Islandia's source of power, it was now his to confront. Dercian Escant. A crimson aura pierced the air. A crimson-black aura slashed through the space, surging forward. The ferocity of the energy screamed like a wild beast, and the massive great sword bared its fangs. There was only one person on this continent capable of exuding such an overwhelming killing intent. Raisin Berthus, a masterpiece crafted by the dark god. From within a helmet resembling a demon, faint crimson light seemed to gleam ominously. Well, you've finally arrived, Count Berthus. Your nemesis is here. Nemesis? Ha, such arrogance. Do you truly consider yourself my equal? Even so, I'll manage to buy some time, won't I? Silver steel clashed against the fangs of the beast-like greatsword. As expected, Dercian was already beginning to feel the strain. Now it was time to change tactics and wait for reinforcements. Please don't take too long, Elise. The beastman warrior Gaelden. The pyrokinetic ability user Mary. The sharpshooter Hakon. These 3 were individuals we had saved from the battlefield. At the time, Syrienne and I were stationed near the gates, acting as the proverbial fire brigade. We were deployed after receiving an emergency request for reinforcements, but by the time we arrived, the situation was grim. A half-destroyed outpost littered with corpses. Demons rampaging unchecked. Even the survivors we managed to save were mostly beyond help. Gaelden stood there, blood-soaked, shielding 2 young ones. Mary and Hakon had been boy soldiers back then, much like we once were. It was a sad yet common occurrence, mercenary groups using children to fill their ranks. For the mercenary companies, headcount equaled payment, and the world had no shortage of abandoned children. It wasn't unusual for these boy soldiers to die alongside their older comrades. Gaelden had originally been part of another mercenary group, only to find himself with just the 2 kids left after the chaos. From that day on, the 3 of them stuck together, with Gaelden effectively raising the 2 as his own. He was, in practice, their adoptive father. Why is it so hard to see you, Uni? I've missed you. I've been very busy. You've grown so much. And you're even prettier than the last time I saw you, Uni. I am. Mary adored Syrienne. Ability users like Mary often had difficulty with education and self-control, leading to frequent injuries caused by their own powers. Syrienne, capable of wielding immense power while protecting Mary from harming herself, naturally became her mentor. Through this, they grew close. Gaelden, on the other hand, had been a seasoned warrior from the start, so there wasn't much to teach him. Hakon was mostly trained by Gaelden himself, although I occasionally stepped in when asked. Hakan, always quiet, gave a polite nod of respect. Gaelden grinned and clapped Hakan on the back. This kid's improved a lot. You'll be surprised the next time you see him in action. I'll look forward to it. There was no need for an extended reunion. We hadn't been apart for long, and we'd surely see each other again soon. Gaelden, especially, was meticulous when it came to work. All right, we'll head out for a patrol. Mary, save the catching up for later and start by surveying the area. Yes, sir. See you later, Uni. All right, see you. It seemed they'd prearranged their tasks, as the three headed off to scout the surroundings. I waved them off as they disappeared. In the original story, these three hadn't been given much prominence. They were one-time characters, obstacles meant to delay Dercian's journey until my arrival. Their deaths had occurred within the span of a few sentences, brief and final. If Gaelden's name hadn't been mentioned, I might not have remembered them at all. Back then, Dercian was already renowned as the sword master. Even within the heroine's reverse harem, he was among the strongest. The fact that these three had given him such trouble was like striking gold. They were allies worth investing in. I suspected that, even in the original story, they were meant to be valuable assets. Raisin's fury after witnessing their death certainly suggested as much. Though, to be fair, my character in the novel always seemed angry, so it was hard to say for sure. The three faded from view, and I finished checking on the state of the procession. There was nothing more for us to do here. Let's head back to our post. Okay, by the way, Raisin. What? Syrian smiled brightly, her small frame pressing close to my side. Why aren't you holding my hand today? Ahem. Well, you know, people might notice. Why does that matter? You're mine now. If anything, I should make sure no one else gets any ideas. I doubt anyone's interested. Wrong? I'm sure there are. Sneaky little cats. I won't let them near you. Well, if she insisted. Our hands clasped together, and Syrian finally looked satisfied. Hehe. Good. Let's go back now. Ever since I regained the memories of the original story, there was something I had been pondering. Was it about how this world was designed? Or perhaps the way things not mentioned in the original work operated? Take the seasons, for example. In the original story, it was stated, early winter is the season when the monsters become most aggressive. However, the exact ecology of these monsters was never explored. Well, that was probably a hastily thrown together plot point. The author likely wanted to write a scene where the female lead is saved by the male lead. Thus, they created the setting of monsters becoming dangerous in early winter. Without much thought, the female lead ventured into the forest and was rescued by the crown prince. The trigger was that trivial, but the setting introduced in the story became absolute. That particular rule had to manifest into reality. Thus, this world was designed in reverse. The essential settings were established first, and the unexplored areas were twisted and filled in to make everything else seem plausible. At least, that was my theory. The strongest evidence was none other than myself and Syrian. We were supposed to be the quintessential villains, yet Syrian was the Grand Duchess of Islandia. It was nearly impossible for someone of such noble status to end up as the Saintess of Hubras, with its murky reputation. Therefore, destiny had to weave an abundance of tragedies just for us. In the end, both of us joined Hubras side by side. Anyway, because of that wretched setup, monsters during this time of year were exceptionally ferocious. Normally, they wouldn't dare attack due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. But today, they had completely lost their minds, throwing themselves recklessly at us. We had been attacked by monsters exactly 6 times today. And more than 10 times, fiery pillars of flame had erupted from the rear of the procession, courtesy of Mary. And we weren't the only ones enduring the assaults of these frenzied monsters. I didn't know which fool decided to venture into the northern mountain range at this time, but they must have been desperate like us. Normally, people would detour around the mountains to save time. Syrian, do you see that up ahead? The ones fighting the monsters. Yes, I see them. Looks like nobles. Can you recognize their crest? I can't see it from here. Wait a moment. Now I see it. A sword entwined with vines. It's quite famous. That's the Ashik Count's household. The Ashik Count's household. The name was all too familiar. It was the family of the sword saint, Dercian Ashik. For now, let's help them. It wouldn't hurt to have a debt owed by such a household. Raisin. Fine, let's go. The sword saint. Dercian Ashik was one of Raisin's greatest adversaries in the original story. Living up to his grandiose title, he was depicted as a formidable warrior, one of the few capable of facing me head-on. Though he suffered countless defeats, he played a crucial role in my eventual demise as my most formidable foe. Looking back, Dercian killed more of my allies than the crown prince did. Though the prince stole many of the spotlight moments, Dercian quietly claimed numerous impactful scenes for himself. The author clearly had a soft spot for him. And now, that same man was groveling before us. Thank you so much for your assistance. If not for you, we would have been in serious trouble. It was mere coincidence that we crossed paths. That doesn't change the fact that you helped us. I will ensure you're properly thanked when we reach Edelmarion. Dark blue hair and violet eyes. A man whose appearance could only be described as the embodiment of the word handsome, befitting the male lead of a romance novel. Dercian Ashik bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Yes, Dercian was bowing his head, to Syrian. The sight was enough to cause a sense of cognitive dissonance within me. In the original story, even after Syrian became the Grand Duchess of Islandia, Dercian never failed to act stiff and defiant toward her. At the same time, my thoughts grew darker. Should I just kill him? This was Dercian before his awakening. He wasn't yet the sword saint, nor even a sword master. He was currently weaker than Isha, who was still in her early stages of growth. Right now, I could kill him in 3 moves without even using sword energy. Moreover, this man was different from Russell. Russell was a character who perished before the original story began, but Dercian was destined to become our enemy in a few years. Not just any enemy, he would be the most troublesome adversary I'd face in battle. Killing him now would drastically alter the power dynamics in the future. But for now, it was better to hold off. I could figure out how to deal with the aftermath, but there were simply too many witnesses. There were ordinary employees of the Merchant Guild all around, and silencing all those mouths was impossible. If I acted rashly, it would only make things difficult for Syrian. Besides, there would be plenty of other opportunities to kill Dercian. Now was not the time. Ah, Saintess, who might the person behind you be? Oh, that's my dependable knight. He's also a protector of our church. While I was lost in thought, the conversation shifted toward me. Dercian, catching my gaze, smiled with the most innocent expression imaginable. I see. It's an honor to meet you. May I ask for your name, sir? Raisin. You can simply call me Raisin. Understood. As I mentioned, my name is Dercian Ashik. I'd be grateful if you'd address me by name as well, Sir Raisin. Sure. Somehow, I ended up shaking hands with Dercian. I couldn't help but feel deeply uncomfortable about the whole situation. You must have known how dangerous the northern mountain range is this time of year. What brings you here? Well, I was originally headed to a trading city in the northeast. However, urgent matters in my household forced me to take this route over the mountains. I see. I hope it's nothing too serious. It should be fine. It wasn't entirely unexpected, just poorly timed. I had a rough idea of what might have happened. There weren't many matters urgent enough to compel someone to traverse the mountains at this time of year. Dercian still introduced himself as the heir of the Ashik family. That meant the current head of the Ashik family, the Count, must have passed away. In the original timeline, Dercian had already inherited the title by this point, having lost his father early on. I had thought he'd already established himself in the capital after taking over the title. It seemed we had arrived a little earlier than in the original timeline. Since no specific dates were mentioned in the story, I couldn't be certain. So, I'd like to ask, would it be alright if I joined you on the way to the capital? I will properly express my gratitude once we arrive, of course. This request is separate from the assistance you've already provided. That's not something I can decide on my own. I'll need to discuss it with Baron Escant, but he's just arriving now. Thank you. I appreciate it. In the end, Dercian joined our group on the journey to Edelmarion. Baron Escant seemed particularly interested in the gratitude promised by the Ashik family, and Syrian appeared to take the pragmatic approach of accepting the situation without complaint. In the original story, Dercian's personality was portrayed as upright and polite, a truly virtuous young man. His friendliness quickly won over the group, especially among the female employees of the Merchant Guild, who were particularly impressed by him. As night fell, the group stopped for dinner. Syrian and I sat side by side near a campfire, eating skewers of roasted meat. Suddenly, Syrian created a thin barrier of divine power around us. It seemed she had something she wanted to discuss. Raisin, you don't seem to like Dercian very much. I wouldn't go so far as to say I dislike him. Was it that obvious? No, no one else would have noticed. But I can tell just from looking at your face. You seem to dislike him. I don't bother hiding it from you. From what I had observed, Dercian wasn't a bad person. That much was only natural. If anything, he was meant to be on the side of justice. If he weren't destined to become my enemy, I might have thought highly of him. But I had no intention of growing attached to someone who was bound to die. Syrian chuckled softly. Maybe we should have told him not to follow us. Honestly, I don't like him much either. Why? Everyone else seems to like him. He looks too feminine for a man. And for a swordsman, he seems too feeble. I bet he's not even that skilled. Not a great first impression, huh? Syrian's head naturally leaned toward me, her warmth blending with the heat of the campfire. It felt as though the winter chill was melting away. From a distance, I noticed Dercian and Isha standing not too far apart. As always, Isha maintained her wary demeanor, though she didn't seem to be outright avoiding Dercian. Her posture was more like a cautious stray cat keeping its guard up. It was remarkable to see the two of them together without conflict. In the original story, their first meeting involved them drawing swords and trying to kill each other. One thing was clear: this encounter had never happened in the original timeline. Syrian, still leaning against me, lifted her head. The divine barrier around us dissipated like grains of sand scattering in the wind. This typically happened when someone was approaching. Looks like he's coming our way. I had been too focused on eating to notice, but sure enough, Dercian was walking toward us. He glanced at both of us, then his expression shifted as if he had come to some sort of realization. The look on his face was one of utter clarity and relief. What was that? What exactly had he realized? A massive tremor reverberated underfoot. Staring at the distorted ground, Dercian thought to himself. Strong. The destructive power was chilling. However, it was still no match for Raisin Berthus. It wasn't as fast or stealthy as Isha of the Shadow Moon. After all, Dercian could read its attacks. This was an opponent he could handle with rationality, not just raw instinct. In that case, he wouldn't lose. Dercian was confident he would never lose to an enemy weaker than the Shadow Moon. Dersian hesitated for a moment, then approached. Despite everything, he was still a high-ranking noble. With a feigned smile of courtesy, Syrian greeted him warmly. The reason for the feigned part was the artificial undertone that was impossible to ignore. It was a beautiful smile, but there was a faint hint of annoyance. Was it because their time alone had been interrupted? It seemed even I had become adept at reading Syrian's expressions. Well, considering how much time I'd spent around Syrian, it wasn't hard to guess what was on their mind just from a glance. What brings you here, Sir Dersian? I wanted to have a brief conversation. Could you spare me a moment? Sure. I don't have anything pressing right now. He wants to talk? That must mean he wanted to speak to Syrian alone without me. The weather was cold. Syrian disliked the chill, so it would be better to keep them by the fire. It seemed I would have to step aside. Whatever they talked about, I could always hear it from Syrian later. As I was tidying up and preparing to leave, Dersian scratched his head awkwardly. I should have said this from the start. Pardon. The person I wish to speak with isn't the Saintess but rather Sir Raisin. The Sword Saint wanted something with me? A million question marks flooded my mind. I couldn't begin to understand what was going through Dersian's head. What could he possibly have to say to me? Could it be that he overheard me bad-mouthing him? No, that was unlikely. May I ask for your understanding for a moment? I promise not to go far. After all, I wouldn't separate the Saintess from her guard. Sure. Thank you. Syrian nodded in approval, though their brow furrowed slightly, as if their mood had worsened. I'd have to smooth things over with them later. Dersian moved first, and I followed. True to his word, Dersian didn't go far. He stopped at a spot where our conversation would be drowned out by the chatter of others but where I could still keep Syrian in sight. It was the farthest I could reasonably go as their guard. Is this distance acceptable? Yes. Now, please state your business. As you can see, I was in the middle of a meal. First, I must apologize. Pardon. Dersian bowed his head. Naturally, he had done nothing that required an apology. I couldn't fathom what had prompted this. Fortunately, the explanation soon followed. Well, I wasn't sure at first, but now it's clear. When we first met, I sensed killing intent from Sir Raisin. What? I had debated whether to kill this man when I first saw him, but I hadn't thought I'd let any killing intent slip. Apparently, I had. It was nothing more than a fleeting thought, a passing whim. Even Syrian hadn't noticed, yet this man, at his level, had. Was this heightened awareness a perk of being a main character? I wondered why. After all, it was our first meeting. It didn't seem like you had any personal grudge against my family. No, I hold no personal feelings. That's a relief. I was curious why someone who helped me at the forefront would act this way, but I just figured it out moments ago. Dersian had a look of sudden realization earlier, and this must have been it. It had piqued my curiosity at the time, and now I was about to find out. Though not manipulative, his thoughts were impossible to predict. At that moment, I came to a realization of my own. This man is the same type as Baron Escant. The type whose thoughts zigzag unpredictably. Was it because he was more mature in the original story that I hadn't noticed before? So, what conclusion did you come to? Well, I tend to get close to people without hesitation, which often leads to misunderstandings. No need to ask what kind of misunderstandings. Even as he awkwardly scratched his head, Dersian continued. Especially with women. I'm frequently misunderstood as making advances, even when it's not my intent. I stared blankly at Dersian's face. The kind of face you'd find in a romance comic, a perfect prince. Judging by the reactions of the female staff and basically every woman on Earth, it was easy to see how his looks alone could cause misunderstandings. So you're here to explain to me that you weren't flirting with the Saintess. Exactly. I have no intention of interfering in your relationship. I'm not that kind of person. I feel relieved now that the misunderstanding is cleared up. I see. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure out a way to explain. Actually, I debated killing you because you're a future enemy. It was better to leave him with the misunderstanding. But was it really that obvious we're together? I don't recall mentioning it. At first, I wasn't sure, but the way the Saintess looks at you, it's unmistakable. Unless someone's completely oblivious, they'd notice. Is that so? Dersian truly had a great personality. To put it kindly, he was optimistic. To put it less kindly, he lacked a sense of personal boundaries. Now that he believed the misunderstanding was cleared, it seemed he thought we'd become friends. I was deeply impressed watching you face the monsters earlier. Your skills are so exceptional that I'm surprised your name isn't well known in the capital. Well, that was because Syrian and Baron Escant had tightly controlled the flow of information. It wouldn't do for our names to reach Count Roxon. Since we were so young back then, few nobles knew of us. We hadn't gone so far as to use aliases, but we certainly didn't want our names spreading in the capital. I gave Dersian a suitably vague excuse and asked him not to casually mention my name in the city. Understood. I owe both of you my life, after all. Thank you. Then, can I consider your business here concluded? Well, actually, I do have one more thing to ask. Go on. Dersian scratched his head again. In the original story, this was described as his habit whenever he had to say something difficult. Though his thoughts were hard to predict, his emotions were easy to read. They always showed plainly on his face, which only made my feelings more complicated. Why does he act like a romance comic protagonist experiencing his first love in front of me? The discomfort in my chest made me want to run away from this conversation. I heard you've known Ishanim the longest here. Ah, excluding Sir Russell, of course. This guy even added the honorific nim to a commoner's name? Whatever. It wasn't an incorrect statement. I hadn't known Isha for very long, but within this group, I'd been around her the longest by a matter of days. It's not as long as you might think. But why are you asking about Isha? Well, Dersian coughed awkwardly. This is embarrassing to ask, but, does Miss Isha have someone special in her life? By someone special, do you mean in the romantic sense? Yes, exactly. My mind went blank. So, what Dersian was asking me was whether Isha had a lover. Aren't you two supposed to hate each other? Shouldn't there be some kind of instinctive hostility bubbling up between you two? In the original story, you were at each other's throats the moment you met. As far as I know, she doesn't. That's great to hear. The confusion in my head only deepened. Now Dersian, full of excitement, began to gush about Isha. This is such a relief. I've met many women before, but I've never felt my heart race like this. It must be fate. I can't get her emerald green eyes out of my head. So, you're saying it was love at first sight? Love at first sight? There's no better way to describe it. The world truly was an unpredictable place. When you think about it, Dersian always compared his opponents to Isha whenever he faced a formidable enemy. This one's slower than Isha, or, this one's more manageable compared to Isha. It never struck me as odd. After all, Isha's strength was described as extraordinary in the story. Even Dersian, who defeated Isha, admitted it was pure chance and suggested he was still inferior to her. Among all the swordsmen except me, Isha was often regarded the highest. So, I just assumed that Dersian's image of a formidable opponent had naturally solidified around Isha. After all, he was part of the reverse harem surrounding the heroine, Elise. It was only natural to think he would like Elise. Well, what can I say now that he's made his feelings clear? The words love at first sight and the raw emotions written across his face. It seemed that all those mentions of Isha in the original story weren't just about her strength. Come to think of it, for someone who appeared so early in the story, it took Dersian quite a while to be romantically entangled with the heroine. I heard it while teaching her swordsmanship. Apparently, she enjoys baking. It's been a hobby of hers since childhood. Baking. I see. I'd like to try it myself someday. Feeling a little sorry for him, I tried to comfort him somehow. If Dersian really did fall for Isha at first sight in the original story, then his life must have been quite tragic. To think, his first love was an assassin who tried to kill him. To survive, he had to cut her down. And in the end, Isha died in the torture chambers of the Inquisition. Just as he came to terms with his feelings, his second love was snatched away by the crown prince. In the epilogue, when the heroine was married, Dersian departed to train and become stronger. Now, I think I understand what that training really meant. Well, behind every happy ending, there are stories like this. Especially for those who lose in the game of love, bitterness is inevitable. Dersian bowed his head to me again. Thank you so much, Sir Raisin. I'll be relying on you in the future as well. But don't come too often. Understood. It didn't seem like he understood. In any case, as soon as the conversation ended, I returned to my seat. Waiting for me was Syrian, her cheeks puffed out in what could only be described as a sulk. My beloved had a knack for adding to my worries with just a few words. Raisin cheated on me. What? Where did that come from? I was right beside you and just had a quick chat. I saw everything. That person looked completely smitten with you. That's an awful misunderstanding. I don't even want to imagine it. Really? Well, hurry up and sit next to me. I let my guard down. I never thought even men would start going after you. That's not what's happening. I already explained. Syrian rubbed her face against my chest. Her soft, squishy cheeks left a warm trace behind. That was truly shocking. I thought only women would covet you. Such misunderstandings only make things harder for me. I'm not prejudiced. Would it be so bad to have just a little? Who knows? Just reassure me quickly. When I glanced at her face, I noticed the corners of her lips curving into a faint smile. Fortunately, her words seemed to be a joke, and she just wanted to stay close to me. Syrian glanced around briefly before shifting to sit on my lap. Naturally, my arms wrapped around her waist. Even though someone passing by might see us, she was unusually bold in situations like this. I couldn't figure out her standards. Was it okay as long as no one was looking at the moment? But if someone did see, she'd probably be mortified. All right. You're the only one for me. Where would a knight go, leaving their liege behind? Hehe, exactly. Rub my stomach for me. I think something I ate isn't sitting well. Like that? Some people nibble ears in moments like this. Should I try that too? That's off limits. Syrian whipped her head away. It was fine to ask me to rub her belly, but the idea of my lips touching her ear was too much. The whims of a woman's heart were truly baffling. To be honest, I'm a little scared. Scared of what? When we go to the capital, someone who knows us might see us. Maybe even Count Roxon. If I run into him, will I be able to stay calm? Syrian's voice trembled slightly. I don't know. I think you'll be fine. The Syrian I knew grew colder when she was angry. The day we lost Tyrion and Henna, we bottled up our volcanic rage and whispered of revenge in a low, steady tone. It's me who needs to be careful about letting emotions ruin things. Even today, Dersian noticed the killing intent I'd been holding back. But for now, it was more important to comfort Syrian. I pulled her delicate frame closer to mine. I knew how to console Syrian. After all, I was the one who always comforted her when she cried loudly in the castle. From long ago, Syrian had always found comfort in my warmth. Whenever I held her hand or patted her back and whispered reassurances, she would quickly calm down and stop crying. Though she wasn't crying now, the soothing effect would be the same. It's already been 4 years. We've spent over 4 years preparing to finish this, so Roxanne won't have any chance to intervene. Your revenge will be flawless. What if I make a mistake? Then I'll handle it somehow. I promised to help, didn't I? From the moment we were at that cabin. We were always two halves of a whole. If I made a mistake, Syrian would cover for me, and I would do the same for her. That's how it had always been. Our procession headed toward the capital without any issues. We had finally left the wretched northern mountains behind, and it seemed we'd reach the capital in a day or two. With some leeway in our journey, neither Syrian nor I were assigned guard duty today. It gave us time to relax together inside the comfort of a carriage. Syrian seemed intent on using this opportunity to discuss our plans for the capital. The conclusion Syrian and I reached regarding our situation was simple and straightforward. We lacked sufficient evidence and power. Listen, there are 2 ways we can bring down Count Ilorin. Inside the rattling carriage, Syrian began sketching on a small piece of paper. She drew scales, representing the imperial court, and an eagle, symbolizing the royal family. One is the imperial court. The other is an imperial decree, right? Correct. If it's just circumstantial evidence, it's already enough. Even if we took it to a fair court, we'd have a good chance of winning, and the emperor isn't foolish, he likely suspects the count's betrayal. I thought court battles weren't an option. They aren't. The imperial court is corrupt. If I stood at the forefront, it might be possible, but it's too dangerous for now. Syrian drew a bold X over the scales. A court so corrupt that a duchess would openly call it rotten. This empire was hopelessly broken. In contrast, she circled the eagle. So an imperial decree would be the cleanest option. Yes. The problem is the emperor. Politics isn't about truth or justice alone. This was especially true in an ancient empire like this one. The tangled web of vested interests had rusted the empire in every corner. Think from the emperor's perspective. What does he stand to gain by following our plan? Baron Escant and the vacant position of Count Ilorin. That won't appeal to him much. Outwardly, the Marquis isn't loyal to either the Emperor or the other nobles. That vacant position would have to be split between the 2 sides. The House of Ilorin was a prestigious family with deep roots in the Empire. Naturally, they held considerable influence in central politics. Their value couldn't compare to a mere frontier garrison commander, especially one like Baron Isquint, who came from common stock. What if the Emperor quietly removed Baron Isquint and blackmailed the Count with his weaknesses? Then he'd gain a strong and obedient dog. Exactly. That's why we can't approach the Emperor directly right now. Syrian added a triangle over the circle. She drew an arrow from the circle to a new symbol, a lantern, representing the Hebrews Church. But we can buy ourselves some time. We'll ask the Emperor to officially recognize the Hebrews Church within the Empire. What would that change? The royal family would send officials to our temple. That would keep Count Ilorin in check for a while. Is that why we need to go to the capital as well? That's part of it, but there's one more reason. Syrian reached for my hand and pulled me closer. We need undeniable proof. Something so incriminating that the Emperor won't be able to cover it up. We'll make the incident explode in a way that no one can ignore. As she leaned in, Syrian's fingertip playfully tapped my lips. Her mischievous smile was close, so close I could feel her breath. What do people need to communicate? Words, or letters, if not that? Exactly. For secret conversations, they need to meet in person even more. So there must be a messenger. Are they operating in the capital right now? Yes. That's the luck you've uncovered. It's information only Russell knew. Syrian finally pressed her lips to mine. It was a light kiss, yet the warmth of her breath seemed to linger on my face. This is your reward. Thanks to you, everything's going more smoothly. Syrian's radiant smile was, as always, the most beautiful thing in the world. Once we passed through the northern mountain range, a peaceful journey ensued. There were no monster attacks, nor was this region infested with bandits. No matter how decayed the empire might be, it wasn't rotten enough to neglect the security of the capital's surroundings. By some stroke of luck, we encountered rangers at the mountain's base. Though they gave us the kind of look reserved for lunatics when they realized we had crossed the mountains during this season, it was a fair reaction. There was no counter-argument to their perfectly reasonable disbelief. The rangers, who were monitoring the mountains to ensure no monsters emerged, provided their escort thanks to the authority of Dercian and Baron Escant. One of them, perhaps out of concern, shared some advice about the area. It's better to take a detour around the mountains during this season. I can see you're skilled, but the northern mountains are unpredictable right now. There were a lot of them, sure, but not to the degree you're describing. Even hiring mercenaries from the capital should suffice to travel safely. You were lucky. The situation has changed a lot recently. Just last year around this time, an entire caravan of considerable size was wiped out. The Rangers, often referred to as the protectors of the Empire's forests, were an elite force known for their strict discipline and their role in patrolling the mountains and hunting monsters. Their reputation extended across the Empire. People who live their lives on the battlefield aren't prone to exaggeration. When I asked for more details, they willingly elaborated. Is there something out there? Yes. There's a cunning one. It has killed dozens of people that we know of. We've found its traces a few times but failed to track it down. We suspect it's a monster with red feathers, but we're not certain. We'll heed your advice. Escaping the ranger's pursuit means it's no ordinary foe. Unless you have a sword master with you, please detour next time. Haha. The rangers escorted us until Edelmarion came into view. Even from afar, the capital was a grand and majestic city that dwarfed the distance. The opulent imperial palace was visible even from here, and the temples of various orders lining the river caught the eye with their splendor. Seeing in person the scenes that had only been described in the original story was a moving experience. The novel's author had little interest in world building beyond the characters, so details about the capital were sparse. The settings seemed slapped together whenever necessary. What a garbage novel. Well then, we'll be returning to our post. Thank you for your hard work. Safe travels ahead. After the rangers departed, we continued on. With well-paved roads ahead, our pace was much faster than in the mountains. As a result, we arrived without issue and were now waiting for the inspection to proceed. The line was a bit long, leaving us with nothing to do but chat idly. Wow, they weren't kidding when they said the capital's walls are so tall they strain your neck just to look up. Right? They really are massive. Isha and Syrian shared similar yet different impressions. Isha acted like a country girl seeing a city for the first time, while Syrian seemed mildly surprised but otherwise unimpressed. My reaction wasn't much different from Syrian's. The walls of the Grand Duchy of Ilencia were slightly shorter, but not by much. It wasn't the first time I'd seen such things, so I wasn't particularly odd. Besides, I'd seen far taller structures in my modern life. If I tried to recall, vague memories of skyscrapers came to mind, but nothing specific. It felt like trying to recall a dream, hazy and indistinct. Had it been too long since I last thought of them? Raisin, what are you thinking about? Your expression doesn't look good. It's nothing. More importantly, will this take long? The Baron went to check. He said inspections are taking longer than the last time he was here. Skyscrapers didn't matter anyway. I wouldn't be seeing any in this world. What did concern me was the uneasy look on the guards' faces up ahead. At this rate, we wouldn't make it through the gates before sundown. We've got 2 nobles here, so you'd think they'd expedite things. In this world, status was immensely useful. Once Hubris was officially recognized by the Empire, Syrian would likely make good use of her saintly status. Though that would also draw the attention of the Empire's pantheon, potentially branding Hubris as an evil god, as in the original story. We stood in line for what felt like hours, shuffling forward step by step. Isha was restless, constantly fidgeting. Even Syrian, normally composed, seemed a little irritated by the wait. This is taking too long. Should we send the Baron again? No need. If we overstep here, we'll just cause unnecessary trouble. Let's wait. Dercian responded with his characteristic calmness, but there was a faint edge to his voice. Finally, we reached the inspection point. The guards meticulously examined every document, comparing them to the faces of our group one by one. These are the traveling companions of Baron Escant. And what business do you have in Edelmarion? The guard's tone was formal but slightly suspicious. Dercian stepped forward and answered with confidence. We are here on behalf of the Grand Duchy of Ilencia. The Baron has a letter of introduction for the Imperial Court. Understood. Please wait while we confirm. The guard disappeared into the gatehouse with the letter. Moments later, a figure in Imperial robes emerged. Baron Escant, welcome back. And these must be your distinguished companions. The man's tone was warm, but his eyes lingered on me and Syrian longer than was comfortable. Indeed, they are emissaries from the Grand Duchy. I see. Everything seems to be in order. Please proceed. With that, the gates creaked open. The city of Edelmarion finally unfolded before us, and even I couldn't help but be impressed by the view. So this is the heart of the Empire, Isha whispered. Wide boulevards teeming with people stretched out in all directions. Shops lined the streets, their colorful signs advertising everything from exotic spices to the latest magic tools. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the aroma of roasted meats, creating a strangely nostalgic feeling. Stay close. The capital is bustling, and it's easy to get lost, Dercian warned. Understood. But Isha's excitement was already evident in her darting eyes. Syrian, on the other hand, was alert and focused, her gaze scanning the crowd for potential threats. As we made our way to the lodging prepared for us, a group of street performers caught our attention. A fire eater was juggling flames while acrobats leaped through rings of fire. The crowd erupted in applause as coins clinked into their collection boxes. Amazing, Isha breathed, her eyes wide. It's nothing special. You'll see much grander performances if we attend a noble banquet, Dercian commented dryly. But I couldn't help but agree with Isha. The vibrant atmosphere, the energy of the performers, it was something you couldn't replicate in the sterile, polished halls of nobility. Let's keep moving, I said, pulling Isha along before she could get too distracted. As we turned a corner, a commotion broke out nearby. A man in tattered clothes was arguing with a merchant, his voice rising above the din of the crowd. You cheated me? This isn't worth the price you charged. Nonsense. You agreed to the price. Now leave before I call the guards. Syrian's hand instinctively moved toward her sword, but I stopped her with a glance. This wasn't our business, and drawing attention now wouldn't do us any favors. Let's go. We continued on, leaving the argument behind. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that the capital, for all its grandeur, hid a darker side beneath the surface. By the time we reached our lodging, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the city. The inn was modest but well kept, with a warm fire crackling in the hearth and the scent of stew wafting from the kitchen. We'll rest here for the night and visit the imperial court tomorrow, Dercian announced. As we settled in, I couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. Edelmarion was everything I'd imagined and more, but it also felt overwhelming. For someone like me, thrust into this world with knowledge of what lay ahead, the capital was both a promise and a threat. I need to stay vigilant. Tomorrow, the wheels of fate would begin to turn, and there would be no going back. It was nothing new, but this world had countless gods. Even just counting the sects actively operating in the empire exceeded double digits. If you included gods like Hubris, who had been forgotten or whose faith had entirely perished, it was impossible to estimate how many gods had existed throughout history. The most renowned among them were the so-called five gods, gods of light, faith, benevolence, order, and war. The sects worshipping these gods wielded significant influence. Among them, Asiril, the god of light, boasted the largest following and would eventually choose the female protagonist, Elise, as a saintess. Countless gods and a myriad of sects. Despite their diversity, the scale of these sects varied greatly. In any other world, such differences would have likely led to devastating wars. However, in this world, religious conflicts were surprisingly rare. The reason lay in the tangible nature of miracles. People could directly witness the existence of gods. This made it impossible for anyone to claim, "Our faith is the only truth, and your god is a fake." However, the gods were reluctant to directly interfere in the mortal realm. The task of believing in gods and building sects ultimately fell to humans. Surprisingly, those who called themselves followers began to classify the gods. This concept gave rise to the imperial pantheon. Nominally, it was a religious alliance established to prevent conflicts and combat malevolent deities. In reality, it was a political faction created by the sects of the five gods to extort smaller sects. If a sect failed to gain recognition as a benevolent deity by the imperial pantheon, their missionary activities were restricted. Worse, they risked being branded as a cult and purged. In the end, the pantheon was a stage for political power plays among the sects. After explaining this, Syrienne waved her hand dismissively, as if exhausted by the subject. Well, at least we're in a better position. We're not entirely unknown. We may have been buried in that forest for ages, but if you search old texts, our name does come up. Because it's a textbook example of downfall. Exactly. That's why older priests might recognize the name Hubris. At least we won't hear remarks about having no history. Syrienne frowned, and I could almost hear her gritting her teeth. But it cost us quite a bit of money. Didn't you extort a good amount from Baron Escant? I heard the Baron was practically in tears. We only got half of what we should have. That money wasn't supposed to leave my hands for a long time. Ugh, do you know how much I could have done with that? To officially register a name in the imperial pantheon, two conditions had to be met: proof of divine power and contributions to the empire and the pantheon. Divine power was a given for recognition as a religion. As for contributions, our achievements on the battlefield against demonic forces made this part relatively easy. If we framed our role in repelling the demons correctly, it would be enough to meet the requirements. The problem was that these contributions subtly included donations. Without a generous donation, they'd nitpick over every little thing. It was an open secret, but in Hubris's case, emphasizing the god's dominion over death could lead to complications. So, begrudgingly, we had to gather a hefty sum of gold, which we had just donated. The donation was so significant that the Archbishop of Asiril, who had been guiding us, grinned so wide it seemed his face might split in two. The Archbishop promised to discuss our temple with the imperial family and conveyed that this matter would be reviewed positively. In essence, all that remained was procedural formalities. Approval was practically guaranteed. Still, it seemed there wasn't a single uncorrupted corner in Edelmarion's laws or religions. No wonder the future crown prince drew so much attention. Thinking about it makes me furious again. Just wait. I'll get back every coin I spent on this with interest. How? I'll squeeze it out of them. There isn't a single money handler in the empire who doesn't fear a tax audit. Let's see if they can hold their heads high when I start poking around with Islandsia name. I'll dig up every speck of dirt they've hidden. Syrienne strode ahead, her steps noticeably larger than usual. It was a habit of hers when she was angry. Is that even possible? To take down a sect through a tax investigation. If I inherit my title, it is. As the sect's saintess, I'll have access to all the Pantheon's records. After that, I just need to wave the evidence under their noses with Islandsia's name. Incredible. I couldn't help but admire her determination. In the original story, the Pantheon hadn't played a significant role. Until the female protagonist recognized demons as people, its name appeared occasionally but never actively influenced the plot. It never interfered with Syrienne's gradual rise to power, which, given the Pantheon's greed, seemed odd. Now, I thought I understood why. It wasn't that they didn't act, they couldn't. As I continued following Syrienne, the path flanked by statues of various gods stretched before us. These were the deities the Pantheon had officially recognized. The god of light, whose statue stood before the Pantheon, was the largest. Next were the gods of benevolence, war, faith, and order, in that order. Once Hubris was officially acknowledged, a statue would be added at the very end. What caught my eye were the broken statues, reduced to mere feet. Noticing my gaze, Syrienne quietly explained. They're the gods declared malevolent. Since the Pantheon's establishment, it's only happened twice. The statue we just passed was of the god of time, and the one ahead is of the god of darkness. Instead of removing them entirely, they just break them. They call it a warning to remind everyone to stay vigilant. I wondered if Hubra's statue had suffered the same fate in the original story. The thought left a sour taste in my mouth. Even without faith, the idea felt insulting. Well, at least we've bought ourselves some time. We'll have to come and go a few more times, but wasting both money and my time is infuriating. You've done a great job. Sorry I haven't been much help. Not helpful? Don't ever say that again. Just having you by my side means so much to me. Sirian took my hand and pulled me along. Enough of this. Let's go eat something delicious. I'm starving? Sure. I've got a reservation. Really? When did you manage that? When I thought you seemed upset last time. I wanted to cheer you up. Now I'm looking forward to it. Let's hurry. Sirian had a refined palate. Not only that, but she had tasted numerous rare delicacies in Reheim. As a result, it was no easy task to find delicious food by the standards of the Grand Duchess of Islandia, and naturally, I sought out recommendations for the most famous restaurants in the capital. High-end restaurants, of course, were always the kind of places coveted by couples wanting an intimate evening. Though, in this case, it was likely a man seeking such time. This meant I ran into Dercian again in front of the restaurant. Saintess, fancy meeting you here. Isha, did you two plan this from the start? No, honestly, it's purely a coincidence. Sirian tilted her head, skeptical. I firmly clarified that it was indeed a coincidence. It seemed today was the day Dercian had arranged to spar with Isha. From the looks of it, he had prepared meticulously, and I felt guilty about potentially ruining their plans by inserting myself into the situation. In times like these, it's best to step aside and give them their space. Judging by Isha's demeanor, she had likely just come along for the promised dinner. Well, if the two of them grew closer, it wouldn't be a loss for me either. Since the two of you were planning to come here anyway, don't mind us. Since fate brought us together, how about we dine as a group of 4? Excuse me. Ahem. I've been meaning to have a deeper conversation with you two anyway. Dercian shattered my considerate gesture without hesitation. Looking closely, his expression was stiff, and his hands, which had been clenched tightly, were just now starting to relax. He was clearly trying hard to compose himself. I could guess why. I glanced at Sirian, unsure how to respond, and noticed her tightly shut lips curving into a subtle, mischievous smile. Dercian likely didn't catch it, but I did. It was a hidden spark of amusement. Since she didn't seem annoyed, I didn't mind. At least, it didn't seem like her mischief would be aimed at me this time. What do you think, Sirian? Why not? This could be fun for a change. Then go on inside first. Just mention my name at the door, they'll let you in. I'll catch up shortly. Okay, let's go, Isha. After the two women went in ahead, Dercian stood awkwardly in front of me. The moment his tension seemed to dissipate, he let out a deep sigh. Phew. I tried to give you some space, so why did you act like that? Well, I was just so nervous. I kept making stupid mistakes, and when I saw the two of them, I just panicked. Dercian's head drooped in shame. It seemed he was well aware of how ridiculous he'd looked. I debated whether I should offer him some meaningful advice but ultimately decided against it. I wasn't exactly a seasoned expert myself, having only recently started dating Sirian. Besides, Isha wasn't particularly perceptive in these situations. Still, I could spare him one piece of advice. Take it slow. Don't push yourself too hard. Thank you. Now, let's head inside. They're waiting for us. Fortunately, the restaurant's reputation was well-deserved. Sirian seemed quite satisfied. As for me, I enjoyed the venison, and even Isha, who usually kept her reactions reserved, showed a bright expression of surprise. You could call it the benefits of the luxurious noble culture. Every little decorative detail had clearly been crafted with care. And the taste? It went without saying. There's always a reason when something satisfies the picky palates of the upper class. The only one who couldn't enjoy the delicacies was Dercian. Judging by his blank look, he probably couldn't even tell if the bread was going into his mouth or his nose. The way he clenched and unclenched his fists, it must have been a habit when he was nervous. Surprisingly, that was him doing better than usual. Isha wasn't accustomed to the formal dining culture of nobles. Noticing this, Dercian had taken it upon himself to teach her proper utensil etiquette and the order of eating. It was a kind of small victory for him, and the confidence it gave seemed to smooth out his otherwise awkward demeanor. Come to think of it, you two are remarkably well versed in etiquette. It's impressive, Isha commented. Looking as brutish as I do, I figured I'd better learn proper manners if I wanted to be treated like a human. I replied. Brutish? Who on earth said that to you? Sirian snapped, turning her head sharply. The cold glint in her eyes was enough to betray her rising anger. She seemed ready to hunt down whoever had said such a thing, though even Sirian wouldn't actually go that far. With a small chuckle, I responded, my father. That makes sense. He probably meant it in a good way, she said, trying to sound casual. I couldn't hold back a laugh. Hey, cut it out. Sirian's energy deflated a little. Her gaze briefly dropped before she looked back at me with a mix of irritation and helplessness. That expression was so endearing I couldn't help but smile. Bringing up my late father in such a light tone might have seemed inappropriate, but it didn't bother me much. I'd long since come to terms with it. After all, it was Sirian who had helped me swallow my grief. Teasing her was one thing, but it didn't feel right to keep the conversation on this subject. Fanning herself, Sirian quickly changed the topic. Enough of this gloomy talk. Let's discuss something fun instead. Like what? I asked. How about ideal types? Let's start with Isha. What kind of person do you like? Wow, bold move. Dersian, sitting in front of me, swallowed hard. Just as the tension in the air was easing, it wrapped around us all again. The only one oblivious to this atmosphere was Isha. Her head tilted slightly as she fell deep into thought. Ideal type. I can't think of much, she began. Never thought about it? Like, what kind of traits you prefer or dislike? Syrian pressed. If I had to pick, maybe someone who doesn't lie. Someone who keeps promises, repays trust, Isha replied after a moment. So, someone dependable. Syrian clarified. Dersian clenched his fists tightly. What was it in the original story again? Dersian's defining trait leaned more toward refinement than dependability. Among all the characters, he was perhaps the most quintessentially noble. Ironically, his personality was strikingly open and progressive, almost to the point of being uncharacteristic for a noble. It was a fascinating contradiction, though not entirely surprising. After all, this world's source material was a typical romance fantasy. Making Dersian a rigid and stuffy noble would have been counterproductive to winning over the reader's hearts. Still, he certainly wasn't the type to go around lying. The noble demeanor he displayed naturally included keeping promises and fostering trust. I didn't think Isha had considered all that when she spoke, though. Her words seemed to be a straightforward expression of her thoughts. They don't have to be overly dependable. Just honest and trustworthy would be enough for me, she added. And anything else? Syrian asked. I'd prefer if they weren't too intimidating. Not that I dislike it, but scary is still scary, you know. Isha's eyes seemed to glance at me. Was it just my imagination? When I looked back at her, her gaze was focused on the foie gras. That dish was delicious. Maybe I should ask for another serving too. So, what about you, Dersian? Ahem. I'm not sure yet. Really? You're really not sure? That sounds like a lie. Lady Saintess. Syrian emphasized the word lie, cornering Dersian completely. Just earlier, Isha had said she preferred honest people, so it was impossible for Dersian to blurt out a lie now. I could almost hear Syrian snickering internally. Poor Dersian must have felt like he was dying inside, but for me, it was a sight to behold. I liked the serious side of Syrian, but her playful, sunny demeanor was even better. And frankly, Dersian and I weren't close enough for me to bail him out yet. Good luck handling this on your own. This isn't my problem. Ahem. Cough, cough. Oh my, are you alright? Did I ask something inappropriate? No, I suppose there's an instinctive pull. Someone who seems distant yet has a delicate side. I think such qualities are appealing. Matters of the heart are hard to explain. I'm not sure. That's a good answer. Oh, for once, Syrian's response sounded genuine. She seemed genuinely pleased with Dersian's answer, her gaze toward him softening noticeably. Because of that, Syrian decided not to tease him further. As if to give him a break, she picked up her silver utensils and sliced into her perfectly cooked steak. The moment that tender pink meat reached her lips, Dersian took the opportunity to steer the conversation elsewhere. He must have realized he wouldn't last much longer if the topic continued. Feeling a bit sorry for him, I decided to let him off the hook as well. He handled that well enough. I heard you two were active on the northern front. So, you fought demons directly? Yes. We were stationed at the Actania Gate, Dersian replied. Did you ever encounter a demon king? We've fought one before. Syrian. I mean, Lady Saintess was there with me. You can speak freely. I'm not one of those overly rigid nobles. Very well, then. Before I knew it, everyone's attention had shifted to me. Even Isha, who had been focusing entirely on her meal, looked intrigued. Given the times, Isha seemed particularly fascinated by any story related to battles or demon kings. She reminded me of Syrian when she caught sight of something sweet. It might have been a bit much for her age, but as a fellow swordsman, I could understand. Sometimes, the drive to break through walls was all that mattered. Enlightenment could come from unexpected places. But honestly, the story wasn't all that grand. You seem to have high expectations, but it's actually not that uncommon. Lower-ranking demon kings aren't much different from strong demons. Is that so? That's not what I've heard. I thought demon kings were all monstrous beings. That's true for the Western territories. But as a rough estimate, those ranked below 50 aren't particularly remarkable. Of course, there are exceptions. The constant battles in the Empire's north stemmed from one of the gates to the demon realm being located there. But that didn't mean all demon kings were confined to the north. There wasn't just one gate, and high-ranking demon kings like Elijah mostly settled elsewhere on the continent. Conversely, most demon kings lingering near the gates were of lower rank. I once killed a demon who claimed to be the 70th ranked demon king, only for another to appear days later and introduce himself as the new 70th ranked king. They often killed each other off, so it wasn't surprising. What do you mean by exceptions? Isha asked. Rank 69, Decarabia. Syrian, chewing her steak, was the one to answer. As I mentioned, lower-ranking demon kings weren't particularly threatening. That was why the Empire didn't station sword masters in the north. Even I, officially, had yet to reveal my sword aura. However, Decarabia was a demon king who had maintained his position for an exceptionally long time. For a 69th ranked demon king, typically deemed unworthy of even recording their name, he was effectively treated as mid-tier or higher. Decarabia? I've never heard of him. Is he a particularly strong demon king? Not exactly strong, more like unique. Decarabia wasn't a demon king known for his raw power. The problem lay in his parasitic nature. Think of him as a parasite. Decarabia is a demon king that inhabits other demons. Ugh, couldn't you have picked a better time to explain this? We're eating. Sorry. Syrian scolded me, but no analogy described Decarabia better than parasite. A demon king that invades a demon's body and takes control of its mind. Just when we thought we had him cornered, his host's magic erupted in a wild frenzy, causing destruction everywhere. Even with Syrian's support, it was impossible to get close. Even if I'd used my sword aura, I wouldn't have wanted to step into that hellish chaos. Only if there had been no other choice. Otherwise, the risk simply wasn't worth it. After losing his host, Decarabia didn't appear before us again. That was about 1 or 2 years ago. By now, he would have found a new host, maybe even moved to a different territory. Or perhaps he was avoiding Syrian and me altogether. Well, we'll probably cross paths again someday. He seemed to hold quite the grudge as he fled. For all I know, he could be plotting something sinister even now. The overcast sky wore a gloomy expression all day. Raindrops fell incessantly, soaking the earth until the muddy ground seemed to weep. A boy, drenched from head to toe, sneezed with a loud achoo. The rain was so cold it might as well have been snow. Each droplet that touched his skin stole more of his body heat, yet he couldn't hide from it. He had something he absolutely had to do. Angel, Angel, are you listening? Yes, my dear child. I am listening. What is it you want to know? Clumsy hands dug into the ground. Hidden pebbles pricked his feet, and broken twigs cut his skin, but he didn't stop. Soon, he had created a hole in the ruined garden, large enough to fit a human head. Am I truly a cursed child? Because I keep seeing cursed things. No, my dear. You simply have more friends than others. Do you remember the village hunter? The man with the blue tattoo on his left arm? Of course. Clever boy. Do you recall how the hunter befriended a hawk? The hawk? Yes, I saw it. Its brown wings were so magnificent as it cried out, caw-caw. It was amazing. When animals became the topic, the boy's face lit up with a radiant smile. To him, animals were far more familiar than humans. After all, the only kindness he'd ever received came from animals, while cruelty came solely from people. Rain kept dripping into his eyes, and he wiped his face with his arm repeatedly. What you see are unique friends, like that hawk. Others can't see them, but you can. And these friends need you to care for them. Without you, they'd surely be lonely. But, my mom said I'm cursed. So did my dad. It's a sad truth, but not everyone in this world is as kind as you are. Look. See what those people have done. The boy's bright expression didn't last long. His gaze lowered, falling on the golden-furred puppy lying lifeless before him. It was his beloved dog, raised with tender care. The boy had poured all his affection into the pup, Leo, giving it the love he himself had never received. Whenever food was scarce, he shared it with Leo. The dog, as if understanding, remained loyal, greeting him with hoarse barks. But now, Leo was dead. Had the poor dog cried out in terror before it died? Even a mute animal must feel fear, he thought. The grotesque angle of Leo's neck gave no answers. The boy could only guess at the painful death the dog must have endured. My dear child, do you think your puppy did something so wrong as to deserve this? No, absolutely not. Leo didn't do anything wrong. He wanted to set Leo's neck straight before burying him, but he couldn't. Whatever had broken it had twisted it so badly that trying to fix it might have caused the head to detach entirely. Exactly. Wicked people have lied to you. The ghosts you see are simply mischievous friends. They'd never play cruel tricks on you. Thank you, Angel. Really, you're the only one I have left. Your parents and the villagers have wronged you, but remember, I will always be on your side. The boy began covering Leo with soil. As clumps of dirt buried the dog's golden fur, tears streamed down the boy's face. Or were they tears? It was raining, after all. Maybe it was just rainwater trickling down his cheeks. Even so, his eyes and chest ached with pain. Ah, it seems an unwelcome guest has arrived. The angel tapped the boy's shoulder gently, though it remained invisible. Sometimes, the angel called to the boy this way. Turning slightly, the boy noticed someone crawling through the muddy ground. He looked down at the man with pity. Or rather, he pitied what was left of the man beneath him. The stones he had collected for Leo's burial were now dirted by the scene before him. Ah, Eric. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown. What brings you here? Please, please, have mercy. Spare me? Sadly, Mr. Brown's plea was something the boy couldn't grant. Breaking a toy was easy, fixing it was not. The man's body had already reached an irreparable state. If his legs had been intact, Mr. Brown wouldn't have needed to crawl, but it seemed he was unaware of his own condition. A man whose waist had been severed couldn't possibly survive. Even a child as young as the boy knew that much. Besides, the angel had told him. The people of this village were all bad people. Angel, it looks like my friends were playing and accidentally dropped him. That seems to be the case. A good child would return him to his friends, wouldn't they? It's fine. They're already coming back to get him. The boy smiled brightly. You can take him back now. No, please, no. Spare me, please. What a thoughtful child. Mr. Brown retreated the way he had come. Though he had crawled slowly on his way in, he was pulled back in an instant. A long trail of handprints marked the muddy ground where he had been dragged. Human hands have 10 fingers, but the marks showed 11. Why was there an extra one? Oh, because of the head, there it was. The boy finished covering Leo with soil. He made sure to pile on a thick blanket of earth to keep Leo warm and stacked stones on top so he wouldn't lose the spot later. Kneeling, the boy clasped his hands together in prayer. Dear God, please let my Leo be healthy in his next life. I'd be so happy if he could come back and be my friend again. The heavens will surely hear your prayer. I'm so glad I have you, Angel. Achu, you've been out in the rain too long. You should head home and rest. Yeah, I should. I'll do as you say, Angel. That's a good boy. Haven't I always guided you well? A good child listens, and I care for you deeply, my kind little one. Yes, I'll be a good child. The boy trudged off, his steps slow and unsteady. The usually quiet village didn't seem so silent today. Black silhouettes flickered across the village, and the once quiet villagers were now loud. The boy's friends were having fun. A severed arm lay on the ground, its blue tattoo unmistakable. The screams of the villagers filled the air, but the boy didn't mind. They were no longer people he cared about. Kia ha 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 ha, give that to me, I want it too. This one is crying, this one is laughing, this one is crying. Looks fun, I'm having fun. Are you having fun too? Someone unrecognizable from a distance danced wildly in the sky. It was too far to make out their face. The boy's friends played games, tossing people around like balls and snatching them from each other. Occasionally, their games turned into fights. Crack! Something tore apart in the sky. Blood rained down on Eric, and a familiar face came into view. Eric's been splashed with blood. He did it? Not me. I did it? Not him? It was the boy's father. The same father who cursed him as a damned child and drowned himself in alcohol every day. Every time he reeked of liquor, he would beat the boy. The angel always said his father was a bad person. Seeing his father's face, the boy's eyes became hazy and distant. I told you not to talk to those cursed things. I'm sorry, don't hit me. You deserve punishment if you've done wrong. You're drinking again. Why are you like this too? This is all because you gave birth to that cursed child. We should have just killed him then. So it's my fault now? We agreed to raise him. My dear, it's cold outside. You should head in now. Oh, I'm sorry? I must have zoned out for a moment. I'll head home now. Good. Rest well. We'll leave this place tomorrow. The angel added softly. I'll take care of everything else. Northern Mountain Range Garrison Report. Hashtag classification, critical. Hashtag Discoverer, Ranger Zimmer, post 3-2. Hashtag Discovery circumstances, found during reconnaissance mission. Hashtag report details. A village of approximately 30 households near the Northern Mountain Range was completely annihilated. Based on bloodstains, it is presumed all residents were killed. The lack of corpses and destruction patterns not attributable to humans suggest the involvement of monsters. Red feathers were found scattered throughout the village. Hashtag notable observations. While all buildings in the village were destroyed, one secluded house remained completely intact. The location of the house suggests it was spared due to being unoccupied at the time. Evidence suggests a single survivor, likely a boy based on footprint size and depth. Despite thorough searches by an entire platoon of rangers, further tracking was impossible. It is presumed the survivor fell victim to another monster. Hashtag conclusion. The high-risk monster Red Feather has begun attacking nearby settlements. Request for an escalation of Red Feather threat level. Request for authorization to commence eradication operations against Red Feather. Russell's Crescent Moon was a guild that gathered intelligence from all over the Empire. Though it had recently suffered significant damage and was undergoing extensive restoration, its deeply entrenched roots hadn't been completely pulled out. Restoring all the damage would undoubtedly take time, but the remaining roots were still usable. Thankfully, the foundation left in the capital, Edelmarion, was one such example. Some had gone into hiding, ready to declare independence if Crescent Moon collapsed entirely. Fortunately, that independence never came to pass. Given its importance, Russell had stationed trustworthy people there, which was why he managed to re-establish contact after only a few days of effort. Information, after all, was best exchanged in either a completely silent place or a boisterously loud one. This time, the meeting spot was the latter. The area wasn't exactly a slum, but the streets were lined with old, worn buildings, a place known as Old Town. Their destination was a raucous tavern, one of those with private rooms reserved for select customers. Inside the room, they were greeted by a grumpy-looking dwarf. His face alone was enough to tell you he had quite the fiery temperament. The dwarf's expression stiffened as he glanced at Russell's shoulder. In a rough, mocking tone, the dwarf jeered at Russell. Look at you, you pathetic idiot. No, wait, I should call you a proper cripple now, shouldn't I? You kept whining about being incomplete, and now you've actually gone and lost an arm. It's been a while, but your words remain as sharp as ever. I'll take that as proof you're happy to see me. Happy? Oh, merciful goddess, grant your humble servant the strength not to bash this fool's head in. Seeing this idiot again must be your divine test of patience. Haha, you're the same as always. That's reassuring. The dwarf clasped his hands as if in prayer, or at least pretended to. Unable to hold back his own temper, he threw the wooden mug in his hand at Russell. It didn't seem like he put much strength into it, though. Damn you, is this really how you treat a friend? Friend? Don't give me that nonsense. You've got 3 limbs total, and I've got 4. Shouldn't you be calling me your elder? Haha, everyone, this is just how he is. 4 beer mugs were placed on the table, though no one had ordered them. The two men naturally began drinking, so the rest followed suit, figuring this must be the way things worked around here. But meeting in a tavern? That wasn't to Russell's liking. The reason was Syrian. Next to him, a small pair of lips sipped beer with an audible gulp, gulp. Despite trying to appear indifferent, the corners of her mouth curled upward in delight. She normally loved sweets, so why did she have such a fondness for alcohol? Especially given her terrible drinking habits. The dwarf sighed as he glanced at Russell. Despite his rough words, he seemed genuinely concerned. At least you're still keeping your head attached. And you got here just in time. Not too late, then? Sounds like you've got something new for me. Oh, I do. Too much, actually it's a massive headache. The dwarf rubbed his temples with a groan, then pulled out a piece of paper. Start with this. It's a report we recently got from the Northern Mountain Rangers. It arrived just the other day. You should read it first. It seems more relevant to you too. What, are you planning to step away entirely? Not quite. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I'm leaning towards safer work if I can. Suit yourself. Judging by your expression, though, it seems losing that arm taught you something worthwhile. Oh, it did. Something very valuable. The report wasn't long. It detailed the complete annihilation of a village in the northern mountains, seemingly the work of a beast called the Red Feather. Russell recalled a story he'd once heard in passing. One of the rangers who had escorted them in the northern mountains had mentioned a beast with red feathers, a cunning creature that was difficult to track. It wasn't unusual for beasts to attack humans, and tracking a powerful one was no small feat, but that was the ranger's job. Though serious, it didn't seem directly relevant to them. Even Syrian, after reading the report, seemed unperturbed. A beast I've heard of before. By the way, I don't believe I've caught your name yet. What should I call you? What good would knowing my name do? Just call me Dwarf. I don't care for yours, either. It's for safety. If something happens to one of us, it's better to keep things clear. Russell is one thing, but it would be trouble if I mentioned your names, wouldn't it? I see. That makes sense. A kind of unspoken rule in this line of work, it seemed. The dwarf stood up momentarily, his mug now empty. He refilled it from a large oak barrel, prompting Syrian to eagerly do the same, her eyes lighting up. Russell hesitated. Should he really let her drink more? In the end, he decided there wasn't much he could do for now. The dwarf resumed speaking. Anyway, that red feather isn't just a beast. Are you saying it's a demon? Bingo. Nailed it. No, I wasn't saying it because I knew. Syrian, who had been quietly sipping her beer, cast a sidelong glance at the dwarf. It was proof that the conversation had piqued her interest. The dwarf let out a hearty laugh. What you've just seen involves demons. It's a bit of a long story, so listen carefully. Of course, Crescent Moon wasn't the only group handling what people called backdoor business in Edelmarion. In any country, central politics were rife with schemes and conspiracies. To devise clever plots, one had to be willing to use dirty tools. While some noble houses trained their own tools, others simply hired such individuals with money. Though it wasn't as chaotic as a place like Requida's, there was still a distinct industry for this kind of work. Even among people like us, there's an old saying that's far more important than skill or anything else. Those who ignore it often end up like Russell. Don't swallow a prize that's too big. If you try, your mouth will tear, and if the prize is too rare, your stomach will split. Exactly. Keep that in mind while you listen. Not too long ago, someone came to see me. An ambitious fellow, but he was completely terrified, saying it felt like his mouth was about to tear open. The dwarf launched into his story without hesitation. Although the man he met had tried to speak in a roundabout way, there was no fooling the dwarf. Crescent Moon had been the first to uncover Count Eloran treachery, and naturally, that information had reached the dwarf as well. The gist was that the man had been tasked with smuggling demons into the northern mountains. If they traced the employer, it would undoubtedly lead to Count Eloran, but the dwarf refrained from saying so outright. The man had known it was dangerous, potentially grounds for immediate execution. But if he had taken the job anyway, it meant there had been a tempting bait. At first, everything had gone smoothly. The man's skills were as exceptional as his overwhelming ambition. The hidden paths and corrupt territories across the empire were practically his playground. The problem began when the demons he smuggled started to spiral out of control. They needed to stay quiet until at least the following year, but the demons had started attacking trade caravans and even destroying civilian homes. To make matters worse, the Rangers, who had been lying in wait, launched a large-scale search. The Rangers, experts in mountain terrain and tracking, were among the few incorruptible elites in an otherwise rotten empire. With the possibility of a demon extermination order being issued, it was only a matter of time before the smuggled demons were discovered. The ongoing search was likely suffocating the man's every move. He seemed desperate, like the executioner's blade was already at his neck. He's itching to wash his hands of the whole thing. If things go smoothly, you might get what you're looking for without much trouble. Here's the time and place for the meeting. Look for a man with a cross-shaped scar under his chin. Only a day remained before the meeting. If we hadn't met with the dwarf today, he would have handled the man himself. Once the main discussion was over, there wasn't much else to talk about. The dwarf left first, advising us to stay put for at least another 30 minutes before leaving. In the meantime, I had the unenviable task of making sure Syrian didn't drink too much. When Syrian drank too much, things got difficult. Very difficult. Raisin. Can't we stay a little longer and have just one more drink? No. How long has it been since your last incident? But it's just beer today. It started with beer that time, too. I stood my ground like a fortress. The last thing I needed was to have my ears bitten again. If that kept happening, even my patience would run out eventually. Returning to my lodging, my initial plan was to fall asleep immediately. I quickly washed up and brought a cup of tea to my room. Syrian would savor the aroma and taste even when drinking a simple cup of herbal tea. To me, tea was just water with a slightly different flavor. I was born with an unrefined palate, there was nothing I could do about it. If I were to blame anyone, it would be my parents for making me this way. However, the world often favors those with unrefined tastes. A lower threshold for happiness makes life more convenient in many ways. From outside the room, there was a knock at the door. In the cabin, I could distinguish people just by their footsteps. Naturally, I recognized who it was. In fact, at this hour, the only person who would visit me was Syrian. Raisin, are you asleep already? Not yet. You can come in. Then, excuse me. Syrian entered my room directly. Perhaps because it was late at night, she was dressed comfortably. That didn't mean her beauty was any less striking. A deep blue evening dress. The delicate fabric softly embraced Syrian's body. The first thing that caught my eye was her slender waistline. With each breath she took, her alluring silhouette gently swayed, and her noble silver hair playfully swished. A bright smile, like that of a child up to some mischief late at night, adorned her lips. I realized now, that bashful smile of Syrian's was a look she showed only to me. Knowing this seemed to grip and shake something deep within my heart. What's the matter? Tomorrow might be dangerous. I wanted to suggest we have some snacks together to cheer up. Sure. Come in quickly. The cold air is getting in. Is tea and snacks okay? You know me, I eat anything without fuss. Syrian set down a tray. On it were a few snacks, as usual. Today, there were simple biscuits, milk, and a single piece of candy. Seeing only one candy, it was likely meant for Syrian. If I were to snatch it now, she'd probably resent me greatly. Imagining her puffing her cheeks and playfully hitting me was quite endearing. An annoyed Syrian seemed to evoke a certain mischievous desire in a man, making one oddly want to tease her. Perhaps it was because her expressions were so varied. Syrian placed a biscuit in my mouth. Her fingers lightly brushed against my lips, and that fleeting moment seemed to linger on them. Eat this and stay strong for tomorrow. Try not to get hurt again. Still, haven't I been avoiding injuries lately? Cover that scar on your neck before saying that. It's really upsetting. Just recently, you got hurt despite being so confident. Oh, you can see it now. There was a small burn mark on my neck. It happened when we were escaping through the forest. Anyway, demons, demonic beings, monsters, beasts, anything with demonic in its name seemed to have a bad connection with us. A monster that self-destructs when near death? Who could have imagined that? I usually kept it well hidden, but having just washed up, I hadn't thought about it. I used a nearby towel to cover my neck. Worry was already evident in her beautiful red eyes. There's likely to be a strong demon involved. Don't let your guard down. I know. I'll be careful. I really mean it this time, okay? Yes. Trust me? Outwardly, a demonic beast appeared to be just a slightly larger animal. Moreover, there were occasionally ferocious or massive predators more fearsome than demonic beasts. The clear distinction between the two was simple: are they under the control of a demon? However, not all demons could control demonic beasts. While the exact conditions were unclear, it was certain that only relatively high-ranking demons had this ability. The high-ranking demons I encountered on the battlefield were formidable opponents. None were lacking in skill, and all had their own cunning strategies. They were by no means easy foes. Still, I prefer things straightforward. From now on, we just need to eliminate all the demons, right? Yes. Let's meet the person tomorrow and then move immediately. I don't want to give them much time. What if the meeting place is a trap? It doesn't matter. Even then, I'll handle it somehow. So, just focus on not getting hurt. It's okay to fail. If it's dangerous, don't hesitate to run away. As long as you're alive, there's always another chance. I'll create the opportunities, so just make sure to return safely. Syrian whispered softly. Surely, sounds don't carry warmth. Yet, how could a few words be so warm? It felt as if the approaching winter had melted away, warming my heart. Having someone to rely on is truly a blessing. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? I won't lose. Still, I wouldn't lose disgracefully and mess things up. Everyone was moving urgently now. Not just me, Syrian, and Russell, but even Baron Escant hadn't been seen resting since arriving in the capital. He was probably still visiting all kinds of nobles, laying the groundwork for his plans. In comparison, all I knew how to do was fight, so failing even at this would be shameful. That's true. You're my knight, after all, Syrian said with a small laugh. When she said things like that, she often revealed her possessiveness toward me. Oddly enough, I didn't mind her obsession, it was something I welcomed. Here, have another. I brought milk too, but I didn't add honey to yours, Raisin. It'd be too sweet, right? Yeah, the biscuits are already sweet enough. I thought so. Without hesitation, Syrian sat on my lap. I hadn't noticed it before, but the feeling of her soft yet firm body pressing against my leg stirred something illicitly sensual within me. The female form is truly a marvel. How could a body that seemed so light and delicate move so tirelessly? Syrian, sitting snugly in my embrace, felt like a finely crafted doll or a delicate piece of art. Her silvery hair caught my attention again and again, so I gently played with the ends between my fingers. Was human hair always this soft? Raisin. I'm curious about something, she said. Yeah, what is it? Well, we're officially a couple now, right? Right. Then, what changes when people become lovers? Syrian asked cautiously, her gaze lifting to meet mine from below. And I, like a fool, gave the most unremarkable answer. Well, I'm not sure. Pfft. You don't know either, huh? Do you think I'd have experience with this? You've known me since childhood. It wasn't a lie. Even in my previous life, I probably didn't have a lover. Though my memories of me were growing hazy, faint fragments still surfaced occasionally. Syrian seemed to enjoy my dumb response. Her ivory-like hand gently caressed my cheek. So, I was thinking, how about we try changing what we call each other? Specifically, well, how about, honey? Honey? Like this. Eep. Syrian flinched and shrank back. She'd told me to try it, so why was she reacting like this when I did? Her flushed cheeks grew hotter as I lightly pinched them, and yet, her lips couldn't hide the smile spreading wide with delight. Seeing her like this, I couldn't just let it go. Honey? What's wrong? You told me to say it. Well, my heart wasn't ready. Honey, honey, honey. AHH. And no, stop. My heart won't survive at this rate. Syrian covered my mouth, but did she really think that would stop me? My superior physical strength wasn't something her slender frame could counter. I dodged her hands and asked teasingly, you don't like being called honey? What about something like darling? That might be too much for now, though. Ha! I said stop. Pfft. Ugh, this is a disaster. I just came to cheer you up for tomorrow. Thanks to my honey, I think I'll have plenty of energy now. Quiet? Until I'm ready, that nickname is off limits. In the end, Syrian lunged at me with the determination to shut me up, covering my mouth with her hands. Feeling it was better to let her win this time, I obediently allowed myself to be silenced. When I opened my eyes, I was greeted by Syrian's flushed face and a pouty expression. It was that expression, the one so irresistible that I couldn't help but tease her just to see it again. Perhaps it was because it was a rare sight, or maybe it was the mix of annoyance and love pouring out of her that made it so incredibly sweet. Whatever the reason, one thing was clear, the fact that this person was my lover filled me with immense joy. Had she noticed my thoughts? Syrian made an exaggerated show of being upset. I'm leaving now. Eat the rest of the snacks yourself, she huffed. Then I'll eat this candy too, I teased. Huh? No way. As I reached for the candy, Syrian quickly snatched it up from the tray. Without hesitation, the round, jewel-like candy disappeared into her mouth. Is it a rare candy or something? I asked, amused. Yep. Baron Eskant said he got it from a famous patissier. I see. Syrian slowly rolled the candy around in her mouth. I wasn't particularly interested in candy, but the sight of her pale cheeks subtly moving was so endearing that I couldn't look away. Curious about how it tastes, she asked with a playful glint in her eyes. A little. Not a lot, I replied casually. Is that so? Her eyes curved mischievously into crescents. A shiver of unease ran down my spine. This was trouble brewing. Curious about how it tastes. What kind of question is that even supposed to be? Well, wouldn't it taste sweet? It's candy, after all. Maybe there's a hint of fruitiness mixed in. I'm not particularly fond of candy, so it was just a casual answer I threw out without much thought. Especially since I'm the kind of person who avoids sweet things late at night. As I blankly stared at Syrian, the corners of her mouth curved up into a sly grin, the candy still perched between her lips. Do you want one too, Raisin? Do you even have another one? Who knows? I don't feel like telling you after you teased me earlier. Smirking, Syrian rolled the candy over her tongue. A faintly sweet aroma wafted from her slightly parted lips. Her crescent-shaped eyes gleamed like a predator that had just found the perfect prey. Her playful voice continued to tickle my ears. You know, most people just call it sweet and leave it at that. But in reality, there are so many kinds of sweetness. And this one? This is my absolute favorite. It's almost too good to keep to myself. I bet you'd be surprised if you tried it. But here's the thing, this is the last piece of candy I have, and I've already had plenty of it. So, what should we do? I don't mind not having it. Nope, that won't do. It's too good to enjoy alone. I'll share it with you now, so make sure to accept it properly. Without warning, Syrian grabbed my head and leaned in close. It wasn't just a kiss, it felt more like an ambush. Her soft, rosy tongue slipped into my mouth, delivering something sweet onto my tongue. I felt a tiny, glassy orb, peach-flavored. The candy, already melting in Syrian's mouth, flooded my senses with a violently sweet taste. It was strangely luxurious yet intense, a subtle fragrance that left my mind hazy. The sticky mixture of saliva entered my mouth with a faint, wet sound. It felt like the world had suddenly transformed into a dream, with an ethereal scene unfolding before my eyes. Syrian's face, with her eyes gently closed, was serene. Her snow-white eyelids looked so clean and pure, like eternal frost. Amid this surreal moment, faint, slightly indecent sounds echoed. NGH. Smack, slurp. As if forbidding me from escaping, Syrian's hand gripped me tightly. Once again, I found myself powerless against that gentle strength. The kiss wasn't too short, nor was it overly long. Finally, Syrian lightly nibbled on my upper lip before pulling away, looking triumphant, as though she'd scored a major victory. I sat there, dumbfounded, as she bade me good night. Well, I'm off now. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. It'd be even better if you dream about me. Oh, okay. Pfft, cute, my little knight. If only you'd show me that face every day. I heard the door click shut. I stayed seated, unmoving, until the candy in my mouth had completely melted away. Today, it seemed, was my complete and utter defeat. The meeting place the dwarf had given us yesterday turned out to be a graveyard near the capital. Contrary to my assumption that such a meeting would happen late at night, it wasn't very dark at all. We arrived just as twilight began to settle over the horizon. The setting sun melted into the dead grass. While flowers wilted beside moss-covered tombstones, Syrian and I strolled through the cemetery at a leisurely pace. Our shadows stretched long over the slight incline. It's a nice place. Despite how it looks, all the souls here seem to be at rest. No signs of malevolent spirits. Looks like the priests at the temple aren't slacking off. For the amount of money they get, they'd better be working hard. If undead were to show up in the capital, the entire empire would be in chaos. You're still hung up on that, huh? I'm serious, I'll get my payback someday. Alright. The graveyard clearly hadn't been well maintained. It looked like some people visited occasionally, but not with much care. Most of the tombstones were thick with moss or partially broken. Some graves didn't even have proper tombstones, just small markers indicating someone had been buried there. It didn't seem to be a burial site for nobles, likely a place for commoners or criminals. Still, it wasn't a bad spot for a secret meeting. We're looking for a man with a cross-shaped scar under his chin, right? But no matter how hard I searched, there was no one who matched that description. In fact, there wasn't anyone here at all. This place was desolate, not a trace of people, save for signs of someone mowing the grass months ago. Is this a dead end? Let's look around a bit longer, just in case. Things might have gotten a little delayed. Sure. Besides, I've got something to take care of while we're here. I wasn't particularly disappointed. I hadn't expected much to begin with. You know what they say, if you don't get your hopes up, you won't feel betrayed. For all I knew, the person we were meeting might have been captured or decided not to show up at all. As we walked, Syrian released faint traces of divine power. The souls in this cemetery were resting, but not all of them had found true peace. Touched by the divine energy of Hubras, the spirits slowly dissolved into the earth, one by one. It was after we had finished our sweep of the graveyard that we finally found the man we were supposed to meet. We had climbed a nearby hill to check the entire area. There was a tree large enough to be visible from a distance. And slumped against the trunk, as if he had fallen asleep, was a man. Looks like we're a little late. This isn't good. It means they've already caught up to him. Just as we'd been told, there was a cross-shaped scar on his chin. The problem was that the man was no longer alive. A deep stab wound marred his chest, and his clothes were soaked in dried blood. Judging by the condition of the body, he had likely been dead for only a few hours at most. This was no accident. The evidence was clear, he had been murdered. He hadn't even managed to put up much of a fight. It seemed likely he had been stabbed from behind and died instantly. If this was an assassination, the killer was disturbingly efficient. Tisk. I didn't think Count Iloran would just sit quietly, but it seems he's decided to take a more violent approach. True. In a place like this, no one would find it strange if a few people ended up dead. Syrian clicked her tongue. Her delicate brow furrowed, and dark divine power surrounded the man's lifeless body. I didn't feel particularly sorry for the man. After all, it was his schemes that unleashed demons upon us, leading to countless deaths and tragedies. He deserved the consequences. Even so, Syrian guided the man's soul to rest. It was her duty as a saint. Each god has their own divine power, and for priests, this power defines their purpose. For instance, a priest of Hubras gains strength by guiding souls to rest. Conversely, abandoning lost souls without reason comes with consequences. It's considered a form of blasphemy. Not that the gods are entirely inflexible, of course. Hubras, in particular, had a reputation for being relatively lenient. Let's check his belongings. I'm not expecting much. Be careful, though there could be poison or traps. Would they really go for such a cheap trick? All we found on the man was a small amount of money and a single dagger. The fact that the money was still there indicated this wasn't a random act or a robbery. Whoever killed him had plenty of time to dispose of the body. Leaving the corpse here could only mean one of two things. It was either a warning or bait for a trap. In this case, it was clearly the latter. In the end, you were right yesterday. About what? You said things would get dangerous starting today. Didn't expect the first threat to come from humans, though. We had company. They weren't here to exchange pleasantries. If anything, this was going to be an ugly conversation, one with weapons involved. They were trying to approach unnoticed, but Syrian and I had both been active soldiers just weeks ago. Even demons, with their invisibility magic under the cover of night, never managed to sneak up on us. Simple concealment spells wouldn't work on us. Syrian gathered her divine power. In one hand, she conjured a glowing lantern, in the other, she held an axe. Naturally, I drew my sword as well. Without a word, we instinctively stood back to back. 6, no, 7 of them. 7, indeed. What do you think, Syrian? Killing them all at once isn't feasible. It'll be tedious, but fighting is the better option. A sharp whistle pierced the air from the distant forest. It was their signal to engage. As the enemies charged toward us, I couldn't help but smirk. They don't seem to know anything about us, do they? Of all places, they chose to pick a fight in a graveyard. The graveyard itself was a place of death, a symbol of final rest, where spirits leave everything behind. Syrian's divine power spread across the graveyard. The sun hadn't fully set yet, but an early nightfall seemed to have descended over the area. A lantern flickered to life in the pitch-black darkness. It was a crimson lantern. Syrian gently swayed it, drawing the attention of a few assassins, tightening their encirclement. The focus in their eyes disappeared entirely. It was as if a serene, melodious voice echoed in my mind. Guiding lantern. Rest at the journey's end. The enchantment didn't last long. A few other assassins quickly regained their vigilance, snapping the entranced back to their senses. It was instinctual, something akin to an animalistic awareness that warned them of danger, that they shouldn't gaze at the lantern for too long. Some even inflicted wounds on themselves to jolt their consciousness back. I'd occasionally seen similar feats on the battlefield, where warriors would break free from mental interference by sheer force of will. The assassins deliberately averted their eyes from the lantern, but then came the sound of splashing beneath their feet. Water. One assassin flinched, looking down at the ground. The graveyard floor had undoubtedly been covered in dry soil. The ridgeline where the sun had set had vanished, replaced by a land eerily painted with crimson stone flowers. As for the water's origin, a river stretched endlessly, its length indiscernible. I knew what that river was. It appeared to be nothing more than clean water, but in reality, it was the embodiment of death flowing through this graveyard. Yes, this place was unmistakably a cemetery. It was a site where the divine power of Hubris, symbolizing rest and death, was at its peak. For us, this was nothing short of a sanctuary, and confronting clergy in such a sacred place was historically ill-advised. The river of the afterlife, purifying souls. It washes away every sin and memory accumulated in the mortal realm. The final gate one passes through before entering eternal rest. The place where Hubris's lantern comes to rest had overlapped with reality. Well, half of it is an illusion. Much of Syrian's power leaned toward deception. Given its nature of affecting souls rather than bodies, it was far more efficient to interfere with minds than to wield brute physical force. The death delivered by the saintess of Hubris wasn't unconditional. For intelligent beings capable of communication, the cost was immense. When dealing with highly elevated souls, it could even result in fatal internal injuries for her. Alpha Nigerian Naira OES. Against humans, it was far more efficient to use ordinary sacred magic. However, humans consumed by fear or rage weren't so different from beasts. The moment one's rationality dulled, Hubris judged the soul's rank to have temporarily dropped. When the soul plunged to its lowest, it became possible to force death upon humans without significant cost or even compel them to end their own lives. But this sanctuary wasn't solely for deception. This other shore was also a realm meant for me. Considering their level of skill, it seemed a bit excessive, though. In the depths of the darkness, my vision grew sharper than in daylight. The deeper the forcibly imposed night became, and the more Syrian's divine power took control of the surroundings, the clearer my senses became. 3 on Syrian's side, 4 on mine. Is their leader coming for me? The weight of the sword I gripped felt vividly clear. A subtly twisted center of balance. The flow of air created by my movements and the sword, the habits visible in the assassin's steps and gazes. Everything entered the scope of my perception. Remember what I told you yesterday? Not to get hurt. Yeah, you too. I'll handle the 3 behind us. Soon, the assassins closed the distance to engage. Perhaps confident in their swordsmanship, one of them lunged toward me with a sharp blade that whistled through the air. The clash of our swords produced a remarkably clear resonance. A fast, sharp strike, accompanied by enough weight behind it. Whoever trained them had done a decent job. But decent wasn't enough to solve everything. The days when I lacked strength and relied on cheap tricks were long gone. I pressed forward, shoving the blade in front of me roughly aside, and the assassin, unable to match my strength, was forced to retreat. That had been the plan, at least. Though he stepped back, his retreat was cut short. Chains rose from the ground and wrapped around his feet. The price of failing to avoid my blade was, predictably, death. His body, split in 2, fell to the ground, and crimson blood soaked the land of redstone flowers. With one down so easily, only 3 remained. When multiple fighters face a single target, the basic strategy is to spread out and exploit their blind spots. One assassin quickly slipped to my flank. I could have blocked him but chose not to. If you go that way, you'll die. As I'd said, that path was certain death. I'd expected someone to try, so I had gathered divine power in advance. Using the tip of my sword as a signal, I slashed through the air, and a dark blade erupted from the ground. Perhaps I should leave one alive? I flicked the blood from my sword. The sensation at the tip of my sword was unsettling. The feel of cutting through human flesh. The pressure of blood from taut muscles and the vibration of bone being severed reverberated in my hand. Killing humans felt different from slaying demons. It left an unpleasant aftertaste, even though I'd long since abandoned guilt over taking lives. Keeping one alive was the right call. The 3 assassins on Syrian's side died quietly. One had collapsed instantly, lifeless. Another had driven a blade into their own neck. The last one stumbled toward Syrian and knelt as if awaiting execution. Like a criminal awaiting judgment. Syrian raised her axe and decapitated him. With 3 kills apiece, only one assassin remained. He was the one who had stayed hidden, giving orders their leader, no doubt. I had severed one of his arms, but it wasn't a fatal wound, at least for now. The reason for sparing him was simple, interrogation. Assassins are typically tight-lipped. But they aren't the infallible, silent figures of comic books. Humans are surprisingly vulnerable to pain, and prolonged torture can break even the strongest minds. The idea of assassins trained to withstand any torture is largely a myth. Still, torturing assassins often yields little useful information. They know only what's necessary for their mission, so even extensive questioning won't extract knowledge they don't possess. Nevertheless, it wasn't an option to completely skip the attempt. I pointed my sword toward his leg. I'd rather not waste time, so answer my questions. Who's behind you? You're monsters. Both of you look so young. Did I ask for your evaluation? The tip of my blade pierced his thigh. The assassin gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. Was he trying to show off how tough he was? It seemed this wouldn't go smoothly. Syrian watched indifferently and casually commented. Not there. A little higher is better. Huh. About a finger's width above. It'll hurt more. And don't stab the same spot twice. Next time, go for the opposite side. Okay. The assassin gave a bitter laugh. I aimed where Syrian had suggested. Why does she know this so well? Where did she learn something like this? Regardless, I followed her advice. After inflicting a shallow wound, I asked again. Who's your employer? Do you think I'd tell you? Then another question. Where are your comrades? The assassin remained silent. Was he showing loyalty to his allies? This time, he clamped his mouth shut entirely. There's no way to force someone to speak if they don't want to. If such methods existed, inquisitors wouldn't need to learn such brutal torture techniques. Still, making us waste time comes with consequences. Thud. The blade pierced again. After a few more questions, the assassin didn't remain entirely silent. However, his answers were vague and offered little value. It seemed there were limits to what he could divulge. As expected, the interrogation was largely pointless. I could push further, but continuing would only waste energy for both of us. I glanced at Syrian. She nodded slightly, signaling it was time to end it. This is your last chance. Say something useful, and I'll grant you a swift death. I'm not great at torture, but I know people who are. If you stay silent, I'll leave you to them. We weren't the only ones to spill blood today. That's all I know. Good enough. Let's finish this, Raisin. Sure. I keep my promises. Swish. The sound of air splitting followed as the assassin's neck was severed. His face showed no pain, his death had been quick. I pushed his collapsing body aside. Syrian's divine power guided his soul to rest. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully before reaching a conclusion. This one didn't seem to know his employer either. But someone was definitely targeted. Our lodging is safe, considering other nobles are staying there. By process of elimination, there's only one left. Baron Escant. Yeah. He went outside the outer city walls earlier today. That's probably the easiest target. Another day was already coming to an end. What had I even done today? The past few days felt like a complete blur. Every day was the same, blending into one another, making it impossible to keep track of anything. It must be this wretched air of the capital. There was no other explanation. I shook my head, brushing away my scattered thoughts. Only then did my mind piece together the day's events. Right. Today, too, I had been networking with the nobles of the capital and securing various business deals through the merchant guilds. I had to offer incredibly generous terms. Just in case I ever got caught up in some unfortunate incident or things went south, I needed to ensure that they'd feel the pinch in their wallets. Compared to Count Eloran, my efforts were still nothing more than a drizzle. But even a drizzle, when persistent, could soak through before one even realized it. That was the nature of this game. That was the true power of the nobility. A tangled web of interests, impossible to fully comprehend. Blood ties, regional connections, and even the most trivial things all intertwined to form their collective identity. In essence, they weren't all that different from the monopolistic merchant guilds, which were notorious for keeping outsiders at bay. The only real distinction was that nobles tended to be more arrogant about it. I let out a dry chuckle. Was this what I had wanted to be a part of when I was younger? No, I needed to change the mood before I got too sentimental. Nothing was more pathetic than someone like me sitting around moping. Just then, I spotted Sir Malin nearby. Stretching my arms with exaggerated movements, I spoke up. Well then, another day survived. Let's head back, Sir Malin. You must be exhausted listening to all these pointless conversations. The true exhaustion is yours, Baron. What has this old man done, really? I dragged you away from the comfort of your estate, didn't I? That alone calls for additional compensation. Of course, you know that I, Nello Escant, never skimp on fair rewards. Haha, I'm simply honored that you trust this old man. I may be aging, but I am still a knight. I merely fulfilled my duty. Sir Malin chuckled warmly. Somehow, that simple laughter had a way of easing my heart. Yes, I truly loved my domain, my people. They were so precious to me, more than I knew what to do with. Even now, wasn't that the case? Sir Malin could have enjoyed a peaceful retirement in my barony, yet he followed me here without hesitation. There was something between us that went beyond mere profit, something that could only be called loyalty. And I cherished those who carried that loyalty in their hearts. A bond without warmth is nothing more than a transaction. To strip away emotions and see relationships purely in terms of gains and losses, what difference is there between that and being a mere tool? Even beasts, incapable of speech, still possess emotions. And yet, humans, with all their supposed intelligence, seem to care for nothing but accumulating shiny rocks. Well, not that I'm any different when it comes to hoarding gold. But priorities matter. I only collect wealth because it's necessary. After all, protecting my people and maintaining my territory doesn't come for free. Honestly, the people in the capital feel so lifeless. All they ever talk about is who said what His Majesty declared, what some high-ranking official decreed. As if I care about their damned politics. Politics always seem needlessly complicated. They don't have to be, but people insist on making them so. Instead of focusing on actual governance, nobles and royals find the most ridiculous ways to assert their power. Mark my words, someday, they'll be arguing over the number of days they should mourn a death. To my eyes, the grand mansions of the capital's nobility couldn't hold a candle to the humble wooden houses built by my own people. The finest delicacies of the aristocracy meant nothing compared to the fresh fruit from Jackson's orchard. Even the elaborate carriages pulled by 4 horses couldn't compare to my own. Actually, that 4-horse carriage I saw earlier was pretty impressive. Maybe I should have one made when I return to my estate. If my carpenters handle it, I'm sure they'll come up with something even more spectacular. Speaking of which, it's gotten really late. By the time we return, it'll be pitch dark. The Saintess must be waiting. Shall I tell the coachman to hurry? No, safety first. Traveling at night is dangerous. Besides, I brought a gift for her, so she won't be too upset. The Saintess has a soft spot for gifts, especially edible ones. For a moment, the image of the silver-haired Saintess flickered through my mind. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but at the same time, incredibly difficult to approach. Not that I could do much about it. Without Sir Raisin nearby, the Saintess was practically untouchable. Only recently had we started exchanging the occasional light-hearted joke. Before that, even a single word from me felt like it could summon a winter storm. She was, in every sense, a woman made of ice. Sir Raisin was the key to softening her. Whenever I casually arranged opportunities for them to be together or publicly praised Sir Raisin, she visibly warmed up. That was why I had been hoping they'd get together soon. If they became close, the Saintess would surely become more approachable. And if they actually married well, that would be perfect. It would certainly make my life easier. I'm human too, after all. Now that I think about it, considering how Raisin is, this might take a while. Sorry? What was that? Just talking to myself. Anyway, I heard that the Saintess really loves cake, so I feel a little more at ease knowing I have a solid bribe. Those two were like rain in a drought to me. I couldn't be more grateful that they were on my side. Without them, I wouldn't have known a thing about the whole Count Ilorin affair. I would have been caught in some scheme and killed off without anyone ever knowing. Just the thought of it was enough to send a chill down my spine. Sir Raisin saw me as a somewhat peculiar person but respected me nonetheless. The Saintess, though, with her, it sometimes felt like I wasn't the one who had her loyalty, but rather, that I belonged to her. She understood noble society far better than I did, despite my own status as a noble. Her insight came from an almost impossibly broad perspective. And at times, her ability to make precise, brutally accurate judgments was so sharp that it bordered on cruel. She was lying low for some reason now, but someday, she would spread her wings and soar. Well, whatever. A good thing is a good thing. Despite seeming strict at first glance, the Saintess knew how to be considerate. Her meticulous contracts weren't about nitpicking, they were her way of ensuring that neither side owed the other anything. She even accounted for details I hadn't thought of, shielding me from potential pitfalls. It was a kind of warmth that no greedy noble could ever offer. Perhaps this was her own way of showing affection. And as for me, Nello Escant, a petty man by all accounts, I took joy in seeing my people rise. When I encountered someone ahead of me, my first instinct wasn't ambition, but admiration. The idea that I could serve as a stepping stone for greatness, that alone was enough to set my heart racing. I might not be worthy to stand beside them, but I could follow behind. And that was more than enough for me. Come to think of it, Sir Malin, Sophia has grown so much since I last saw her. Since we're already in the capital, shouldn't you bring her back a gift? Feelings deepen when they're reaffirmed, and gifts happen to be the easiest way to do that. I've been thinking the same, but I have no idea what to get her. I want to bring back something she'll truly love. You should have consulted me. You don't need to go overboard with something expensive or extravagant. The best gifts are small but practical things she'll use often. That way, she'd always be reminded of you. Just like the necklace I never take off. Still, since we're already here in the capital, a bracelet or a brooch would be a safe choice. If you'd like, I can help you pick something out before we return to the estate. I'd be grateful for that. No need to thank me. This is something I genuinely enjoy. Sophia was like a granddaughter to Sir Malin. They weren't related by blood, but to them, that didn't matter in the slightest. Sir Malin smiled warmly, deep in thought. Was this what a parent's dilemma looked like? That gentle, devoted love, this was precisely the kind of thing I wanted to protect. But that peace was on the verge of shattering. The carriage, which had been moving along smoothly, suddenly came to a jarring halt. A commotion broke out among the guards who had accompanied us from the estate. A wave of unease washed over me. There wasn't a single unfamiliar face here. Every person present was someone I knew and trusted. What's going on? I'll check the situation. Please wait here. All right. Sir Malin returned moments later, his voice urgent. In his hand was a gleaming sword, drawn and ready. Baron, it's an ambush? Our current forces won't be enough to hold them off. You must flee, now. My head burned hot. My jaw clenched so tightly that my teeth ground together. Damn it, the preparations had not been made carelessly. Count Ilorin would want to settle this matter in secrecy, so an attack of some kind was inevitable. That was why he had brought the trio from the Actania Gate: Gaelden, Mary, and Hakon. Each of them was a promising talent, considered top tier even among the gate's ranks. At the same time, they were some of the highest cards a baron could play, so it wasn't that they had let their guard down. The only problem was that the attackers' strength far exceeded their expectations. The scorched ground reeked of burnt flesh. Shaky, ragged breaths filled the air, a low growl reminiscent of a beast on the hunt. But it wasn't a threatening sound, it was closer to a pained whimper. The scene was nothing short of horrific. The white fur, characteristic of a white tiger, had been stained completely red, making its original color unrecognizable. The mighty battle hammer that had once swung with pride lay shattered on the ground. Mary had blood trickling from her nose and mouth, a side effect of overusing her fire magic. Even now, she seemed to be forcing herself to squeeze out more power, but a limit was called a limit for a reason. Around them, several corpses lay scattered, brutally crushed. Somewhere in that pile of bodies, Sir Malin was likely among them. This was hell. And from that hell, Baron Eskent stepped forward. Kahihi. That's right. I was desperate to see you, Nello Eskent, the human I must kill. Everyone had told him to run. But he hadn't. Run? Where exactly was he supposed to run? Given that monster's speed, it wouldn't take more than a few strides for it to catch him. He had no desire to prolong his life by a few measly minutes in a pathetic struggle. More than anything, he had never learned how to abandon his people and flee. I heard you were a talkative human, but you're strangely silent now. Are you scared? Your eyes don't seem like it. I don't usually talk to demons. You're only the second one I've ever had a conversation with. Oh, and who was the first? If you get close enough to me, maybe I'll tell you. Ha ha ha, I like that. Baron Eskent enjoyed talking. Even when others called him frivolous, he had never once held his tongue. For him, conversation was as essential as the air he breathed. Speaking with his loved ones had always brought him joy. That was why he never indulged in idle chatter with those he loathed. To him, communication was sacred. It was not something he would share with just anyone. Yet, at this moment, Baron Eskent was throwing away that very belief. A bitter, unpleasant feeling churned in his chest, but it hardly mattered. I've always been a shallow and trivial person. I can abandon my principles at any time. They weren't that valuable to begin with, so it doesn't cost me much to discard them. He stared straight at the demon. The one responsible for this disaster, despite all the precautions taken. The very being who had thrown all his calculations into disarray now grinned menacingly. It was a strange demon. With his pale platinum hair and strikingly handsome features, his lean figure resembled that of a nobleman. But his combat style was anything but refined. It was barbaric, crude, and straightforward. Brute force melee combat. Swinging a great sword with overwhelming physical strength. That was all this demon relied on. Oh, is that so? But why are you speaking now? Trying to buy time? Yeah, if I can gain an opening with my words, why wouldn't I? Kehi, fine. I'll humor you for a little while. It's been a while since I met someone who could actually hold a conversation. Strangely enough, there wasn't a single trace of mana emanating from the demon. Whether human or demon, mana always left a trail. Given enough time, it became undetectable to the senses, but advanced detection magic could still uncover it. That was why Count Ilorin had assumed the enemy wouldn't bring a high-ranking demon along. If a demon's presence was discovered near Edelmarion, the Emperor would fly into a rage. Bringing a demon along for an attack was practically political suicide. No one had anticipated such an irregularity. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. I heard there were interesting people in the north, but none of them have shown up. You'd find stronger people in the capital. Oh, that won't do. I want to have fun, not die. The demon shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Baron Eskent carefully surveyed his surroundings. Their two strongest wild cards weren't here. Gaelden was completely incapacitated. His injuries weren't the kind one could push through with sheer willpower. Even if he forced himself to stand, it wouldn't make much of a difference. That left Mary as their best bet. Once she recovered some of her energy, she might be able to land a meaningful blow. Did she just need a little more time? Fortunately, the demon seemed in no rush to finish things. Baron Eskent turned his mind over the possibilities. A demon of this level, one who stood out so dramatically. There was no way their commander wouldn't be aware of him. It was time to broaden his perspective. Now, he needed to consider not just the demons of the north, but those operating beyond it as well. The most likely suspect was the west. Just a few years ago, Demon King Eliger had launched an attack on the Grand Duchy of Islandia from there. As he recalled the names of the infamous demons from the western territories, a certain description matched. I've heard of you before. There's a peculiar demon in the west, one who insists on fighting with pure brute force. I never expected to meet him like this. Oh, even humans know my name? Now that's exciting. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was Nezra. Correct. To be acknowledged by my enemy, I guess I really have been doing a good job. Nezra spread his arms wide, his face lighting up with genuine joy. That expression of his, so utterly pleased, was unbearable. Disgust churned in Baron Eskent's stomach, making him want to retch. And yet, the undeniable truth remained: Nezra held the advantage here. Baron Eskent was a lord. On the surface, the relationship between a lord and his people might seem like a rigid hierarchy, but at its core, it was a mutual contract. The people paid taxes, and in return, the lord protected them. The soldiers at his side, Gaelden, Malin administratively, they were all his people. That meant every single one of them was someone he was duty-bound to protect. Just a little longer. He just needed to buy a little more time. Clicking your tongue at me like that. You know, it's not very polite to keep stalling. If you don't keep me entertained with that clever tongue of yours, I'll start thinking this wait wasn't worth it. I'll keep that in mind. Good. I don't know what you're trying to pull, but wouldn't it be nice if we both had some fun? Despite his words, Baron Eskent could sense it. The demon was getting ready to wrap things up. When the battle resumed, how long could he hold out? 5 minutes? 10, if he was lucky? He decided to be optimistic. Then, Nezra frowned. This isn't good. I was going to give you a little more time, but no one told me reinforcements would be arriving this soon. Reinforcements? Baron Eskent's senses picked up nothing. But whatever Nezra had detected or whatever misunderstanding he had didn't matter. An opportunity was still an opportunity. The Baron drew his sword. Lady Mary, I know you're exhausted, but give me the biggest one you've got. Just, die already. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing everything in sight. Through the blaze, he caught a glimpse of Mary collapsing. She was completely spent, unable to fight any longer. But she had delivered a magnificent strike. My name is Nello Eskent. His raised arm swung downward, slamming into the ground. And as if echoing that movement, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the clear sky, signaling the downpour of a storm of thunder. Lord of Eskent, second commander of the Northern Front. It went without saying one did not become a commander of a garrisoned army without personal strength. Especially not a commoner like him. Baron Eskent called himself a guardian. But in truth, the only talent he had ever been granted was destruction. He was utterly incapable of deploying even the lowest tier shield spell. But in terms of sheer firepower, for brief moments, he could rival even archmages. There was no need to conserve mana. A prolonged battle had never been in his plans. He squeezed out every last drop of magic he had and unleashed it all. Lightning. Fire. The wind itself howled like a hammer striking the earth. Nezra was nowhere to be seen. Now this is fun. From within the roaring explosion, Nezra burst forth. A flying kick fast. Baron Eskent raised his sword to block, but the blade couldn't withstand the force. With a resounding impact, the Baron was sent hurtling through the air. It was just one hit. One hit. Yet, blood gushed from his mouth. Kahawk. Yes? This is what a fight should be? You need to struggle and claw like this for it to be fun. 3 arrows flew in from the distance, piercing Nezra's shoulder. The moment they struck, they exploded, but the damned demon healed almost instantly. And by firing those arrows, the archer had just given away their position. Nezra grabbed a spear from the ground and hurled it. A disturbance rippled through the trees above. TCH. I really thought I'd hit that one. Barely missed. Damn it. The Baron cursed. It had been a long time since he last spat such words. So long, in fact, that he couldn't even remember the last time he had. Bolts of lightning surged wildly, following his magic, crashing down upon Nezra like a raging storm. It was pointless. Powerful magic lacked speed, and fast magic lacked power. His mana was draining rapidly, and all he managed to accomplish was stealing a few seconds from Nezra. Yet, Baron Eskent laughed. Even as blood pooled in his mouth, even as the metallic taste coated his tongue, he laughed. Because now, even he could feel it. That overwhelming sense of dread, closing in at terrifying speed. It was an odd way to put it, but it was the most reassuring feeling of dread he had ever experienced. The Joker card had arrived.